Chapter 201. Orochimaru and Tsunade both refused, and Jiraiya also wanted to refuse, although this technique was very attractive to him. For example, after fighting with Hanzo, he realized that he lacked a technique that could kill with one strike. Although fire release is powerful, it can't burn a person to death. Relying on toad oil flame bomb, sage mode, etc. alone is not ideal. The former has a large range, a long pre-swing, high consumption, and requires the help of toads. It can't do much against fast ninjas. It can only be used to gain opportunities for yourself at critical moments, or to bully weak players. Not to mention Sage Mode. The early stage of condensing natural chakra is a motionless live target for him. Without the protection of his teammates, he dared not calm down to collect natural chakra. And this Raise Nan appeared too timely. It is enough to make up for his shortcomings in ninjutsu. But this Raise Nan is an A-level ninjutsu, which is a whole level higher than the last technique he gave to Mirai. Although he gave 3 at once, the upper limit of Future's move was countless times higher than his technique. Most importantly, according to Orochimaru, it has strong compatibility. By fusing other attribute chakra, it can become balls of other attributes. The two are not comparable at all. After thinking for the end, he shook his head and said, "Little Future, you 4 should practice this technique, Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Future. He stepped forward and said, "Teacher Jiraiya, my teacher and Lady Tsunade did not learn it because this move was a little unsatisfactory for them, but I didn't see that you also had a reason not to learn it." This move directly exposed Minato. He was so scared that he hurriedly hid in Future's back again. He felt so ashamed that he had no face to see anyone. Looking at Kushina, his temples twitched. "I didn't see him wrong at the beginning, what a mother." Jiraiya was speechless by the question. He had no choice but to laugh and cry, "I really have no reason to refuse. To be honest, this technique can improve my combat effectiveness, but I am too embarrassed to accept it." After hearing this, Mirai suddenly understood that it was self-esteem that was at work. He waved his hand and said, "So it's because of this. Actually, you don't have to think so. Even if I didn't bring up this technique, Minato would definitely develop it when he grows up. I'm sure you can see that this technique is not only suitable for you, but also for Minato." After hearing this, Minato raised his head and stared at Mirai's back. "I developed it." Mirai looked back at him and nodded, "Yes, you will definitely develop it in the future. I have great faith in this." Minato was moved again, but he did not hide behind Mirai. Instead, he shook his head and said, "The future is the future, and now is now. If you did not have a detailed training plan to let me learn this move in just 3 days, I might not be able to develop this move even if it took me 3 years. Mirai had nothing to say, so he decided to ignore him and turned to look at Jiraiya. "Uncle, just accept it, and this move seems to have a long-term development blueprint, but that is only theoretical. If we want to further perform ninjutsu, we still need to practice and explore it ourselves bit by bit. Besides, you give me 3 B-level ninjutsu, and I will give you an A-level ninjutsu. This is fair." Hearing Mirai's analogy, even Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. 1A equals 3 B-level ninjutsu. Who taught him to calculate like this? Not to mention that it is equal to 3 B-level ninjutsu, if it is put on the market, it is worth at least 10 B-level ninjutsu. In the ninja world, there are very few A-level ninjutsu. On the contrary, there are many more B-level ninjutsu. Although these levels only represent the difficulty of practicing ninjutsu, generally speaking, the more powerful the ninjutsu is, the more difficult it will be to practice, which naturally affects the level of ninjutsu to a certain extent. For example, the great fire extinguishing that Madara used against the coalition forces is only a B-level ninjutsu. It's just that the person who used it is so awesome, so the level of this ninjutsu seems to have gone up. A Madara fire escape requires a class of water escape to barely compete. Seeing that the boy was determined to give this technique to Jiraiya, and that this technique was indeed very helpful to Jiraiya, Orochimaru simply advised, "Jiraiya, just accept it. This technique is really good. Tsunade and I both have the Unseal ninjutsu, and you should also need one. Besides, the ninja world war is not over yet. This technique can help us a lot." Jiraiya looked at him unhappily when he heard this. "Don't interrupt me. By the way, come and help me persuade your disciple. This technique is too precious." Orochimaru shook his head with a bit of amusement when he heard this. Why didn't he realize that Jiraiya was so good at face before? In the past, he always threw his face on the ground and stepped on it. When necessary, he would use it to wipe his ass. Okay, at most you can compensate him later. This is an A-level ninjutsu after all. It's very cheap to be pushed around by you guys. But... Seeing that Jiraiya still wanted to say something, Orochimaru glared at him and made him hold back his words. He rolled his eyes and immediately had a better idea, so, if you really feel unworthy of it, you might as well study the advanced ninjutsu of Raise Nan first. With your experience, this kid will be more relaxed in the future. Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned. What to do? What Orochimaru said makes sense, I seem to be almost convinced. Mirai's eyes lit up, and he gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. His eyes conveyed a meaning. Teacher, you are amazing. Orochimaru also gave him a look in return. No big deal. After flirting with Orochimaru, Mirai pulled Minato out from behind and slapped him on the butt. This made the latter startled, and the whole person subconsciously jumped forward a big step. He looked at Mirai with a confused face, not knowing why he slapped his butt. Before he asked, Mirai said directly, "Yes, Uncle Jiraiya, we are all just children. It is beyond our expectation that Minato can use the Raise Nan, but we really have no idea about the advanced ninjutsu of this Raise Nan." As he spoke, he closed his eyes, and opened them again, revealing his big watery eyes. "Uncle, can you bear to watch us, children who know nothing, groping for such a dangerous ninjutsu like a blind man groping for an elephant?" Minato understood at this moment. Although he didn't say anything, he looked at Jiraiya with his big watery eyes. Asterisk. Teacher. This. Jiraiya hesitated. Not to mention, he was persuaded by Orochimaru's words and Mirai's words. Why is ninjutsu listed as a forbidden technique when it reaches S level? That's because not only the difficulty of training has increased, but also the danger of ninjutsu has greatly increased. In addition to the damage to the enemy, there is also damage to the caster. If these little guys are allowed to blindly explore how to integrate the 5-element attribute chakra, there will definitely be a big mess. Tsunade, who had been watching the show for a long time, also persuaded at this moment, "Jiraiya, compared to them crossing the river by feeling the stones, I still hope you can learn and teach them." Just like Orochimaru said, if I let them learn on their own, there will definitely be problems. She originally didn't intend to speak, but she had to admit that Orochimaru's words made too much sense. Her heart was uneasy all of a sudden. After hearing Tsunade and Orochimaru's persuasion, Jiraiya thought about it and finally nodded. "Well, if you want to learn advanced ninjutsu in the future, just come to me and I will definitely teach you everything I know." Mirai smiled immediately, "No problem. At most, he only needs to learn the Raise Nan." Just like he said, he is only interested in swords. And the Raise Nan is not suitable for him. First, he does not have much chakra. Second, the Raise Nan series of ninjutsu is too time-consuming. Since experiencing the speed of snake swallowing technique and shadow snake hand, Mirai has fallen in love with this kind of ninjutsu that can be used without training. It is a must-have technique for lazy people. There is a saying that lazy people change the world. Orochimaru can also be regarded as an alternative lazy person. Chapter 202. Looking at the children, the smoke that disappeared after leaving a ton of food. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh, "Orochimaru, the disciple you accepted is really wise. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have discovered that Uchiha actually has a person with great love. A person who is willing to study ninjutsu for 3 years for his friend, just to improve his strength." This heart moved even her. Maybe the second grandfather's idea is a bit extreme. At this moment, she was a little shaken by the idea that the second grandfather had instilled in her since she was a child. Jiraiya held the document in his hand, and each page represented a staged training method of Raise Nan. And each page had training experience written in different handwritings. There were not many on the first page, the most on the second page, and the third page had fewer, with only one person's handwriting. Among them, he recognized the words with the most handwriting, which were Minato's words. The handwriting is like the person, and every word contains the sunshine of the sun. When people read it, they will feel happy, as if the fatigue of a busy day has disappeared. "Orochimaru, you have a good disciple." Looking at the praise of his two friends, Orochimaru's mouth corners rose wildly, but he pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing, it's just that I have a good eye for people." "Hey!" Jiraiya laughed and patted his shoulder, "You guy, you may be secretly happy in your heart. By the way, have you noticed that this kid doesn't seem to be so wary of us? Tsunade asked the two people while assembling the barbecue grill. Orochimaru broke free from Jiraiya's restraints and followed to help. He said, "That's right. The last time we met, this kid seemed to be very happy to talk to us, but there was a hint of distance in his tone and posture." Hearing this, Jiraiya remembered the difference between last time and this time. Last time, this kid called him and others you, but this time he called them directly. Tsunade looked up, glanced at Jiraiya, and joked, maybe some idiot touched him with his kindness. After hearing this, Orochimaru slowed down his movements. He remembered the time he spent with Mirai. It seems that he did a lot, but until today, this kid called him you. In this way, he also owed it to Jiraiya. Haha, you're right, idiots are indeed easy to touch people. Jiraiya smiled helplessly at this. He folded the documents solemnly and put them in his chest. Store it close to the body. Then he refuted the two people's words, "I call this my personal charm, what do you know?" As he said that, he looked at the food and suddenly had a headache. By the way, isn't there too much food here? Hearing Jiraiya mention food, Tsunade and Orochimaru froze for a moment. A ton of food. And it's different kinds of food. If it's all rice, a bag of 50 kilograms is almost 20 bags piled together. But the problem is that in addition to rice, there are also fresh vegetables, potatoes, melons, tomatoes, peppers, corn, etc. Freeze-dried ham, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and other kinds of meat. There are even dried fruits such as peanuts. The most outrageous thing is that there are even fruit drinks and alcohol. The cave is almost full of food, but fortunately a small part of it is processed ingredients in the barbecue restaurant. Just grill it and you can eat it. Tsunade looked at this scene and said with some laughter, "Kushina told me that my grandmother thought that we didn't eat enough last time, so she asked them to bring more. Then it became like this." Orochimaru shook his head and laughed. "I suspect that if it weren't for the future, the rope tree reached its limit and Kushina's seal scrolls were not enough, they might even move the whole street to us. So eat quickly, it will be a waste if you can't finish it." Tsunade retracted her sight, threw the coal in, and started to make a fire to grill meat. "Yeah, that's right," Orochimaru said, and then walked to the food storage area. "You guys grill first, I'll take some first." "Okay." Tsunade nodded without comment. Jiraiya smiled strangely. This time, the three of us went to the battlefield. It seemed that except for the difficult day, the rest was like a vacation. We could eat the food in the village even in this remote place. "Hey, don't say, don't say." Tsunade also laughed. It really was like a vacation. Far away in the cave, there were three skinny people with pale faces, walking in the dark rain with blank eyes. They were very young, and I didn't know how old they were. Their steps were very slow. Ordinary machines. Like a bunch of walking corpses. They are all orphans. Without parents to rely on, they can only rely on themselves to survive. That night, their stomachs growled with hunger. They didn't know where to go, but if they kept going, they might find food. Although the hope was extremely slim, this was their only hope. Suddenly, the person walking in front stopped. "Is that a fire?" All of a sudden, the three people's eyes lit up with hope. Fire means there are people, and maybe they can ask for food. In an instant, their stiff and tired bodies seemed to have strength, urging them to hurry up. "Konan, Nagato, hurry. Follow me." Future didn't know, if he waited for a while, he might be able to see the person he had been thinking about. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. On the way home, Mirai and Noways were together, and Minato went to pester his little wife again. Mirai and Noways were walking at the back. He thought about it and felt that Orochimaru's place was not safe. He immediately hugged Noways and whispered to him, "Brother, next time you are taken by Orochimaru to do a mission, don't forget me." Noways looked at Mirai strangely, not knowing why he asked this. Thinking that he was worried that his master and apprentice would exclude him, he shook his head and said unhappily, "Your position in the teacher's heart has surpassed mine. Why, are you afraid that I will snatch the teacher away and exclude you?" As he said, he hugged Mirai's shoulders and said calmly, "Don't worry, I can go on a mission. Do you think the teacher will forget you? Although this guy is 4 years younger than me, he is really perverted. Whether in character or strength, he is a fighter among perverts, and I am not as good as him. However, since he contributed the A-level ninjutsu Raise Nan for free, his impression of this kid has improved a lot. Maybe I should be nicer to him in the future. Thinking of this, he looked at the future with a more friendly look. The future did not pay attention to his eyes, still leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "That's good, but you must remember this, otherwise, if I know that you and the teacher secretly went on a mission without me, I will definitely tell your little secret to Kushina and the others." Secret? Funny, what secret can I have? Rope Tree didn't react for a while, he thought it was something else that the future told him. The corner of the future's mouth curled, and the tone became more kind, like the whisper of a devil, which made people's scalps numb. "Of course it's about you reading pornographic books. Rope Tree. Fuck you, you dare." Shenshu was so scared that his face turned pale, and he looked at the future in disbelief. He thought that he had such a good relationship with the future, he would help him keep the secret. And last time, he stole his sister's things. They were classmates and became disciples of Orochimaru. They carried guns together and fought together every day. They did that together, took his sister's things and exchanged benefits. He didn't expect the future to be so shameless and dared to go back on his word. He looked at the future angrily. But considering Minato and the others, he suppressed his voice and whispered with gritted teeth, "I tell you, if you dare to tell it out, I will die and drag you down with me." The future shrugged noncommittally, "So you can't hide it from me." As he said, he glanced at Minato and the others, with a smile in the corner of his eyes, "I will keep this secret from you for the rest of your life." You. Shenshu felt that his lungs were about to explode. How can there be such shameless and dishonest people in this world? Damn it, these damn Uchiha, why don't they just die? I must kill them in the future. Looking at his angry but not daring to speak, the future suddenly felt better. She no longer hugged him, but walked with her hands behind her back. "I am so kind. In order to prevent Rope Tree from being blown to death, I threatened him with a secret, and he must not dare to take my words as wind around his ears. Although he is very angry now and wants to hit someone, he will be grateful to me in the future. Because I am doing this for his own good. Damn Uchiha, you are a snake that can't be warmed up." Rope Tree looked at the future's walking posture, and the more he looked at it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the more he wanted to slap him. Chapter 203. Ever since being threatened by Wei Lai, Shang Shu looked at Wei Lai with a strange look every day. Either he gnashed his teeth or cursed fiercely. He even cursed in front of him, and this situation lasted for a week. And Wei Lai had been wearing the sword for almost half a month. Before he saw the mad sword, he didn't feel much, but this time when the mad sword was taken away by Shang Shu, Wei Lai felt extremely sore and itchy all over his body. His hand twitched unconsciously. He pulled Shang Shu's hand and tried to snatch the sword. But without using force, he was no match for Shang Shu at all, because of his physical fitness, height advantage, and age. Kneeling down. "Brother, give me the knife, I can't stand it anymore. Please, brother, I feel like there are ants crawling on my body, I feel like I'm shaking all over, I can't breathe, please, brother, just touch me, just once. I won't touch it again, please, brother, really, just once, I swear I won't touch it again. I can't bear it anymore, I can't sleep now, brother, I beg you, just touch me." Shang Shu looked at the future and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. "Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. You begged me, right? Yes, I beg you. Brother, just give me the crazy knife, no, just let me touch it." As he said this, Wei Lai grabbed Shenshu's sleeve with his hands and feet, begging non-stop. Seeing him like this, Shenshu pushed him to the ground, his eyes full of evil and crazy smiles. "Hee hee hee. You used to be very crazy, how come you become like this now, do you still dare to threaten my good junior brother?" "No, no, no, I will never threaten you again," Wei Lai promised hurriedly. This made Shenshu stunned for a moment, he stood up, looked at Wei Lai suspiciously, "Are you really not threatening anymore?" "No, no, no, absolutely not." Wei Wei blinked his big eyes crazily, and his pupils were very sincere. Even Shenshu was moved. He was tangled in his heart. Although this kid threatened him, he didn't do anything to let him down. It's really unreasonable for him to always occupy other people's knives. "Forget it, who told me to be so kind?" "Well, I'll believe you once." As he said, he returned the mad knife to Wei Wei. "Remember what you said. If you dare to threaten me again, I will make you pay for it. Yeah, I will never do that. Wei Wei took the knife and held it with joy in his eyes. He couldn't help licking it. Slurp, slurp. I miss you so much, my baby. His eyes were full of the shadow of the knife. He was filled with the ecstasy of regaining what he had lost. When he was fighting with Shang Shu just now, he was suppressed and his anger rose up. Without saying a word, he spit out the mad knife and prepared to kill the opponent. But before he could catch the mad knife handsomely, the knife was taken away by Shang Shu with shadow snake hand. If he hadn't seen the mad knife in the future, which hadn't touched the knife for a long time, it might not be a big deal, but when he saw the mad knife in Shang Shu's hand, he immediately felt that a line in his brain was instantly broken, and his whole body was itchy and sore. He wanted to take action to grab it back, but his eyes were full of the shadow of the knife, and he couldn't concentrate at all. He couldn't easily beat Shang Shu with his bare hands, not to mention that his attention was mostly distracted. So the scene at the beginning happened. Minato and Kushina came together, and when they saw the future, they were silent. I've heard of porn addiction, drug addiction, gambling addiction. I've never heard of knife addiction. As the future held the mad knife, the excitement in his heart gradually calmed down. Gradually, he seemed like a groom on his wedding night. After the passion, all that was left was the sage mode. He closed his eyes, his consciousness entered the sea of consciousness, and looking at the empty experience, he slowly lost consciousness. Since the last time Orochimaru told him to put down the knife temporarily, he didn't enter here in order to put it down completely. Unexpectedly, there was really no experience in practicing without holding the knife. I seem to have lost. Looking at the future's lost consciousness, Minato turned around the rope tree and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Shenchu spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. "I don't know, I took his knife, and he seemed to be a different person. Do you think he was?" He pointed to his head, and the implication was self-evident. Seeing his action, Minato shook his head, and Kushina nodded. She always thought, this guy, future, is mentally abnormal. It seems that he is attractive to both men and women. On the contrary, after a week of contact with the person next to her, she was sure of one thing, that the other party's sexual orientation was normal. It's just that some emotions cannot be distinguished. For a while, the scene became quiet, and the three of them just looked at Future quietly. It is said that Scorpion's parents are close relatives. Sand Village. It has been a while since Cho came back. In addition to repairing puppets, she also prepared war supplies. The rest of the time, she went to find her son, daughter-in-law, and little Scorpion to play. For a while, she seemed a little happy. As usual, after eating at her son's house and coaxing little Scorpion to sleep, she just went out and heard her son Akashi Songming and daughter-in-law Akashi Honada Shiko talking to her about something. "What? The third generation asked you to lead a team to surprise attack Konoha village." Chiyo's tone was heavy, and her brows were furrowed. AKA's Hina Songming was startled. He had never seen his mother lose control like this. Yes, what's wrong?" Chiyo's face was very ugly. She gritted her teeth and explained coldly, "Although the first and second generations of Konoha have passed away, and the Senjo clan is in name only, the new generation headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen has grown up. I believe you have also heard of the title of Konoha Sunin. Those three people can survive from Hanzo. I don't need to say more about their strength. Now Konoha, although the high-end combat power is not enough, but the middle combat power is far beyond the past. You will not get any benefit if you go now." "But, mother, the Konoha Sunin is now at the border of the Rain Country, and the third generation of Hokage has gone to another battlefield to confront the Hidden Rock Village. It can be said that Konoha's defense is very weak at the moment," AKA's Hina Songming said. After this, Cho, who originally wanted to rush out to find the third generation of Kazekage to argue, was slightly startled. She narrowed her eyes and looked at her son. "Do you want to go?" Akazaga Songming met his mother's gaze and nodded. "Well, although our Sand Village did not join the battle during World War I, our development is not good. And not long ago, our finances were on the verge of the red line. If it is like World War I, our economy will collapse." Hearing this, Cho was stunned, and her brows were even more tightly knitted. She knew what her son said. Although the four families fought their heads off during World War I, the second generation Raikage and the Hokage died in battle one after another. Many talents in other hidden villages also died. On the other hand, their sand village did not participate in the war at all, and did not suffer any serious injuries, but the economic development did not rise but fell. It was also surpassed by the people of the 4 major villages. After the 3rd generation Kazekage came to power, he proposed that it was caused by too many people. This made her unable to refute, and with the provocation of the Rain Village, she simply led the team to attack the Rain Village. By the way, let's see if what the 3rd Kazekage said is right. But she didn't expect that the 3rd Kazekage actually wanted his son and daughter-in-law to attack Konoha lightly. This is really too. Akazaga Honadashiko came to Cho and helped her sit down again. Mother, in fact, the 3rd Kazekage's worries are right. We must use war and plunder supplies to help our sand village overcome the current difficulties. Who is the richest in the ninja world? Of course, Konoha. As long as they can break into Konoha, whether it is the previous plunder or the compensation from Konoha after the war, the sand village can overcome the current difficulties. These days, Cho also noticed the difficulties of the village when she was preparing supplies. This made her speechless for a while. Although Chiyo's brows were still furrowed, her expression was not as solemn as before. She glanced at her grandson's room and her tone slowed down a bit. But Scorpion is still young, he needs your company. Akazaga Songming shook his head, although there was some reluctance in his eyes, but he knew one thing more clearly. Mother, we are all ninjas of the sand village. If there is a problem in the sand village, we can't face our ancestors at all. The sand village exists, and they are the sand ninja. If there is no sand village, what is the point of them living, and they have no home? But there is no need for both of them to go. Onako-kan. Cho said, and suddenly she couldn't say anything. Just as she said, Konoha is too strong. She didn't think that the 3rd generation could appear on the battlefield without a backup plan. Onako shook her head and looked at her husband, saying worriedly, Mother, Konoha is very strong, I don't trust him to go alone. This. Chapter 204. The next morning. At the gate of Sand Village. Cho and a group of high-ranking officials watched a team of nearly 1,000 people rushing towards the hidden rain village. Of course, on the surface, they were supporting the front line, but secretly they were trying to prevent being discovered by spies, so they changed their route after leaving the village. They didn't have to worry about Konoha being prepared. The rain country was in chaos, and the eyes of all forces were on it. They needed to enter the fire country from the river country, and then march straight into Konoha village. There were 2 young people beside her, her son and daughter-in-law. Why don't you take this with you? Cho thought about it and took out a scroll. Seeing this scroll, Akashi Songming was stunned, then hurriedly shook his head and refused. Mother, this Jinsong Juanshu is the ultimate puppetry technique left to you by the 2nd generation. My puppetry attainments are not as good as yours, and I can't bring out the full power of this puppetry technique. Yes, Mother, you should keep this technique. You will go to the battlefield soon, and the rain country is more dangerous. Hanokiko also advised. There are not only the newly promoted 3 ninjas of Konoha, but also the half-god salamander Hanzo. Mother needs this technique more than they do. This. Oh. Okay. Cho sighed. To be honest, if the puppetry master, the founder of Menzaemon, had not passed away, she would ask him to make powerful puppets no matter what, even if she had to sell everything she had. Let her sons have a special skill. You must be careful along the way, and never rush ahead. Okay. After the 2 responded, they turned to look at the 5-year-old child. Anaki bent down, reached out and touched Scorpion's head, and said gently, Little Scorpion, you must be good at home, listen to Grandma, we will be back soon. Oh. Scorpion nodded as if he understood. He knew that his parents were going to do a mission, which seemed to be something that could determine the fate of the village. He showed a childlike smile, waved his hand and said, Mom and Dad, you must come back soon, I'll wait for you at home. Okay. After talking to his son for a few more words, Akashi Songming took his wife and caught up with the main force. At the entrance of the village, Scorpion held his grandmother's hand, and his smiling eyes dimmed a little. He whispered, Grandma, when will my parents come back? Hearing this, Cho put away the complicated emotions in her heart. She squatted down, looked at Scorpion, and showed a kind smile. Don't worry, your parents are very strong ninjas in the village. Do you still remember that the ninjas from the Land of Thunder wanted to break into our sand village, but they were intercepted outside the village by your parents? That's right, my son is so strong, nothing will happen, and there is Hano Kiko with him. Except for the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one in Konoha should be able to hurt them. Thinking of this, the smile on her face became more sincere. Scorpion heard the words and smiled again. That's right, my parents are so powerful, they will definitely come back soon. They promised me. Won't let me wait too long. Well, let's go home. Okay. The grandma and grandson followed the large group and walked towards home. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, Cho didn't say hello to the third generation. It was as if she didn't see him. Although the other party's ideas and strategies were good, she began to have grudges in her heart. The third generation Kazekage naturally noticed their actions and couldn't help but frowning slightly. There was a person next to him who looked very similar to him. This was his younger brother. As brothers, he quickly noticed the emotional changes of the third generation Kazekage. So he opened his mouth to comfort, "Brother, don't pay attention to that old woman. She is just old, so she has some connections in the village. As long as our plan can succeed, Konoha's wealth will definitely help us solve the current predicament. I hope so. By the way, you said that you became a contractor of Ryokai Cave. Is this true?" After hearing what his brother said, the third generation Kazekage ignored Chiyo's affairs and asked about other things instead. Hearing this, his brother's smile suddenly became excited. "Of course it's true. Let me tell you. I was on a mission in the land of grass that day, but I accidentally strayed into the miasma and met a very easygoing red snake. The snake had such a good personality. I just said a few words to it and it became my summoning beast. Then I found out that it was actually one of the 3 holy places, the snake in the Ryokai Cave." As He spoke, the smile on his face never stopped. The eyes of the third Kazekage flashed. "Ryokai Cave, the snake Maru, hehe, it's really interesting. First, you should try every means to establish a good relationship with the big snake in Ryokai Cave. Even if you can't make them turn to us, as long as they don't support Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha will be useless. Leave this to me. The big snake has a high status in Ryokai Cave and is a very easy to talk to snake. I am very confident that they will not turn to Orochimaru." "Yes." After the third Kazekage responded, he stopped talking and stared at the yellow sand in the sky. Seeing this, his brother said nothing. In Konoha village. After the future and the others came back, they went to class as usual, and after school they agreed to go to the grove to practice together. While they were in class, Nawaki practiced alone. But the future was strange. Since he got the book, he became decadent like before. He read the book lazily all day. But the strange thing is that his strength improvement was not slower than his. At this time, Minato, who was walking beside him, thought about it and suddenly said, "Future, do you think we should graduate early?" "Ah." Future was still thinking about Nawaki and didn't react at once. Kushina reacted, and she asked in confusion, "Graduate early?" "Well." Minato nodded, he looked at the future and said, "The teachers graduated at the age of 6. We are 7 now, almost 8. It seems like a waste of time for us to stay in the ninja school any longer." Future understood, he looked at Minato. If according to the original work, he would be accepted as Jiraiya's disciple after graduation. But in this life, because of his existence, he became Jiraiya's disciple in advance. And because of his existence, his strength has made great progress. And he also learned Raise Nan in advance. So this kid had the idea of graduating early. Speaking of which, it seems that graduating early is not a problem. I still remember that Kakashi seemed to be 5 or 6 years old, and he graduated. By the way, Uchiha Itachi also seems to have graduated early. The man called Red Sand Scorpion also graduated at the age of 7. Looking at it this way, it seems that he is not the best. I have no problem, but... Future looked at Kushina, and shifted Minato's sight over there. If nothing unexpected happens, the 3 of us should be a team, and Kushina, as a transfer student, must study for a full year before she can graduate early. Although Konoha Ninja School had no transfer students before Kushina, this information was written in the school rules at the beginning of the school. Minato was stunned, he scratched his head, "Oh my god, how could I forget about this?" He looked at Kushina and smiled embarrassedly, "Sorry, Kushina, I didn't think of this." Kushina shook her head and looked at the future, "Can't this school rule be changed? It shouldn't be possible." Future thought for a while, after all, this school rule is one of the 32 major school rules. It is said that the second generation set up a one-year monitoring and inspection period to prevent transfer students from other ninja villages from transferring to Konoha with some purpose. Minato interrupted hurriedly, then let's wait another year. This. Kushina hesitated. In fact, she didn't want to go to class because it was too boring. If she could graduate early, I think Mito's grandmother would be happy. Thinking of this, she stopped and said to the three future people, I'll go ask my grandmother, you go practice first. After saying that, she ran away with her long hair swinging. Chapter 205. The next morning, in the ninja school. Kushina said listlessly, my grandma can't do anything. She ran back last night. Grandma said that she was a Jinkraki, and that being able to have the free life she has now was her greatest effort. It was impossible for her to break the school rules and graduate early. And the most important thing is that even if she graduated early, she couldn't leave the village. Who said she was a Jinkraki? She also knew an important thing, that is, the reason why she can run around now is because Grandma Uzumaki Mito is still alive, and she helps her strengthen the seal every night. So that the chakra of the nine tails can't affect herself. But as long as she dies, the seal will not be so strong. Once she is too far away from the Uzumaki house, the strength of the seal will gradually decrease, and the nine tails will have a greater chance of breaking free. In other words, she can be so free now, all because of her grandma's support behind her. And she also discovered one thing, grandma's actions seem to be getting less and less. More and more time spent in a wheelchair. Perhaps, she is reaching her limit. Thinking of this, her heart ached. Minato comforted her, it's okay, we are here to accompany you. It's only a year, it will be over soon. Yet. Kushina hummed softly, then put her hands on the table, turned her head and lay down. Ignored Minato. Seeing her so listless, Minato couldn't help but look at the future. Asked with his eyes. Oh. What's wrong with her? How do I know, maybe it's her period. Minato. What are you talking about? Kushina is just a child, the teacher said that girls in the ninja world may have their periods when they are around 10 years old. Mirai, eyes closed face, then go ask her. I'm not Kushina, how can I know what's wrong with her? Minato. Without waiting for him to wink, Mirai left him with the back of her head and looked at the scenery outside the window. Minato looked at the black back of the head on the left, and then looked at the red back of the head on the right. Why do I feel like I'm being disliked? This is an illusion. The teacher was on the podium, watching the last table of the three groups exchanging glances, and chose to turn a blind eye. These two guys seemed to have a telepathic connection. As long as the other person gave a look, the other person could understand. In other words, the two of them could communicate with each other without any obstacles using their eyes. Unfortunately, this skill has great limitations, otherwise, he would definitely study it carefully and then teach it to other children. This way, when they leave the village, they will also be guaranteed. No need for hand gestures to communicate, the probability of being exposed was eliminated at the root. Border of the Rain Country. In the tent of the third Hokage. The third Hokage looked at the secret document in his hand, his mouth slightly raised, and there was only Shimura Danzo beside him. This guy had more bandages on his body. The battle a few days ago had injured his foundation. If it weren't for the monkey demon hitting him with a stick, he might have turned into atoms and disappeared. When will we counterattack the hidden rock village? He asked coldly. He had seen the secret document in the third Hokage's hand. It was sent by Hanzo of the Rain Country and was through his root channel. Obviously, the spy he planted in the Rain Country had been noticed by Hanzo. Let me think about it first. The third Hokage smoked a cigarette and watched it repeatedly, but did not rush to make a decision. What are you thinking about? The power of that old guy Onoki's dust release is too terrifying. Such a strong man must be killed, otherwise it will be too dangerous for us Konoha. Danzo stood up excitedly and slapped the table and shouted. If it weren't for the dead monkey's stick, he would have gone to the underworld to report to his teacher. Although he saved his life, his roots suffered heavy losses and his injuries have not recovered. Most of his injuries were caused by the dead monkey, the monkey demon, that is, he was hit by it. But he couldn't seek revenge on the monkey. First, the other party saved his life after all, and second, he was protected by the third generation, and he knew there was no hope. So he took out all his anger on Onoki. The third generation hurriedly comforted Danzo, saying, Don't worry, I will avenge you, but you also said that Onoki is a very dangerous person, both in terms of strength and intelligence, he is the top existence. If we just fight like this, let alone revenge, I don't know how many of us will die here. Danzo, his breathing became heavier, but what the third Hokage said was right. He had to suppress his anger, sat back and asked, so what do you want to do? The third Hokage's eyes gleamed. After all, we promised Hanzo to leave the supplies of the Hidden Rock Village to him, and the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock Village have not yet joined the battle. With the suspicious character of the old man Onoki, he would not be fooled by ordinary strategies. In this way, Orochimaru and the others have not returned to the position yet, so let them come to me secretly. Defend, and I will attack Hanzo directly in the Hidden Rain Village on the grounds that Hanzo killed my disciples. Let him cooperate with me in a play, and after we fight to the point of both sides are injured, with Onoki's greedy character, he will definitely be the one who takes advantage. At that time, we will suddenly join forces to kill him by surprise, and Orochimaru and his men will also launch an attack from here. With the strength of the three of them, they can definitely defeat the Hidden Rain Village position without Onoki. Listening to the words of the third generation, one of Danzo's eyes gradually brightened. This is a good plan, let's do it. Well, you will handle the details with the root. You must make him feel that it is profitable, and then he will take action. Hearing the words of the third generation, Danzo waved his hand. Don't worry, our root is professional in this kind of intelligence, and we guarantee that Onoki will be fooled. That's good. By the way, do you want to go with me? Danzo thought about it, then shook his head. No, I stay here, it seems real. If I also go, with Onoki's suspicious character, he will definitely not easily join the game. This made the third generation nodded. That's right, then you should be careful, don't be so easy to get into it. This made Danzo's face darken, and his good mood was gone. Humph! What do you care? He was so angry that he threw his sleeves and left. Looking at the disappearing back, the third generation showed a smile on his face. Hey, irritating Danzo every day makes you happy physically and mentally. Rain Country. Orochimaru and the other two were packing up and preparing to return to their positions. At this time, an eagle was circling in the sky, making a series of long and short calls. Hearing this sound, the three of them paused. This is the ninja eagle used for communication in our village. It should be the teacher who wants to see us for something. The three of them said, and hurried out of the cave. There was indeed a black dot circling in the sky. Jiraiya hurriedly put his finger in his mouth and blew it gently, and a unique sound came out immediately. The ninja eagle, who had called a few times and thought that no one would respond like before, was stunned and looked down hurriedly. His sharp eyes quickly penetrated the rain curtain and saw the three figures at the entrance of the cave below. At this time, Jiraiya blew a strange sound again. The eagle flying in the sky suddenly brightened up. It was confirmed that it was one of his own. He immediately swooped down. Seeing it flying so fast, the three of them were not afraid. Jiraiya even stretched out his hand to give it a place to stay. Although this ninja eagle could not speak, it had a very high IQ. It understood Jiraiya's actions at a glance and immediately stayed on his hand without hesitation. He lifted his bound feet. Orochimaru stretched out his hand, opened the waterproof bag tied to its feet, and took out a special paper from it. Looking at the ordinary information asking where they were, the three of them turned back to the fire. It's S-level information. It seems that the teacher and his team have made some big moves. Tsunade looked at the information on the paper, decrypted it with the code word she had learned, and soon got the handwriting of S. This shows that what they are seeing now is information that is deceiving people. Jiraiya took out a piece of dried meat from his pocket and gave it to the ninja eagle. The ninja eagle's eyes suddenly lit up. This cave not only has fire and is very warm, but also has food. This trip was not in vain. It immediately jumped to the ground with the dried meat in its mouth, and took small steps like Lu Nang holding up his trousers, and ran quickly towards the fire. As a beast, it was not afraid of fire at all, and even spread its wings to let the temperature of the fire warm its body. The three people did not care about its behavior, but gathered around the note to read. Orochimaru nodded. Well, without special techniques, you can't see the real content. As he said, he put two palm-sized papers on the ground and quickly formed seals with his hands. He transformed the chakra in his body into an energy with a strange charm, and then he pointed it into the paper with one finger. A magical scene happened. The handwriting on the paper disappeared quickly, and the paper turned into a blank paper again, but soon, another paragraph of text appeared on the paper. The content of the handwriting was completely different from the previous one. "This is what we really want to convey," Tsunade said, and the three of them came closer to watch again. Chapter 206. After reading the information, Orochimaru threw the paper into the fire and burned it. He looked a little puzzled. "Teacher asked us to go to him secretly, what do you say?" Jiraiya touched his chin, frowned and thought, "I don't know, but it should be to attack the rock village." "Then should we go?" Tsunade looked at them and asked. After a while, Orochimaru and Jiraiya said in unison, "Go." Anyway, there is nothing big on their side, and it seems that both the Rain Village and the Sand Village have something going on, and they have been unusually quiet recently. They know the Rain Village because they just fought a few days ago. And the Sand Village is said to be short of supplies, and one of the leaders who stayed behind, Cho, has returned to the village to prepare supplies. On the Konoha position, since the three of them were not there, no one dared to make a decision whether to attack the Sand Village position. And the three of them were seriously injured and stayed here to recover, and could not lead the team to attack the Sand Village position. If it weren't for Tsunade, maybe he and Jiraiya would be able to get out of bed now. This made Tsunade have an idea, that is, to arrange a medical ninja in the three-person team. This can greatly improve the survival rate of the team. However, she didn't say this idea, and she would propose it to the higher UPS after returning to the village. "I think the teachers will definitely agree to this idea that is beneficial to the village. Well, let's pack up and leave immediately." "Yes." After a while, Jiraiya and the other two took action as soon as they said they would. However, Jiraiya thought about it and left food and firewood with a long shelf life and not easy to corrode in this cave. Maybe it will help people in need in the future. For example, the three little guys last night. Although it was the ninja war initiated by Hanzo, but putting aside the facts, they did bring the war into the hidden Rain Village. They are partly responsible for the appearance of these orphans. Inside Konoha village, Future is thinking about one thing. "I have heard of drug addiction, porn addiction, gambling addiction, but I didn't expect there is also knife addiction. And I am the one who suffers from knife addiction. It would be fine if I didn't see Kuang Dao, but once I saw Kuang Dao, my whole body would feel uncomfortable, just like the feeling when he helped the old lady. It would be fine if I didn't see it, but once I saw it, my body would move involuntarily. When he returned to God, he was already helping the old lady across the road. Fortunately, this world is different from the last world. Otherwise, he would definitely chop off his hand. It's not like he has a mine at home, so who would dare to help like this? But this doesn't seem to be a good thing. Because anything related to addiction is not a good thing. What if the enemy knows this secret of mine one day and makes a knife exactly like Kuang Dao, then I will be at the mercy of others. He asked me to lie down, so how could I dare to stand? I dare not lie still if I have to move myself. Therefore, the hidden danger of this matter is too great. I must find a way to control this addiction, at least not let it affect me. So I go back and swallow all the blood drink, so that I have 2 knives and I am not afraid of being calculated by the enemy. I can even calculate the enemy. Good idea." Just as he was thinking, the school bell rang. The 3 little ones began to follow their classmates out of the school gate. Walked towards the grove. Shenchu was still lying down reading, but Walai could feel that this guy's breathing was a little rapid, as if he was in intense exercise before they came. Although he forced himself to breathe as usual, the subtle reaction of his body still made Walai aware of this. Suddenly, his face looked strange. Could this guy be secretly curled up in a place where they couldn't see him? When he saw them, he hurriedly returned to his carefree appearance. He couldn't help but touch his forehead and said speechlessly, "Brother, why are you doing this?" Shenchu felt guilty. He was too devoted to cultivation before and forgot the time. Now, when he noticed that they were approaching, he didn't know if his brain was cramped, but he was so scared that he didn't dare to move and lay down. He also instinctively hugged a small book that couldn't be said and started reading. After he finished all this, he was confused. Why did he do this? Isn't it just trying to hide it? Sure enough, the brat in the future saw it at once. "I'm just tired of cultivation, so I lay down to rest. You guys are out of school." He put away the book and calmly asked. "Yet." Future responded, then came to him and squatted down, stretched out his hand and patted his butt, shook his head and said, Actually, I know you are secretly rolling inward behind us, don't pretend to be a big tail wolf in front of us. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh. Future. Hey, this guy is sick. Then he ignored him and started today's physical training. 100 push UPS, 100 squats, 100 sit UPS, and finally a 10-kilometer long distance run. It is said that this is a method of exercise for a certain strong man. Future does not know whether it works, but it is enough for himself. Anyway, after doing this set, he can feel that his body is extremely tired, but it will not hurt his body. And if you finish these, the time is just right. Hokage's office. Hatake Sakumo held a stack of documents and placed them in front of the two consultants. He said, according to the intelligence from the Anbu, the Sand Village has sent more than 1,500 soldiers to the border. The two people's faces darkened slightly when they heard this. Strange, what does the Sand Village want to do? Could it be that they want to continue attacking Konoha, but that doesn't make sense. Faced with the questions of the two consultants, Hatake Sakumo also frowned. I don't know. Logically speaking, when Jiraiya and his men attacked the Rain Country, if they wanted to attack Konoha, it would be an absolutely good opportunity, but they only sent people to the battlefield, and after the victory or defeat was decided, all their people withdrew. This is the point that I can't understand the most. As long as the Sand Village team didn't go back, Orochimaru and the other three would definitely be in danger. But in terms of the result, it didn't happen. After a moment of silence, Koharu Utane said, let Zixiao go to the front line. Zixiao. Hatake Sakumo was stunned. That man was quite powerful, second only to himself, and he was also the next generation of Anbu captain designated by him. Okay, I'll let him get ready to go. Hatake Sakumo nodded. Recently, he also felt the defense of the Hokage high level against him. It seemed that he was afraid that he would rob them of something. The funny thing is that he didn't have that idea. But he also understood, because they were not afraid of him having ideas, but they were afraid that no matter whether he had that idea or not, he actually had the ability. If it were me, I would probably be suspicious like them. So he is already training the next successor, and then he will unload the responsibilities of the Anbu captain and concentrate on being an ordinary Konoha ninja. In this way, he will no longer have the strength to compete for the position of Hokage. I believe the high level will also be much more relieved. Well, thank you for your help. Midaman Yan looked at him and nodded. No trouble. Hatake Sakumo said, and turned to leave. Back to the Anbu base, he asked someone to call Yutere Shishio, told him the concerns of the two consultants and his own ideas, and asked him to go to the front line to collect intelligence. The other party agreed without thinking. No problem, I can leave now. Yutere Shishio nodded and responded. He has purple hair and is proficient in 3 types of ninjutsu. In the Anbu, except for losing to Hatake Sakumo, he has never lost. His teammates referred to the title of Konoha White Fang and his hair color, and gave him a title called Konoha Purple. However, he himself did not accept it. This title might as well be called Purple. Keep working hard, I and the senior people are very optimistic about you. Hatake Sakumo came to him, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. Yes. Yutere Shisho nodded, feeling a little surprised. Being valued by the top leaders means. By the way, if you go to the front line this time, find out where the more than 1,000 sand ninjas have gone as soon as possible. Hearing what Hatake Sakumo said, Shisho was stunned, his face slightly sank. Captain, are you worried that they are not reinforcing the front line, but confusing our actions? Hatake Sakumo nodded, well, I always feel something is wrong, but I can't tell, I hope I am overthinking it. Hearing this, Shisho didn't dare to delay any longer, then Captain, I'll set off now. Okay, be careful on the road. Chapter 207. Facts have proved that Hatake Sakumo's worries were right. Mitere Shishio came to the Sand Village position and checked carefully, but did not find the presence of more than 1,000 people. This is troublesome. Shishio's face was a little heavy. After avoiding several spies, he quickly evacuated back to his own position. Reported the situation he found to the captain. When Hatake Sakumo received the information, it was already 2 days after Shishio set out. The two consultants and Hatake Sakumo looked at the information on the table together in the office. Where did these guys go? Midaman Yan looked very ugly. He always felt that things seemed to be developing in a direction that was unfavorable to Konoha. Shishio said that he had explored dozens of miles behind the Sand Village station and did not detect any signs of large-scale ninja marching. He believed that these 1,000 people were not reinforcements for the Sand Village position. Hatake Sakumo replied with a serious face. Koharu Yudin looked at the map and frowned. Where did they go? Not sure. Now Zixiao is rushing towards the Uegakuer position. Maybe the other party wants to sneak attack Uegakuer. Suddenly, Mitaman raised an opinion. Could it be that the secret activities of the third generation were intercepted by the Sand Ninja, and they are going to join forces with the Uegakuer Ninja to counterattack our Konoha position? When the third generation proposed the plan, Danzo Shimura began to perfect the details of the plan, and in an absolutely covered way, sent back the action instructions, asking the two of them to cooperate. Make sure that the Uegakuer spies are convinced that the third generation is eager to protect his disciples and is ready to settle accounts with Hanzo. So the three of them are the people in Konoha village who know about this. Hearing this, Hatake Sakumo shook his head directly and rejected it. Impossible, our intelligence work will never be lost. He is absolutely confident in the Anbu. Even the plan of Hanzo of the Rain Village can be obtained by their Anbu, and the other party is still unaware. If it was general intelligence, it might be stolen by the enemy, but such high-level intelligence is absolutely impossible. Mitaman Yan hurriedly comforted Hatake Sakumo and told him not to get excited. I mean, could it be that there is a problem with the third generation? Hey! Hatake Sakumo was stunned, and the whole person couldn't help but think deeply. If there is a problem with the third generation, it is possible. After all, there are many people and eyes there, and there are spies from various countries everywhere. It is indeed the easiest to be exposed. In this way, let Zixiao go to Danzo to report the situation first, and then let him search for the traces of the 1,500 people. Yudin Koharu finally made up his mind. Okay, I'll go now. Hatake Sakumo did not delay. Now time is safe. Fortunately, the speed of the Ninja Eagle is very fast, and half a day is enough to reach the Rain Country. The four people in the future are still training. Since becoming a disciple of the three ninjas, the future has less time to play with Minato. I don't know if it was Mirai's illusion, but he felt that Minato didn't stick to him as much as before. If he hadn't noticed it before, he might not have noticed it. But now that he has discovered this, he will look in Minato's direction from time to time. The other party is still fighting with Kushina fiercely. Every time Minato showed that he barely avoided Kushina's little fist hitting your chest. Then he insisted on 100 or so reunions, and finally accidentally lost to Kushina. But in general, he won more and lost less. That's why Kushina didn't have any doubts. Mirai's face was dark, no less than the bottom of a pot. Damn, this guy is acting again. He used to play with me like this, but not like Kushina. That guy never loses to me, damn it. Just because I'm not a woman, he treats me differently, right? Rope Tree, who was fighting against Mirai, saw him looking at Minato frequently, and his face was darker than his. I say, do you really like Minato? Ah! Mirai was interrupted by him, and his brain almost didn't react, and his mouth had already subconsciously asked a question. Ah, bullshit, if you really like Minato, then go after him. Rope Tree gritted his teeth and said unhappily. Hearing this, Mirai's old face immediately blushed. What are you talking about? Minato and I are purely friendly, not what you think. Rope Tree directly rolled his eyes at him. You fought with me for an hour and looked at him 12 times. Tell me, how should I think that you two are purely friendly? Mirai was speechless. Looking at the person who was speechless by him, Rope Tree became even more angry. He immediately raised his fist and rushed towards Mirai. Go. I'll make you I hate the most. Ninjutsu Shadow Snake Hand. With a wave of his sleeves, a huge snake bit towards the future, frightening him so much that he quickly threw out the big snake to block the opponent's attack. This big snake is not a dead thing, it is a wise big snake. It can communicate with the mind of the practitioner. So as long as it is within the range of the snake's body length, it can attack, not just in a straight line. Therefore, the enemy can only bear it or dodge. And if you want to dodge, you must be fast, otherwise, just wait to be bitten. Brother, listen to my explanation. Future blocked the opponent's big snake and shouted hurriedly. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. Rope Tree rushed towards the future with a roar, his eyes full of anger. His fierce attack made the unarmed future feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was forced to retreat a few steps in a hurry, distanced himself from Naoki, and didn't want to continue to entangle with him. In Chimera Danzo's tent. Danzo looked at the two people who had changed in front of him, and his face was as dark as it could be. Where is Jiraiya? Hasn't he come yet? Orochimaru and Tsunade came to him yesterday to report. Danzo, who was originally full of joy and thought that he could steal Onoki's old house 100%, looked at the man and the woman, and his face suddenly twitched. Then he got a piece of information that made him upset. Jiraiya actually gave up coming here to participate in the battle for the 3 war orphans. Damn guy, there should be a limit to his willfulness. Danzo, Jiraiya said that he would show up when the war starts. Orochimaru replied lightly. In fact, he was also speechless about Jiraiya's decision. But he would not let others scold Jiraiya. What if he doesn't show up? Danzo's face turned even darker. Without waiting for Orochimaru to answer, he turned his head and looked at the person behind him, and ordered, "Go, arrange a few teams to kill the 3 war orphans." Hearing this, Tsunade, who had been silent, was immediately furious. She exploded directly, shocking several people in the room as if they were facing a great enemy. Let's see who dares. Although she also felt that Jiraiya's move was somewhat inappropriate, it did not mean that she would watch Danzo deal with Jiraiya. You. Danzo's face turned red from black. Jiraiya is not the kind of person who doesn't know the importance of things. He will come if he says he will. After Orochimaru said this, he walked out of the tent with Tsunade. Only a few people were left in the tent. Danzo looked at the disappeared person, his face was extremely ugly, and the ground under his feet was also creaking. Good. Good. Sarutobi, look at the good apprentice you taught, he is simply lawless and doesn't take me seriously. A person behind him stepped forward and asked, Sir, are we still going? When someone asked, Danzo directly vented his anger on him, Go, go, go. Go to you. Don't you see that Tsunade's strength is enough to wipe you out? If you all go, it's probably not enough for Jiraiya to kill. After saying that, he looked at the ground with a gloomy look. Tsunade just simply exploded and shattered his floor. And he only made a few cracks. This strength is immediately judged. Damn, their strength has become stronger again. And because of Sarutobi, he can't punish them too much. Damn. If I were the Hokage, no one would dare to disobey me. Outside the tent, Orochimaru looked in the direction of the land of rain, which was where Jiraiya parted ways with them. Alas, Jiraiya wants to make up for the damage that Konoha has done to the land of rain. I understand, but now is an extraordinary period. Why can't he figure it out? When he saw the 3 children coming up, he wanted to kill them directly, just like Danzo. Because he knew how painful it was for orphans without strength in this cruel ninja world, especially in the vortex of war. Anyway, everyone will die, so it's better to end life in advance and not feel pain. Although Tsunade didn't understand Jiraiya's approach, she still shook her head, shook her big breasts, and said, Forget it, let him go. The 2 of us are enough to deal with the 4-tailed and 5-tailed. Yet. Orochimaru responded and glanced at her casually. She looked ordinary, but her chest muscles were really developed. He, superficial woman. Without saying anything else, he returned to his tent. Tsunade was the only one left in the place, staring blankly. Jiraiya is kinder than himself. She might give some food to orphans who are struggling to survive. But Jiraiya will teach people how to fish. And as for Orochimaru, he is more realistic. Everyone has their own ideas, and there is no question of who is superior or inferior, right or wrong. Chapter 208. The border between the land of rivers and Konoha. After Akagasa Matsueki led the team to sneak here quietly, he began to let his teammates rest and asked everyone to recover to the best condition before preparing to go out. At this moment, he came to his wife and watched her maintaining the huge 3-star fan. His tired expression could not help but disappear. There were 6 puppets of different shapes placed next to Hanokiko. One was in the shape of a human, and the remaining 5 were in the shape of various animals. From their appearance, it can be seen that they were snakes, cranes, dragons, and 2 animal-shaped puppets with similar shapes but completely different body shapes. One had the word tiger written on his forehead, and the other had the word leopard written on it. These 6 puppets were all Akagasa Matsueki had. Puppet masters are different from ninjas. The strength of puppet masters is based on the number of puppets they control. Those who can control one puppet are at most genin, while most chunin have 2 to 3 puppets. For a jonin, it is 4 or more. Akagisa Matsueki can control 6 puppets, which makes him an elite among elite jonin. This also proves that he is not exaggerating when he can join hands with his wife to defeat the hidden cloud village. No wonder he was entrusted by the 3rd Kazekage to be the action representative and launch a surprise attack on Konoha. I have helped you maintain these puppets to the best condition. Try to see if there is anything wrong. Onako looked at him and asked with love in her eyes. Akagisa Matsueki chuckled and gently embraced her slender waist. I believe in your maintenance skills, no need to watch. Onako, who was originally shy by him, hurriedly stopped his hand when she heard it, blushing and said seriously, no, you must try, don't be careless. Next, she will face Konoha, and it is Konoha that has long dominated the first place in the ninja world. To be honest, she is actually very nervous. If the Sunin, the Hokage, and the Hokage's advisor were not on the battlefield in the Rain Country, she would never agree to come to this place. Even if the 3rd Kazekage promised to take her husband as his disciple and inherit the position of the 4th Kazekage. Seeing his wife's serious and earnest look, Akashi Songming quickly responded, okay, I'll try it now. As he said that, he let go of his hand around his wife's waist, and with a thought, 10 transparent chakra threads emerged from his 10 fingers. These threads were like tentacles, and soon connected with the 6 puppets. As his 10 fingers jumped, these puppets also underwent different changes, some opened their mouths, some shook their heads, some stretched their waists, and some flapped their wings to fly high. In an instant, they seemed to come alive and were no longer dead objects. 6 beasts surrounded a human-shaped puppet in the middle, giving a sense of one person driving 5 beasts. Well, it's very flexible, there's no sense of blockage, and each mechanical component can transmit force and chakra very well. Anaki, your maintenance skills are still as superb as before. Akashi Songming nodded and replied with a smile. That's good. Anaki nodded. Having been so well prepared, she has a lot of confidence in the next action. The other Sand Village ninjas looked at the 6 vivid puppets with envy in their eyes. Unlike other countries, puppets are one of the characteristics of Sand Village, equivalent to the status of Sharingan in Konoha. Becoming a puppeteer, not to mention other things, the welfare benefits alone are far more than normal ninjas. Once the puppets are formed into an army, the power will rise in a straight line. But it is too difficult to become a puppeteer. It doesn't mean that you can become a puppeteer by buying a puppet. This requires someone to guide you. You can't become a puppeteer by yourself. Without mentioning other things, the step of turning chakra into silk threads and connecting it to the outside of the body through the body has stumped 90% of the people in the Sand Village. This is just the initial stage. As we all know, people have limited fingers. It is not difficult for most puppeteers to control a puppet, but it is definitely not simple. And if you want to operate 2 puppets, the energy and chakra control required will increase exponentially. The further you go, the more difficult it will be. To become a jonin, you no longer use the physical control of chakra threads, but start to increase the puppeteer's spiritual will in the chakra, and finally reach the limit of the puppeteer, using one finger to control a puppet, and the puppet is also extremely flexible. After all, relying on the movement of one finger alone, it is impossible to command the puppet to make precise movements, which requires the help of the will of the operator. Through the chakra thread, transmit your will to the puppet, so as to control their activities. Therefore, puppeteers are difficult and precious. But the strength is real. Generally speaking, if you play one-on-one, it is very difficult for a puppet master to defeat a jonin. Because the puppet master will use 4 or more puppets to fight you. 4 against 1, ordinary jonin will suffer no matter how you think about it. The most important thing is that the puppet master is a poison expert. If you accidentally touch or bump into it, you can say goodbye to the world. When will we raid Konoha? Hanokiko asked. Her words made many people curiously prick up their ears. Only Akashi and Songming knew the action instructions, and they all listened to each other's instructions. Now that they have come to this place, to be honest, they are a little uneasy, but more of them are ecstatic. They have reached the border of Konoha, and the main force of Konoha village is all on the border of the Rain Country. They have a great possibility of breaking through Konoha. Plunder the wealth inside to make themselves and the village rich. Even if they are powerful at the negotiation table, it is not impossible to cut off a piece of Konoha. Look at this tree, look at this water, look at this air, take a breath, which one is not far better than their sand village? If they can conquer a piece of land, the sand village will definitely have a better life, and they will become heroes of sand village. Upon hearing this, AKA's Hina Songming also noticed the gazes of his companions, and the smile on his face faded and turned serious. We will start the action at 12 o'clock tonight. When we raid Konoha village, it will be around 5 in the morning. This is the time when people are most sleepy and tired. It is also the time when Konoha's defense is the most lax. We have a great chance to break into Konoha village. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they were extremely recognized for AKA's Hina Songming's action plan. This plan can be accomplished at a glance. However, they who have received professional training will not cheer at this time. Although there are companions secretly monitoring within a kilometer around to prevent being discovered. But it's always right to be careful. Akashi Songming looked at his men, whose faces were flushed red, but no one made a sound, and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of an ace unit, the discipline is impeccable. He continued, so it's best to bypass the border defense and sneak into Konoha village without anyone noticing. Don't alert the enemy. Even if you are discovered by the Konoha ninja, you must deal with them as soon as possible. If you can fight in a group, don't think about working alone, because we must never let the other party send out a distress signal. This is the most basic requirement. Can you do it? All the sand ninjas nodded in unison, and still no one spoke. Very good, next we just need to quickly capture the core area of Konoha. Some people control the elderly and children of the villagers, and pin down most of the Konoha ninjas, while the other part quickly packs up the valuables. We need to pick out the valuables that can be carried, such as ninjutsu, secret techniques, intelligence, etc. These are the first priority, and the rest are silver bills and the like. Akazaga Songming was still telling his men in detail about the action plan. It's not a big deal if they can't hear it from a distance, because they are the outermost members, and he is surrounded by the captains of each team. After he finished speaking, these captains had plenty of time to communicate with their teammates. After Fushiko glanced at her husband, she opened her mouth, but didn't ask in the end. Because she found that there were several people missing in the team. And when rushing to Konoha, they rested too much on the road, which felt like a waste of time. Konoha village is still peaceful. Compared with the core area of the Second World War, the Hidden Rain village, it's like two extremes. One is heaven, the other is hell. In heaven, the darkness is deep, and in hell, heaven is dazzling. Yahiko felt as if he was living in heaven. He looked at the meat, rice, vegetables, oil, and eyes in front of him. His eyes were full of hungry wolf-like eyes. Wow, there are more than we have. Uncle, are these all for us? Jiraiya crossed his arms, looked at them, and said with a smile, of course it's for you, don't worry, these are just a part, I still have more after you finish eating. Wow! Konan couldn't hold back anymore, and ran up directly, holding a pumpkin, rubbing it with happiness all over her face. This is the first time I've seen such a big pumpkin. Beside her, Yahiko had the same expression, hee. Now we don't have to go hungry. Looking at the two children's happy faces, Jiraiya showed a subtle guilt on his face and looked at the red-haired boy next to him. His eyes were covered by his bangs, and his expression could not be seen clearly. The child's parents were killed by their Konoha ninjas. That's why he made up his mind to take care of these three people first, at least to let them have the ability to survive. And because he didn't know whether these three people were spies from other ninja villages, he didn't want to take these three children to the Konoha camp. By the way, how did you appear in that place? Jiraiya asked curiously. Hearing this, the expressions of Yahiko and the other two froze for a moment. The three of them lowered their heads and didn't speak. Seeing this, Jiraiya thought that his words touched the three little ones' hearts, and he awkwardly wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. In the end, Konan still interrupted what he wanted to say. Actually, although we are orphans, we have food in the cave because of Yahiko, but... As he was talking, Konan couldn't continue, and Yahiko continued, but later, a group of Konoha ninjas found our hiding place and drove us out. As he spoke, his fists creaked, our food was also taken away by them. As a last resort, we came to the street and heard about the battle between the three of you and Hanzo, and how you escaped unscathed and won the title of Sunin, so we made up our minds to come to you. After the food was taken away, he deeply realized how uncomfortable it was to have no strength and even the ninja world looked down on you. Jiraiya's face turned ugly when he heard this. He subconsciously glanced at Nagato, another Konoha ninja. I will check this matter thoroughly. Is someone framing it, or does such garbage really exist? He thought solemnly. Chapter 209. In the camp of the Hidden Rock Village. Onoki looked at the intelligence in his hand, some of which were intercepted from the opposite side, and some were sent from the Konoha village. There were also spies they had planted in the Land of Rain. All of them were telling a fact. That is, the newly promoted 3 ninjas seemed to have not returned to the Konoha camp at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen got the information from somewhere, saying that the 3 ninjas were secretly detained by Hanzo. Whether it was for the relationship between master and apprentice or for the future of Konoha, the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had already rushed towards the direction of the Hidden Rain village with a stick. In the camp opposite them, only Danzo stayed. At this moment, he was withdrawing all the ninjas, trying to focus on defense and delay their Hidden Rock ninjas. Is the news accurate? He turned his head and asked a strong man beside him. The strong man was called Lao Zi. On the surface, he was a senior ninja of the Hidden Rock village. In fact, he had another identity, that is, the Jinchuriki of the Four-Tailed Son Goku. However, he is now of the same generation as Onoki, and because of his physical condition and the sealing technique plundered from the Land of Whirlpools, he can make good use of some of the power of the tailed beasts. When he was a teenager, he was sent to the battlefield by the Hidden Rock village to test the power of the tailed beasts. Although the process was tortuous, in terms of the result, he was already the best compared to the Jinchuriki of other ninja villages. Now he was sent to the battlefield again, just to test the effect of the power of the tailed beasts again. There is still a Jinchuriki left in the village. But that person is younger than Onoki and the others, so he was not allowed to go to the battlefield. However, under the strange eyes of his companions for many years, he developed a serious character, even more stubborn and obstinate than Onoki. This caused more people to dislike him even more. Even Onoki and him would often quarrel because they didn't like each other. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. Old Zi said, turning around and leaving without giving Onoki any face. This made the latter look very unhappy. It's really like a stinky stone in a toilet, stinky and hard. He was like raising a father. Over the years, he would do the orders he gave to him when he was happy, and it was useless to him if he was unhappy. So he didn't fight much these days. He has been doing his daily ascetic life. But maybe because he was used to it, Onoki quickly put down his anger and turned to ponder the information in his hand. If one piece of information is easy to say, it is very likely that it is a plan of Konoha. But when the information from 3 or even 4 parties is gathered together, the possibility of a conspiracy is not great. But it does not mean that there is no conspiracy. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't seem to be such a short-sighted person, and Danzo is even more of a troublemaker, with endless conspiracies and tricks. They might be plotting. The target is either Iwagakure or Sandagakure, but the possibility of Rangakure is greater. Because the 3 little guys in Konoha were indeed defeated by Hanzo. At that time, the overwhelming poisonous fog scared their spies and made them run away desperately. So no one saw the end. But according to the news from the spies inside the Rain Country, when Hanzo of the Salamander returned, his face was very calm. He only said one sentence, he called the 3 people Konoha Sunin. As for whether Orochimaru and the others were dead or alive, he did not mention it at all. But many people speculated that Hanzo let the 3 people go, but they were captured by the Rangakure ninja. Otherwise, why didn't they show up these days? Aren't they afraid that there would be problems with the Konoha camp? Oh, and why is the Konoha camp so calm, as if they are indifferent to this matter? Damn it, there is too little information to make an effective analysis. Let's wait and see. Nothing happened that day. No bloody incidents. Mirai was sleeping soundly, and he even dreamed of Hyagarika hugging his thighs and begging him to give her a big pussy. Then he was awakened by a shrill alarm, which scared him so much that he sat up instinctively. He had never heard this ringing sound before, but the moment he heard it, Mirai's heart skipped a beat. An extremely bad feeling emerged in his heart. What happened? He pulled open the curtains and looked out the window. At this moment, a transparent super-huge barrier was shining above Konoha. There was a word boundary in each of the 4 directions, which was emitting red light. And it was still flashing. Generally speaking, if a direction is invaded, the word boundary in that direct, for more novels, 38465, join, https://discord.gg/xxtcast, Ion will turn red. But if there are less than 10 people, it will not appear. But at this moment I can actually see it now. For a moment, the whole Konoha was wrapped in red, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. At this moment, he heard countless people jumping and shouting on the village building. Enemy attack! The ninjas of Sand Village have reached the gate of Konoha. Everyone, enter combat mode immediately. The whole village is on alert. Villagers immediately enter the shelter. All ninjas from the police department, the Anbu, and the patrol department, immediately go to the village entrance and the city wall for defense. The voices were getting louder and louder. Countless people were jumping on the rooftops, quickly conveying the instructions of the Konoha high level. And those who heard these words were all stunned. The people of Sand Village have reached the gate of Konoha, this. Isn't it that Sand Village is so brave? Just when Future was stunned, his door was opened from the outside with a snap. Wei Li was so scared that he pulled out the mad knife from the quilt and looked at the door in great astonishment. He thought that the people from the Sand Village had already attacked his home. But when the lights in the room came on, he saw that it was his parents at their door. At this moment, the two had changed out of their pajamas and put on combat equipment. Oh my god, are you so quick? You know, from the time the alarm sounded to now, it was only 30 seconds. What can be done in 30 seconds? It's only 6 times more than 5 seconds. As for the ninja who just shouted, they were the Night Watch ninjas. The two consultants did a good job in this regard. Although they were not capable enough, they were more than enough to defend the city. They could arrange people to keep an eye on Konoha's safety at all times. Son, stay at home. Your father and I will go to the village entrance to take a look. Mieko said while tying her forehead protector. At this moment, she was wearing the standard equipment of the Uchiha clan. Not to mention, her previous lazy state disappeared, and she became a heroic and beautiful woman. The hair was straightened again, and it was draped over her shoulders very smoothly. At this moment, it looked very elegant. Can I go with you? Wilai stood up, put on her shoes and socks in a few seconds, and asked. No, it's too dangerous. Mieko refused without saying a word. Instead, Dazwang retorted, no, let him go. Husband. Mieko was stunned, and her eyebrows were slightly frowned. You know how dangerous the battlefield is. Once he goes to the battlefield, we can't guarantee his safety at all. Although it is unknown how many people came to the Sand Village, it can be alarmed that the barrier appears and the village issues a level 1 command, so it is known that the visitors are definitely not ordinary people. The most important thing is that they have reached their doorsteps, but they have not received any news. This explains a lot of problems. Dezhuang turned around and looked at Mieko, his expression firm and serious. He said, Mieko, my son, no, our whole family, is already in the vortex. Since Orochimaru accepted Mirai as his apprentice, their family has entered the eyes of the top leaders, Uchiha, and other families. Although my son is still young, he is not young at all, and as a ninja, this day will come sooner or later. This time the attack of Sand Village may be an opportunity. Don't worry, I will follow, nothing will happen to my son. Mieko shook her head and wanted to persuade her again, but a hand pulled the corner of her clothes, attracting her attention. Seeing that they were all looking at her, Mirai showed a touch of confidence on her face. Mother, you have to believe me, I have the ability to protect myself and you. But... Seeing that Mieko wanted to persuade her again, Mirai closed her eyes. The consciousness directly turned on the 2 switches in his mind, no buts, because I said, I am such a son, a genius who has never been seen before and will never be seen again. As he said this, he suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes instantly turned red. Soon, the black pupil shrank, almost becoming a dot, and the other black turned into a comma. 1 Megatama Sharingan. Open. When it comes to parents, he will not hide the future, but just not tell them, but if they ask, he will not hide it. The couple. Fuck. Oh my god. Mieko covered her mouth in disbelief, and her eyes instantly burst into a scarlet light. She was so scared that she opened the Sharingan to calm down. The corners of Wilai's mouth rose. So now you believe that I have the strength, right? Good dong. It was very noisy outside, with noises coming and going everywhere, and even on the roof of Wilai's house, there would be trampling sounds from time to time. But these sounds could no longer attract the attention of the two people in the room. The two of them, everyone was so shocked that they looked at the future blankly. Mieko slowly squatted down, and her eyes were level with the future. You opened your eyes. Future nodded. Yes, it's a genuine Sharingan, just opened, and it's still warm. This can't be fake. A 7-year-old child has opened his eyes. This. How could I have given birth to an ancestor? Don't worry, I didn't lie to you. Future said, and began to control the comma in his eyes to rotate. After rotating for a while, he felt that it was not technically difficult to rotate in the same direction, so he controlled one comma to turn left and another to turn right. It even jumped up and down. Finally, it was fixed with one eye looking up and one eye looking down. Like a big idiot with an underdeveloped brain. You believe it now? Uchiha Dazwang also came back to his senses from his daze at this time, and he looked at the future with a strange expression. I thought I was good at pretending, but I didn't expect you to be better at pretending than me. You really deserve to be my son. Hehe. 1 Megatama. If this is 1 Megatama, I will suck all the toes of Mieko. This is clearly the pupil power fluctuation of 2 Megatama. Chapter 210. Dezhuang and his wife were both shocked. All the shocks they had experienced in their lives combined were not as great as tonight. Really? Even if their ancestor Uchiha Madara suddenly resurrected and cried and shouted that he wanted to be Hokage, they could both accept it calmly. Because the shock their son brought to them surpassed everything. At this time, Dezhuang was absent-mindedly listening to the order of the clan leader. And Mieko was on the way to the village entrance with her son. Driving quickly on the road, Mieko looked at her cub many times. He is so small and so cute. Look at his hair, long and beautiful. Look at his mouth, small and exquisite, still beautiful. Look at his eyes again, just two, no more and no less. Each one is naturally aligned left and right. By the way, look at his nostrils again, which are also symmetrical structures, and you can vaguely see the flying nose hair. So small, so cute. He was wearing women's clothes to go shopping last time, but why can he open his eyes suddenly? Who died? I haven't heard about it. I really don't understand. Soon the mother and son came to the entrance of the village. When the alarm sounded, the gate of Konoha was automatically closed. It was also to prevent people from attacking Konoha village from outside. Coincidentally, when Mirai arrived at the gate, he ran into Minato and Nawaka, who happened to be here. Mirai, aunt, here. Minato raised his hand and jumped in the crowd and shouted. Mieko's appearance is at the level of a village flower in the village. There is a saying that you can doubt the IQ of Uchiha, but you can't doubt their appearance. Even if they are ugly in a unique way. For example, Fugaku. In the eyes of most people, he has nothing to do with handsomeness, but in the eyes of some people, this is tough handsomeness. As soon as Mieko arrived here, many people couldn't help but glance at her. Even the tense and oppressive feeling of the sand village seemed to disappear after she came. Minato also noticed that there were many people around him, so he pulled rope tree, squeezed out of the crowd, and ran to Mirai and the others. Auntie, why are you here too? Minato asked curiously after he came to Mirai. To watch this little guy. Mieko answered subconsciously. After saying that, she looked at her cub, took a deep breath, and suppressed the shock in her heart. Now is not the time to be distracted. She looked at the two of them seriously. If you want to go out of the city to fight later, Auntie will not stop you, but you must remember that you can't leave Auntie's sight, okay? Although there is a person from the Senju clan here, my son told them before that there was a person named Senju Rope Tree who became a disciple of Orochimaru before him. Nowadays, the number of people in the Senju clan has declined greatly. No matter how much hatred there was between the two clans, it has been put aside for the time being. Of course, there is still some distance. That's why she calls herself aunt instead of aunt. Okay. Although Minato wanted to refute and say that he and others were very powerful, he felt that his aunt should be worried about the future, so he didn't say anything. I wonder if my aunt will be scared after knowing the future and our strength. Minato thought to himself. At this moment, Nawaki, who was standing aside, was like a quail seeing a cat when facing Mieko. He was very obedient. I don't know why, but he always felt that if he didn't please this beautiful aunt, he would definitely be in trouble in the future. Don't worry, aunt. We know our limits. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared at the door. Quiet. As soon as he appeared, he shouted a sentence loudly, making the noisy scene quiet immediately. Everyone looked at him involuntarily. Vitamin N was very satisfied with the attitude of the crowd. He said loudly, the Sand Village used paralysis toxins, puppet sneak attacks and many other methods to send about 1,000 soldiers from the river country to attack Konoha. The team was led by two famous people from the Sand Village, one was AKA's Hina Songming, and the other was his wife, AKA's Hina Honada Shiko. At least 20 of our people died at the hands of these two people. When you fight later, you can kill other people from the Sand Village. Don't be stubborn and go find them. The two will be killed by the captain of the Anbu. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone responded in unison. They are all ninjas, equivalent to the army. Many times, the rules of enforcing orders and prohibitions are engraved in their bones. Very good, then I ask you to annihilate all the 1,000 Sand Village at the entrance of the village, so that everyone in the ninja world knows that the Konoha is not so easy to beat. A dying patrol ninja sent back intelligence, describing the number of people as 1,000. Yes. Looking at the momentum of the crowd rising suddenly, Vitamin Yan nodded with satisfaction, and shouted to the two people behind him, open the door, all troops attack. Yes, open the door. The two guards immediately formed seals with their hands and quickly pressed them on the door. The next moment, the gate slowly opened outward. The ninja standing in the front immediately put his hands behind his back and took the lead to run out of the village. Within 100 meters, they saw a team of ninjas with different styles running towards the gate of Konoha. They wore scarves on their heads and covered their faces with cloth. The two ninjas who led them looked difficult to deal with. One controlled 6 puppets, and the other held a huge 3-star fan. There was no need to look, these people were the main force of Sand Village. When Akashi Songming saw the suddenly opened gate of Konoha, which was full of ninjas, his face suddenly darkened. So many people. It seems that the feint attack plan has failed. Before, they divided a team of 100 people to attack other places in Konoha, just to reduce the number of guards at the entrance of the village. Because on the way here, they noticed that Konoha's patrol intensity has increased a lot. Maybe they have guessed their whereabouts, so they came up with such a plan. Unfortunately, there are at least 500 ninjas here, and behind them, there are endless shadows approaching quickly. It really deserves to be the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. It can actually be protected by such a huge barrier. No wonder we were exposed. Anako looked at the huge boundary that was constantly flashing in the sky above Konoha, with a bitter look on her face. Anyway, although this surprise attack did not achieve the expected effect, it was not bad. And they still have a backup plan, so there is no need to worry. Looking at the Konoha people rushing towards her, her expression turned cold, and she immediately raised the 3-star fan, opened it to the maximum extent, and was about to swing it forward. She wanted to open up a path for the sand ninjas behind her. But before she could call out the name of the technique, her whole body froze. It was like it was frozen. The Akashi Songming beside her also seemed to be pricked by a needle, with his hair standing on end. He protected his wife behind him and looked at a certain place with a serious expression. It was a big tree. The tree was so big that 3 people might not be able to hug it together. There was a man standing on the top of the tree. He wore an Anbu ninja mask on his face and a short blade on his back. His white hair was extremely dazzling in the night. But if you don't pay attention, it seems that he will disappear at any time. Be careful, this is a master. White hair, short blade. This is a ninja called Konoha White Fang, be careful, he is very powerful. Although Hitaki Sakumo was known as White Fang at this time, he was not very famous. He still needed 2 heads to enhance his reputation. The couple quickly exchanged information and looked at Hitaki Sakumo solemnly. This guy's strength was even more terrifying than the intelligence. At this time, the village entrance had already started a battle. Mirai, Minato, and Nawaka looked at each other. He made a decision immediately. The 3 did not run to the village entrance, but jumped onto the wall next to them. The battle at the village entrance was the most intense. The 3 of them jumped in, not to mention the waves, not even a little ripple could be raised. Because the battlefield does not follow the rules, it will fight you one-on-one. The 3 people who had never been on the battlefield but knew the cruelty of the battlefield immediately decided to test the water from the outside first. Mieko was relieved when she saw this scene. Fortunately, the IQ of these 3 little guys was still online, and they did not follow the big army and howled towards. This made her feel much more at ease, and she immediately followed them. She didn't need to worry about this place for the time being, because she saw that the ninjas of the ninja clan had arrived one after another. After the three jumped onto the city wall, they found that the battle here was not easy. Although the barrier can sense the distribution of ninjas, it cannot form a protective shield to block these attacks. The main reason is that Konoha is too big. Just building a sensing barrier has consumed Konoha's huge property and materials. If a protection mechanism is added, I am afraid that only 1/10 of Konoha's finances will be completely emptied after opening it once. However, I think after this incident, the third generation will spend some time to make a defensive barrier. On the city wall, many sand ninjas have jumped up and followed the ninjas guarding the city wall to fight. Nowaze immediately stared at a sand ninja who looked easy to bully. He rushed up with a roar. After Mieko knocked down a few ninjas with illusion, other Konoha the ninja either captures or finishes off the enemy, while he follows the three little ones to prevent any accidents. Chapter 211. The sand ninja saw a child who was not afraid of him and rushed towards him with a roar. He snorted with disdain. If it was an adult, he might be on guard, but he could kill a kid with just one hand. After all, he had taught a lot of bad kids a lesson. He immediately threw a kunao and detonating talisman at Rope Tree. Seeing this, Rope Tree not only did not dodge, but also threw a kunao and knocked his kunao away. Let it explode in the distance. Seeing this, the sand ninja's face lit up. Wow, I met a genius. Geniuses carry a lot of good things. For example, he just killed a young man from a small family. From his ninja tool bag, he found not only a large number of ninja tools, excellent ninja swords, but also secret techniques. It can be said to be a wave of fat. He immediately rushed towards Rope Tree with a kunao, trying to kill Rope Tree with the physical fitness of the age difference. And it would not damage the treasure. Mirai looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. That sand ninja is also a fool, and his arrogance will kill him. Rasengan. Suddenly, he heard Minato's roar. Mirai and Mieko heard it and hurriedly looked towards Minato. They found that Minato had already approached the chest of a sand ninja, and a blue ball was pressed on the other's stomach by him. Under the illumination of the blue light, the mother and son could see that the eyes of the sand ninja bulged out directly, and the veil quickly stained with a blush. Bang! The next moment, the sand ninja flew backwards in a rotation. Seeing this scene, Mieko opened her mouth slightly. This. When did Minato become so strong? Why did I feel like the whole world had changed when I woke up one night? Not only did my son open his eyes, but even Minato had mastered such a high level of ninjutsu. By the way, she looked at Nowaze with a strange look on her face. The sand ninja opposite was also beaten by Nowaze with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and his bones were broken. Now he was foaming at the mouth and it seemed that he would not live long. Super strength fist? This is understandable. After all, Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, is the user of super strength fist. It seems reasonable that her brother can use it. Unexpectedly, the people of the Senju clan are still so strong. But when she thought of her son's abnormality, she was relieved again. The other Konoha ninjas were all shocked when they saw this scene. Is there such an awesome kid in their village? After dealing with the two, Nowaze and Minato returned to Mirai. The former clenched his fist and said in a puzzled way, "This sand ninja is too weak. He can't even take my 5 moves." This made Mirai look at him speechlessly. That was the stupid sand ninja who insisted on using physical skills to beat you. If he used ninjutsu, you would definitely have to use some limbs. Mieko hurriedly patted Mirai, "Speak properly, don't keep scolding me." "Oh." Rope Tree hurriedly retorted, "I'm not afraid of him even if he uses ninjutsu." This made several people roll their eyes at him. At this time, Minato spoke, "Mirai, the raise nan you developed for me is so useful. With his superb speed, he is like a big brother with one punch." Before Mieko could react, Mirai pulled out the mad knife from his mouth. "Next, it's my brother's time to show off." As he said, he aimed at a sand ninja. He rushed out immediately. Mieko looked at Minato with a complicated expression. If she had heard correctly just now. "Minato, you said that Mirai developed that technique for you just now." Hearing this, Minato replied happily, "Yes, Auntie, you don't know how perverted Mirai is." Speaking of Mirai, Noeki also had something to say. So the two of them talked about Mirai to the sky. Mieko was silent after hearing this. She always thought that her child was very strong, but there was always a limit. But how come it seems that she doesn't understand her son at all at the moment? This feeling of hiding is exactly the same as his dead father. In the field, the sand ninja just reacted, and a knife flashing with cold light slashed at him fiercely. Frightened, he quickly dodged and retreated. He saw the two boys kill his teammates in seconds just now. The good-looking man in front of him was definitely not a good person, so he didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that he was about to escape from his attack range, Wally sneered. My crazy knife is not so easy to dodge. The next moment, as his blade swung down, a 2-meter-high crescent sword chi was instantly swung out by him. It rushed towards the sand ninja at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, the sand ninja's expression changed drastically. Wind? Blade? How could it be? He is just a child, how could he perform this kind of ninjutsu? Although it feels different from the wind blade. But he knows one thing, whether it is a wind blade or not, he will die if he touches it. Without saying anything, he immediately made a seal. Seeing this scene in the future, the corners of his mouth rose a little. Substitution technique. I am also one of the substitution technique enthusiasts, after all, it is to save my life. But the substitution technique of the man in front of him seems not to be well practiced. With his eyesight, he can see a wooden stake in the distance, which moved slightly. He didn't even hide the substitute items. How confident is this? In less than a second, his sword chi split the sand ninja, but as expected, the next moment the sand ninja turned directly into 2 wooden stakes. Wally immediately turned his footsteps, and the downward slashing mad sword was lifted up. He swung out another sword chi, swinging it towards the place where the movement just occurred. The sand ninja only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, thinking that he had successfully escaped from danger, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt himself split apart. Wait, why am I split apart? Before he could think about it, he felt his brain flow out, and after a moment, he didn't even have any thoughts. So why did I split apart? When he swung out the second sword chi, Wally returned to everyone. It's strange, the sand ninjas here are all weak. Everyone. You call these chunin weak? If you want to solve one, you have to fight for hundreds of moves, then show a flaw, and then seize the opportunity to kill the opponent. If this is called weak, then you are, well, you are a loser. Mirai's words answered Minato's doubts. Indeed, I used 1 move, Mirai used 2, and Noeki, you used 5. Noeki, _. Well, actually you don't have to emphasize the moves. If I really get serious, I can kill the opponent with 1 punch. Minato ignored him and said to himself, among these 3 people, they are almost at the level of Chunin, and they are the weaker ones. After all, there are not many Jonin around. Logically speaking, even if it is a feint attack unit, it shouldn't be so weak. After hearing what he said, Noeki also reacted. He looked around, and the sand ninjas within his sight were indeed not very good. With his eyesight, he could see that the opponent's attacks were full of loopholes. It can be said that they are about the same as the genin who graduated from their ninja school 1 year ago. Very bad chunin. You mean, those strong people are performing other tasks? Future thought along his line of thought, touched his chin and said. Well, it should be a task that can turn the tables. Otherwise, the leader of these sand ninja is a reckless man. He would think that he can attack Konoha with a large army by feinting to attract the attention of the village. It's simply a fantasy. Rope Tree frowned and thought hard, what task would that be? Damn, I can't think of it. I feel like I'm going to grow a tumor. Future suddenly turned his head and looked at the place where the Hokage-yan was. Do you think they will hold the villagers hostage and let us give up resistance? As soon as this was said, the big and small were all stunned. They also hurriedly looked at the place where the Hokage-yan was. At first, it was a symbol of the Hokage protecting the villagers. Later, after a war, the village was beaten to the doorstep by the water and earth villages. The 3rd generation ordered to hollow out the interior of the Hokage-yan as a shelter to protect the villagers. Although this matter is confidential, the project is too large and it is hard to guarantee that it will not be known by spies from other ninja villages. Moreover, many villagers tonight, with the help of ninjas, quickly rushed to the Hokage. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a shelter there. Moreover, as long as the villagers are held hostage, Konoha will really be tied up. After thinking this through, Naoki suddenly became anxious. What are we waiting for? Let's go and have a look. Okay, let's go. Mirai stood up and said without delay. Minato immediately told the Konoha ninja who was rescued by him and was still a little confused what he and others thought of, and asked him to report this to the top management. If it is false, it's nothing, but if it is true, it's a big crisis. Okay. After the Konoha Chunin responded, he stared blankly at the four people running away. He didn't even move, and it was obvious that his brain was still short-circuited. Seeing this scene, someone beside him slapped him speechlessly. What are you standing there for? Go quickly, if this is true, we might be in danger. Right, why am I still standing there? This slap finally woke him up, and he hurriedly ran towards the Hokage building. Chapter 212. The three future kids, plus the babysitter Mieko, ran towards the Hokage Yan in a mighty manner. Because they were running on the city wall, the sand ninjas they met along the way were dealt with by the three of them if they could. As they met more sand ninjas they became more and more anxious, because the possibility of what future said was getting bigger and bigger. Although the sand ninjas here are very strong, they are all around Chunin, which may be tricky for the Konoha ninjas guarding the city. After all, there are many geniuses in the Naruto world, but there are more mediocre ninjas. Occasionally, one or two Jonin will be encountered, but at most they are at the ordinary Jonin level. When encountering these people, the future kids can only use a skill to interfere remotely, and his Konoha opponent will deal with them. They and others still honestly look for obstacles, and they are all Chunin sand ninjas. It can be said that the strength of the three future kids is indeed abnormal. Even after Minato graduated, he could easily solve the kidnapping of Kushina by himself. In the future, your guess may be true. Minato looked unhappy, and his face, which was originally full of sunshine and smile, was now covered with frost. Those who understand know that Minato is very enthusiastic and cheerful to his own people, just like the rising sun. But once they become his enemies, then this sunshine will become the scorching sun at noon, burning the enemy in full swing. This can be seen from his ruthless method of sending away several sand ninjas with a few rays nan. Well, the sand ninjas besieging the city wall are barely strong enough to hold back the Konoha ninjas on the city wall. With this little strength, it's okay to attack the river country, but if they face Konoha, they will not take Konoha seriously. With a few big jumps, Rope Tree directly passed the two people and rushed forward quickly. Stop talking, speed up. I hope we can make it in time. He was more anxious than anyone else. As the successor of the Will of Fire, he would not allow anyone to hurt the people of Konoha. Mirai and Minato looked at each other and decided not to care about these sand ninjas anymore, but to follow Rope Tree's pace. However, Mirai remembered Rope Tree's death not long ago, although it was not because of this incident, and the person who followed was his mother, not Orochimaru. But in order to prevent this unlucky guy who was the only one to be killed by the detonating talisman in the original work, Mirai still accelerated and surpassed him, and shouted loudly, I will fight in the front, you just help me pay attention to the left and right sides. Tisk. Nawaka curled his lips in dissatisfaction, he thought Mirai was here to steal the limelight. But now is not the time to argue with him, so he didn't say anything, but with a stinky face, he focused all his attention on the left. Although Uchiha Mirai is very perverted, at best, he is just a child of 7 or 8 years old. Forget it, I am a big man, so I won't argue with him. Mieko behind him opened her mouth, but finally chose to close it. In fact, in her opinion, it would be best for Minato, who is very flexible and responsive, to take the lead, but this was proposed by her son, and as a mother, she couldn't refute it. Just let him do it. But the three Megatama in her eyes were spinning wildly. Suddenly, Wallai suddenly stopped and looked at the bottom of the city wall. If he saw it right, he seemed to see a white color. That familiar tonnage looks like a person. Stop! Wallai hurriedly braked and shouted. Minato and Rope Tree landed on both sides of him, looking around very vigilantly. Did you find anything? Rope Tree asked. He admitted that his strength and brain were not as good as Uchiha Wallai, but he was persistent. Wallai suddenly stopped this time, and he thought he had encountered something. Minato just glanced at Wallai and didn't ask anything. Obviously, his idea was the same as Rope Tree. I saw a pair of very useful eyes. Wait for me. Wallai said, holding the mad knife, and jumped off the city wall. Under the city wall, there were two people fighting, one white and one grey, one tall and thin, and one short and fat. The white fat man was beaten back step by step, and it seemed that he was about to give up. The tall and thin man was ecstatic. I didn't expect to run into someone from the Hyga clan. If I catch you, I can get a lot of benefits. Even if he got a low-level ninjutsu, he would have made a profit. The sand village was really too poor. They had nothing and even had problems surviving. Hinata Reka was speechless. If there were no people around, she would have slapped him to death. Damn it, I have to lead him to a deserted place. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly heard a voice that made her speechless, coming from above. Uchiha. Style III/. The next moment, the sand ninja suddenly froze. The whole person revealed a strong disbelief. He tried his best to look back, his face full of unwillingness. You are shameless. You actually attacked me. I won't tell you. The next second, he burst open. His intestines, feces, and urine flowed all over the floor, revealing a beautiful boy with long flowing hair behind him. Uchiha Mirai, why are you everywhere? Hyga Rika stared at him helplessly with a pair of fake white eyes. She was planning not to contact Mirai, but she didn't expect this guy to be so lingering and meet him everywhere. Stop talking nonsense, follow me, we seem to be in big trouble. Mirai said, standing up and sheathing the mad sword. He immediately grabbed Hyga Rika's chubby little hand and jumped towards the high wall in a hurry. I won't leave, let me go. Hyga Rika struggled hurriedly, trying to break free from the hands of the future. But the future was very strong, and for a moment, she didn't break free. Of course, this was also the result of her not daring to use her strength. There were too many people here. Stop it. Seeing that she was so restless, the future was forced to remove most of the strength that could jump onto the wall in one breath because of her struggle. In desperation, he hurriedly landed on the wall and used tree climbing skills to fix himself on the wall. He pulled the falling Hyga Rika and said seriously, this time we really need your help. We suspect that the masters of the Sand Ninja are ready to attack the villagers in the shelter. But the distance is too far, and we don't have a sense of ninja, so we need your Byan to help. Hearing what the future said, Hyga Rika, who originally used both hands and even moved her mouth to bite him, was stunned for a moment. A trace of solemnity hung on her chubby face. What you said is true. Why would I lie to you? Of course it's true, so stop it and use your Byan to help us check. Although Hyga Rika was upset, she was not someone who didn't know the importance of things. She said seriously, okay, send me to the city wall first. When the other party said this, Mirai's face lit up. He immediately pulled hard and hugged Hyga Rika, and with a push of his feet, he came to the city wall. Minato and Nawake were already lying on the city wall and saw what happened below. Naturally, they also knew what Mirai was going to do. Hey! Nawake slapped Minato on the shoulder, overjoyed. Why didn't I think of finding a Hyga ninja to lead the way? Byan is the top perception eye, but it is what they need most at the moment. Apart from other things, Byan is the most suitable for finding that group of sand ninja strongmen and ensuring the safety of the shelter. Minato looked at him bitterly, I understand the truth, but why did you hit me? You are still so strong, not like Mirai at all, he is so gentle. The words behind were getting softer and softer, so that Mieko and the others could not hear clearly. But it doesn't matter, the important thing is that they are all waiting for the result of White Eyes. Mirai's princess hug made Hyga Rika feel extremely ashamed. In her mind was the roar of the system. What if it was a shame system? Hyga Rika would have punched Otsutsuki Kagaya and stepped on Uchiha Madara. Shut up, you rubbish! Hyga Rika cursed directly in her heart. This Tongzi kept making noises, and she couldn't concentrate. Tongzi! You are mean to me! Hyga Rika! Damn, this system is not needed anymore. If anyone transfers her 50 yuan, she will sell the system. Honesty is the key to success. Fortunately, Tongzi only said this, which made her ears quieter. She hurriedly stood up from Mirai's arms and tidied up her clothes that were almost exposed. Then she opened her Byan. She looked in the direction of the shelter. Rope Tree and the other two looked at her nervously, only Mieko looked at the actions between Mirai and Hyga Rika with an ant's smile. Little Mirai, you seem to treat her differently. This was the second time she saw the fat ball girl. And what surprised her most was that Mirai had always been a man who didn't like women, but this time he actually hugged this fat ball for the first time. Interesting. Thinking about it, she looked in the direction not far away, where there was a slight chakra fluctuation. Excluding the words of the people in the village, there was only one possibility. The group of sand ninjas were there, but she didn't say anything, but wanted to see what these three, no, now four little ones could do. Chapter 213. The three of them waited anxiously for what Hyagarika would say. But after Hyagarika looked at her for a long time, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This made the three people who were watching her expression feel anxious. Could it be that she has been held hostage? Noeka clenched his fists, his face full of anxiety. Don't worry, worrying won't solve the problem, it will make you restless. Minato comforted. At the same time, he glanced at Miyako from the corner of his eye. As far as I know, my aunt is not a cold-blooded person, and when my aunt took me to buy clothes before, I didn't see her having an affair with any villager. If there was a problem there, or if there had been a problem, my aunt wouldn't be so relaxed. By the way, as far as he knew, the Sharingan seemed to be able to see chakra. Thinking of this, he was immediately happy. Could it be that my aunt had already noticed where the group of people were? At this time, Hyagarika retracted her Byakugan, and she frowned and looked at the future and the others. No, everything is normal over there, and there are no other strangers around. After saying that, she finally looked at the future. Are you lying to me? The defense there is very strong, with more than a dozen jonin. There are two who make her feel palpitating, and one of the ninjas seems to have noticed her sight. No. Future and Rope Tree were stunned for a moment. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Rope Tree still recognized the ability of Byun. He looked at the future and joked, Future, it seems that you think too much. No is the best. Although Bai was worried, as long as nothing happened, thank God. Future rubbed his face. Could it be that he really guessed wrong? But the Sand Ninja sent so few people to attack Konoha, and they were not even as large as the scale sent during the Konoha collapse plan. Moreover, with so few people, wouldn't it be a joke to surprise Konoha? Are they here to deliver food? He looked at Hyagarika and asked again, look around, are there any strangers within 10 kilometers? Hyagarika. _ 10 kilometers. You really think highly of me. Recently, I have signed in one after another and made a lot of progress, but I have only reached 70% or 80%. The purity of Byun allows her to see so far, but why should she expose it? Mirai touched his nose awkwardly and looked at others a little embarrassed. He turned his head and didn't want to see Hyagarika's blaming eyes. Subconsciously shouted, Mom! Look for Mom if you have something to do, this is a universal rule in every world. They can't see it, maybe Mom has already found it. Miyako smiled and rubbed his head, shook her head and said, Don't look at Mom, Mom, I'm always by your side, how can I see anything? Mirai. Okay. It seems that I can't count on it. Minato asked a key question, what should we do now? He glanced at Miyako quietly. The latter still looked at them with a smile, unmoved. This made Minato embarrassed. Did his aunt notice his little thoughts? After thinking for a while, Mirai looked around. Then let's guard the wall and slowly move towards that side. It's good if nothing happens. If something happens, we can also help a little. Okay. Mirai's words were recognized by a group of friends. Especially Noeki, clenched his fists, let out a strange cry, and rushed forward. And the sand ninja who was targeted by him had a slight twitch on his face. Are all the children of Konoha so brave? Mirai and Minato also found their opponents, and only the big and small flowers were left in the field. The little one was about to walk away. In short, she didn't want to expose herself, but unexpectedly, a slender hand held her wrist. Looking back, she was stunned. Why was Uchiha Mirai's mother holding her hand? They were not that familiar with each other. She quickly showed an innocent smile and tried to break free from her hand. Auntie, I want to go home. The implication was, let me go. I don't want to stay here. Don't, little friend, you are a friend of the future, Auntie will take good care of you and won't let you get hurt. Miyako said with a gentle smile. Then she took Hinata Reka and approached Hokage Yan. The latter's face was bitter. The little one was disgusting, and the big one was so domineering. Damn Uchiha! But Auntie, I'm afraid. Her face just showed the fear of a child seeing a big stick. Miyako felt pity. Don't be afraid, it's safest to be with Auntie. Miyako said, as if to prove the credibility of her words, she immediately took out 6 kunao and threw them casually. The next moment, countless collisions sounded. While a sand ninja was confused, he was taken away by a kunao. Look, Auntie said she could protect you. Hinata Reka, ... It's just a genin, if it were me, I could kill him instantly. Mieko seemed to have noticed the other party's thoughts, she smiled and shook her head, let's go, we can't be too far away from them. As she said, she took Hinata Reka's hand and chased after them in the future. Hinata Reka saw that she couldn't beat the other party, so she just followed. But it's better this way, she doesn't have to expose her strength. Not to mention the instructions of the main family. Okay, Auntie. After a while, Hyagarika discovered a strange phenomenon, that is, anyone who was seen by Mieko. All of them would become dazed. It was as if the area within 30 meters around her was a territory where even God would have to hand over a cigarette before he dared to leave. If the sand ninja was stunned for a moment, he would be controlled or killed by the Konoha ninja. Sharingan. It's really a terrifying power. Although she could feel the release of the pupil power, this pupil power was very ethereal, so she couldn't see the beginning and the end at all. And the three future brothers were slightly exhausted at this moment. Especially Minato, he used the Rasengan the most, followed by the kunao. It is estimated that at least 10 sand ninja died at his hands. The later he got to the end, the more he found that the sand ninja, who he could kill with just one move, often needed 2 moves, or more at this moment. This is not because the sand ninja has become stronger. But, my speed, has slowed down? Mirai also noticed the change in the situation. Although he was holding a mad sword, he only needed to swing the sword chi and use sword moves. But with so many sand ninjas, even if they were chopping carrots and vegetables, after chopping for so long, anyone would have backaches. In the whole scene, the only one who was full of energy seemed to be the guy named Rope Tree. Although he needed 3 punches and 2 kicks to deal with an ordinary, unremarkable sand village chunin before, until now, he still needed 3 punches and 2 kicks. These sand ninjas, in addition to ninjutsu, seemed to have practiced taijutsu. Come to think of it, it is impossible to survive in such a harsh desert environment without a strong physique. As a last resort, Mirai and Minato withdrew and no longer helped those Konoha ninjas to deal with the sand ninjas. Minato's breathing was a little rapid. He glanced at Mirai and found that there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. I couldn't help but joked, Mirai, you are too weak. Hearing this, Hyagarika nodded in agreement. This guy is a little pervert, and he must have done a lot of dirty things in secret. He has kidney deficiency for sure. Mirai glanced at Minato speechlessly, pointed at the sweat on his forehead, and asked unhappily, then you are weaker than me. Shenshu watched the 2 guys retreat. After he dealt with the enemy, he didn't want to fight anymore, and directly withdrew. You 2 kidney deficient guys, stop talking, we are close to the Hokage, what should we do now? Mirai and his friends fought and had walked 2 kilometers, and were now on the city wall below the Hokage. Rika, help us look. Mirai shouted to Hyagarika, who was led by her mother. Hearing Mirai's shout, Hyagarika's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Don't call me that, I don't know you. Future waved his hand nonchalantly and said, those are not important, just take a look first. Hinata Rika, eyes closed face, although she was angry, she still opened her bun obediently. On the way here, she opened her bun and scanned 3 times. Each time, she found nothing. She thought this time would be the same as before. But this time, she looked for an extra long time. The more she looked, the tighter her brows were, which made the 3 brothers in the future feel nervous. Seeing this, Mieko, who had been paying attention to all this, raised her pretty mouth slightly. It seems that the barrier of the sand village is almost at its limit. Before, she could see the chakra reaction, which should be generated when the barrier was opened, and then the fluctuation disappeared. And at this moment, she could also vaguely see something strange with the power of Sharingan. The Bun, whose insight power is higher than that of Sharingan, must have seen something strange even though Rika is still young. Chapter 214. Is there anything unusual? Mirai walked forward and asked. Hyagarika stared with her eyes bulging with veins, and pointed in the direction she saw. There is something strange in that place, as if there is some membrane that covers the scene inside. Hey! What do you mean? Noeki asked puzzled. As far as he knows, the Bun can see the scene several kilometers away, even if there are trees blocking it, it can see through it. If you want to ask him why it is so clear, ahem. See-through, you know. What can cover the see-through ability of the Bun? I don't know, it seems to be a thin film. Hyagarika gradually had a guess in her heart. This may be a barrier, but it is not the barrier inside Konoha, so she is a little unfamiliar. And even if it is a barrier inside Konoha, she has rarely seen it. After all, there are regulations in Konoha village that restrict the Hyaga from using the bun. Over the years, because of the Uchiha in the front, the villagers' attention has mostly been focused on the Uchiha. If there were no Uchiha, it is not impossible that the Hyaga clan would be driven to the edge by the villagers because of the ability of the bun. Mirai had a general idea in his mind, and he asked, "Is it moving?" Minato's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, as long as that thing moves, it proves that someone is controlling it. Then it is most likely the group of sand ninjas who want to launch a sneak attack. Hearing this, Hyagarika held her breath and looked carefully. That thing is very strange. The sight she looked at seemed to be through it, similar to the surrounding environment. But in that area, there is always a sense of disharmony. Mirai's words made her eyes brighten. Sure enough, as long as she looked at the edge of the disharmony, she soon saw something strange. Yes, it is moving at a speed of 1 meter per second, but because the area that makes me feel uncomfortable is too large, I will ignore its movement trajectory. Hyagarika told the future and others what she saw. Hearing this, the three little ones all frowned, even the future did the same. What he least wanted was for his guess to come true. We must stop them. Rope Tree took the lead in expressing his opinion, and Minato had the same expression. At this time, some of the surrounding Konoha ninjas gathered around. They looked at the three little guys, their eyes full of relief and admiration, confusion and puzzlement and other complex emotions. The sand ninja that they and others felt was difficult was actually solved by the three little guys. They heard what they said before, so they did not approach rashly. But listening to the little fat man, it seems that they have discovered something bad. This time, the ninjas guarding the city couldn't hold back. Little boy, what are you talking about? Is there something wrong with that place? An ordinary, plain, and featureless Konoha Chunin came out and asked Mirai. Of the three little guys, this kid seemed to be the main one, while the beautiful girl next to him looked more like a nanny. Mirai looked at the ninja who was asking him, and saw that the other ninjas were also looking at him with doubtful eyes. He said in a deep voice, "It's a big deal. A group of sand ninja masters bypassed the city wall and are preparing to break into Konoha from the Hokage's face. They want to hold the villagers hostage and force us to surrender." What? A stone caused 1,000 waves. There are more than a dozen Konoha ninjas here, and they all look at Mirai in a daze. Is this guy talking nonsense? Seeing the confused expressions of these guys, Rope Tree can understand. If it were him, he would probably not be much better than them. He stepped forward, pointed at the clan emblem on his clothes, and said seriously, "I am the young master of the Senju clan, Senju no Waki. I guarantee this in the name of Senju that this is true. Please, one of you go to the Hokage building and report this to the top management. If the ninjas of the Sand Village really take all the villagers hostage, we will be afraid to act rashly and become pigs and dogs that the Sand Ninja can slaughter at will." Although people have been sent before, there was no evidence that time, but there is this time. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. They didn't notice it just now, mainly because it was dark at night. With only the brightness of lights and moonlight, it was impossible to see the specific characteristics of these people. At first, some people thought that the Sand Ninja used the transformation technique to try to mix into their team. But seeing that the other party killed the Sand Ninja so cruelly, this idea was broken. One of them stepped forward and asked with an unusually solemn look, "Are you telling the truth?" They were still a little unbelievable, especially when these words came from a few children speak it out. Seeing this, Walai grabbed Shenshu who wanted to say something. He pointed to his family emblem and said, "I am a genius of Uchiha. My father, Uchiha Dazwang, is currently working in the police department. I also guarantee in the name of Uchiha that this is true." After speaking, he looked around. "The relationship between Senju and Uchiha, I believe you know better than us. It is impossible for our two families to unite and deceive you." This. For a while, the actions of Walai and Shenshu made everyone stunned. Senju and Uchiha are mortal enemies. Even the dogs in the village know this. But they suddenly appeared together and made the same decision, so the possibility of deceiving them was infinitely reduced. "I understand. The person who asked just now should be the captain here." After he responded, he turned around and called two people. "Ishii Shwet, Ishii Hai, you two brothers are the fastest here. You must report this to the two consultants in the shortest time. The name sounds like brothers. Sure enough, as the captain's words fell, two tall and thin people stood up in the crowd. After responding, they ran towards the Hokage office building without saying a word. Looking at the backs of the brothers leaving, everyone felt slightly relieved for a moment. I hope we can catch up. I have something I don't know whether to say it or not. Hyagarika looked at them like this, thought about it, and asked. Go ahead. Mirai looked at him and frowned slightly. His intuition told him that what Hyagarika said was not a good thing. The direction they are moving is our side. Hyagarika pointed to the corner of the wall below and said weakly. What? The three little ones were stunned. Even the remaining ninjas guarding the city looked exciting. To be able to be a surprise attack team in a surprise attack force, there is no need to guess their strength, they are absolutely amazing. And they actually aimed at their direction for a surprise attack. Damn it, how unlucky I am. Hyagarika continued, originally, looking at their route, they should have attacked from above the Hokage. I don't know if there was a problem with the barrier covering them, or if they changed their minds temporarily. Anyway, they turned a corner and ran towards this side, and their speed increased a lot. It is estimated that they will be under the corner of the wall in a minute. The three people in the future hurriedly gathered at the wall and looked outside the village. Their expressions were unusually heavy. Although the night was dark and they could not see anything clearly, the three people always had a feeling that a prehistoric beast was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack them. What should I do? Minato's little face was unprecedentedly solemn. He could already feel the calmness in the jungle. This is a sign of the coming storm. Fuck them. Rope Tree said without saying anything and directly put forward his idea. How much chakra do you have left? Mirai asked seriously. Minato shook his head, regretting that he had wasted too much before. Not much, only half of the usual amount. I have a little more, about 70% left. Noeki replied. He used less ninjutsu, but Super Strength Fist used more chakra. Is that so? Mirai touched his chin and pondered for a moment. After a few seconds, he looked behind him. He found that some of the ninjas began to set traps, some ate soldiers' food pills to restore chakra, and some shouted for reinforcements in the distance. Although the expression on my mother's face was solemn, if you look closely, you can find that she is not as serious as you imagined. Although I have not seen my mother's full strength, as the school belle of the year, and a school belle with both beauty and strength, and the owner of 3 Megatama, I think her strength is far beyond the Jonin, perhaps at the elite level. Since she did not let herself and others evacuate, then I think this group of sand ninjas should not be strong. At least my mom is sure. Thinking of this, he seemed to be a little excited. I have a bold idea. He suddenly turned his head and looked at his two best friends and said. With just one glance, Minato saw his inner thoughts from Mirai's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. For your bold idea, I have a mature suggestion. At this time, don't play dumb. Rope Tree looked at them bitterly. I often feel inferior because I am not smart enough. Chapter 215. Don't forget, there's me. Just as Rope Tree was confused, a clear and pleasant voice came from the village. In the blink of an eye, a red-haired girl appeared beside them. Kushina. Why are you here? Rope Tree's face suddenly changed, he quickly stepped forward and looked at Kushina. This is not the place you should come, be obedient, go back quickly. Kushina knew what he was worried about, and her heart was slightly bitter. It turns out that in Brother Rope Tree's heart, I am not as important as the nine-tailed fox. However, this emotion only flashed in her heart, and soon she showed a confident smile. Hehe, it was Grandma Mito who asked me to come. Rope Tree was stunned, he looked at Kushina blankly. What? Grandma Mito asked you to come. He repeated it again in disbelief. Well, Grandma said you are here, and here needs my help, so I came. Kushina said, looking in the direction of the Whirlpool Tower, with a complicated expression. Grandma is not like Brother Noeki. Since it was Uzumaki Mito's decision, Noeki couldn't say anything. And Kushina also knew that time was running out, she immediately bit her finger, made a seal, and slapped the ground. Spiritual summoning technique. The next moment, a slug 4 or 5 meters high was summoned by her. Slug Senior, please split into small individuals and help them restore their chakra. The slug's soft voice sounded. Okay, no problem. In a moment, it seemed to disintegrate, and countless small slugs larger than the palm of the hand split from its body. Seeing this scene, Mirai and Minato showed joy on their faces. Kushina, we need people like you here. Minato took 2 steps forward, scratched the back of his head, and looked at Kushina with a happy face. Kushina, you helped us a lot this time. Hearing this, Kushina was delighted. She secretly glanced at someone, raised her lips and said, "Right, I said you need me here." While speaking, several slugs climbed up their shoulders along their trouser legs. In an instant, the future only felt a little more relaxed, and a special gentle force, like water and mist, warmed their bodies. They were happy, and naturally some people were panicked. What is this? Slug, don't come over. Hearing the chaotic voices of the crowd, the future turned around and found that there were several ninjas who didn't know what was going on, all driving away the slugs to prevent them from approaching. Minato quickly persuaded, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This is Tsunade-sama's summoned beast, named Slug, which has extremely strong healing and recovery abilities." Tsunade-sama. It's the medical master, Senju Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. Why did this little girl summon her summoned beast? Okay, you still think it's not embarrassing enough, don't waste time, these summoned beasts won't hurt you, the most important thing now is to seize the time to recover, don't wait to die in the hands of the opponent because of exhaustion, it will be funny. The captain of the Chunin scolded. He was a little speechless, what kind of people are his subordinates, they look like they have never seen the world. Besides, these 3 little ones didn't resist, but took the initiative to hold the slug on their shoulders, and they, the adults, were like children, resisting incomparably. Shame, it's really shameful. As he said that, he squatted down and put a slug on his shoulder, imitating their future behavior. The next second, his eyes lit up. Oh my god, so awesome! Hehe, thank you for the compliment. The little slug on his shoulder made a girlish voice. It sounded like E's heart. Excuse me, are you girls? The little slug looked at him with its antennae and asked in confusion, "Can't you hear my voice?" I can hear it, right." When he saw that such a sticky thing could make such a beautiful and moving sound, he was exhausted and couldn't lift it up. Forget it, it's nothing. After being scolded by the captain, the other adults also saw the people who were stuck by the slugs and moaned with satisfaction. So the few who had resisted the most before, gritted their teeth, and stiffened their bodies to let the slug climb onto their shoulders. Then they knew why their teammates showed that expression. Degree oh degree, W. Oh my god, is it so magical? My chakra has recovered. This feels much better than the soldier's pills. My injuries are also beginning to show signs of recovery. I'm sorry, I admit that my attitude just now was wrong, Master Slug, I apologize to you. No. The slug replied hurriedly. When the slug's soft voice was heard, the people who had driven the slug away before suddenly felt guilty. I'm really damned. But after a moment, they showed satisfied expressions again. Oh my god! It smells so good. Kushina looked at the 50 or so slugs, and found the people who needed treatment one by one. She relaxed. It's a pity that I don't know Tsunade's healing technique. Otherwise, I can quickly heal their injuries by cooperating with these slugs. Minato looked at Kushina, comforting her like a little son. Kushina, you've done a good job. We were worried about the chakra before. I'm glad you can help. Kushina replied with a smile. Among the group, Minato was the best to her, licking her and protecting her every day. She was not a lazy snake, and she would be warmed up. At this time, Mieko led Hyagarika to the future. There was no slug on her shoulder because she had never tried it, and she was afraid of sticky bugs. Looking at the 4 little ones, she said seriously, "It will be dangerous later. You really can't leave my sight this time, understand?" Nosuke nodded and responded, "Okay auntie." At this time, Kushina noticed that Hyagarika did not let the slug crawl on her body, but gave the slug to others. So she advised, You don't have to resist so much, the slug senior has no ill intentions, and can also help you recover your chakra and injuries." She thought that Hyagarika saw that the slugs were slugs, so she would instinctively resist. Hyagarika hurriedly waved her hands and explained, No, it's not what you think. I am just weak, and I was protected by Aunt Mieko before, so I was not injured. So these slugs should be left to those who need them more than me. How dare I let it lie on me? Who knows if it will see through its disguise? This. Kushina looked into the distance, where there were still many injured people waiting for rescue. Her strength was limited, and the extra chakra was used to maintain the seal. Being able to summon a slug nearly 5 meters long was already at the limit of not affecting her next battle and maintaining the seal. Of course, if possible, she might be able to use some of the Nine Tails chakra, but in that case, given her own state, she would probably be eroded by the hatred in the chakra. She couldn't help but look at Hinata Reka, with a look of intimacy in her eyes. You are such a good person. After hearing this, Mirai looked at them speechlessly. The friendship between girls is so fucking weird. He knew clearly that Rika was just afraid that her secret would be exposed, and she would never be as high-end as she said. What a good pretender. He curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. Miyako was right beside him. Minato and the others were far away and didn't hear it, but she heard it and her eyes immediately raised. Good guy, Dezhuang is good at pretending, and his son is also good at pretending. But thinking that his son was the result of her and Dezhuang's accidental birth, it is acceptable. Now even the daughter-in-law that Dezhuang found is a pretender. It's really not a family, it's not the same door. She and her daughter Honghong are the only ones in the family who are very real and don't pretend. Gradually, those with sensitive perception stopped talking and stared at the dense forest. Although they couldn't see anything, their intuition told them that there was danger there. Sure enough, the captain and the others were at the front door, attracting a large number of Konoha ninjas, and the defense here is very weak. A leading sand ninja spoke in a deep voice. There were 3 people behind him, transmitting chakra to a magical lamp-like treasure. This was the treasure that concealed their whereabouts. It was a pity that it was only a one-time use. Therefore, he was not worried that the sound of his voice would expose the location of himself and others. Captain, the ninjas here seem to have discovered us. It doesn't matter, if they have discovered us, we have already reached the corner, and we can deal with these ninjas in the blink of an eye. Then raid the shelter and take the hostages inside. At that time, we can threaten the Konoha ninjas and make the captain and his men come in. The captain is right. But you all listen to me, you must be careful, and do your best, don't be careless, since they can deal with the first batch of feint attack teams, their strength must be good. As he said this, he looked towards the corner, where there were scattered sand ninjas. In fact, all of them, the captains, knew that there was a core secret to this operation. That was to let these old sand ninjas who were still middle and lower ninja, come to die. After all, one more person means one more mouth to feed. After all these ninjas are gone, they can implement the elite plan in the sand village. With limited resources, they can only train ninjas who can become elites. So this time, the sand ninjas will be dispersed to besiege the city wall. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to concentrate on besieging one point? Of course, there is another benefit to doing this, which is to expand the defense area of Konoha. It can increase the workload of the commander invisibly. If one place is breached, it will be even better. After all, these sand ninjas are treated as abandoned pawns. Using their lives to exchange for advantages, they will not suffer any loss no matter how you think about it. Chapter 216. Captain, what should we do next? Someone suddenly asked in the dense forest. This made the people around them prick up their ears involuntarily. Next. The leader pondered for a moment, then said, let's let the puppets rush first. 10 minutes later, you all follow up in groups of 3. Try not to fight them one-on-one. If you can fight in a group, fight shoulder to shoulder. We are entrusted by Captain Akashi, and we can't waste troops and time. As he said this, he looked towards the direction of the Konoha gate, his face sank. At this moment, the captain didn't even enter the door, obviously he encountered an extremely difficult enemy. Yes, Konoha is the largest ninja village in the ninja world. Without a backup plan, how can the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to go to the front line at ease? And this is outside Konoha village after all, they don't worry about letting the ninjas who protect them leave their side. Yes. Everyone agreed and expressed their approval of the captain's words. Okay, if we delay, something bad will happen. Let's attack now. Just follow me. Understood. After saying that, the captain took out a scroll and spread it out, then injected chakra into it. Bang, bang, bang. After 4 consecutive smoke explosions, the next moment, 4 puppets immediately appeared in front of everyone. These 4 puppets have different shapes, some are human, some are beasts, and even a ball. It's a pity that this treasure can only last here. If it can last until the Hokage, my chances will be greater. It may be affected by Konoha's barrier. But it doesn't matter, it's the same here. Attack! He retracted his sight and shouted. In an instant, countless sounds came from the dense forest. Professionals heard it and understood that it was the creaking sound produced by the puppets when they moved. For example, Mieko. After hearing this strange voice, her face changed, and she came to the front of the future in an instant, protecting everyone behind her. Staring at the dense forest with a solemn expression, she said in a deep voice, "This is the sound of puppets. It sounds quite a lot. It should be the Sand Ninja puppet unit that has become famous recently. I didn't expect that the Sand Ninja village would actually send the ace troops. It seems that they are determined to break through Konoha." After Mieko finished speaking, she glanced at the future. "Son, Mom may not be able to take care of you next. You 5 must unite and face the enemy together. Don't get separated." The faces of the future people were extremely solemn, especially Minato and Future. As the people who knew Mieko best, they had never seen such a serious expression in Mieko's expression. Future took a step forward and looked at the black shadow that had flown out of the dense forest like a locust passing through. He hurriedly spit out a knife. Sent it in front of Mieko. "Mom, take this, this is the blood drink, it will definitely help you." Even his mother felt it was difficult, this army was really dangerous. At this moment, he even had a little regret in his heart, he shouldn't be so stubborn and want to stay here to help. He even had the idea of killing this team, which now seemed ridiculous. Damn, the previous battle was too easy, plus Kushina's support, so that we all started to look down on others and become arrogant. Mieko raised her eyes and looked at the blood drink handed over, which was the Chakra Ninja sword that Hong Hong gave to the future. Then she gave up using her original sword. Well, Mom won't be polite. She was not hypocritical. This sword was a chakra sword, and it was indeed a bit of a waste of talent for the future. And his chakra amount was not enough to fully exert the full power of this sword. Just as the mother and son finished all this, the black shadow under the city wall had jumped onto the city wall. Seeing someone trying to fight in close combat, Hyagarika hurriedly shouted, "These are puppets, they are full of traps and poisons, don't fight in close combat. The people below should be using a treasure that can block perception." Herbyun only saw the puppets suddenly appearing from the place where she felt uncomfortable. When she wanted to remind them, it was too late. Several Konoha ninjas didn't stop for a while. After the fists, feet, and ninja tools hit the black shadows, these black shadows did not cause blood and flesh to fly as imagined, but it was like attacking fine steel. It made their arms numb. Before these people were horrified and wanted to withdraw quickly, the next second, they felt their bodies pierced by something. In an instant, strength and life quickly passed away, and before they even had time to say their last words, their entire consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. It's a puppet. Everyone, pay attention, don't get entangled with the puppet, and be sure to find the puppeteer's body. The captain, he shouted hurriedly. At the same time, the Konoha ninjas who had already dealt with the enemy in other parts of the city wall quickly came to support this side. In the dense forest, the leader of this group of sand ninjas looked at the scene on the city wall with a trace of disdain on his face. Want to find a puppeteer? Ridiculous. Who doesn't know that our puppeteers are most afraid of death? You guys, you must keep the treasure running, and you don't have to worry about other things. Understood, Captain Kuroki. The 3 sand ninjas responded hurriedly. They are not puppeteers, but they can provide chakra for the treasure to open the barrier. Well, this way you won't be afraid of being found by the sensing ninjas. Kuroki nodded, then looked at the city wall, and his fingers began to dance quickly. On the city wall, Mieko soon noticed that the actions of 4 puppets in the puppet army were very mysterious. They seemed to be controlled by one person at the same time, and they could cooperate closely with each other. 4 puppets, the elites among the sand ninjas. Thinking of this, she drew out the blood drink and fell to the bottom of the city wall. To fight a puppeteer, you must find the puppeteer's body, otherwise you will fall into a passive position. It is easy to be taken away by the opponent's puppets. Attention, there is a puppet on the left that wants to break through the defense line and go around behind us. At this time, Hyagarika shouted loudly and reported everything she saw to her teammates. She was here and couldn't do it without working hard. Just be the eyes of everyone. Hearing this, several Konoha ninjas immediately stopped the puppets. Mirai drew out the mad sword, looked at the puppets rushing towards him, and rushed out immediately. His speed was not as fast as Minato, but after a short recovery, his strength recovered to about 80%. It was all because he was too wasteful before. He suffered a small loss. He must pay attention to this in the future. It is best to use the least effort to exchange for the greatest benefit. Rope Tree and Minato also faced a puppet each. However, if you look closely, you can find that they are all centered on Hyagarika and have not strayed too far from her. And Kushina is guarding Hyagarika. Now Byan is their eyes, and they must always keep a close eye on each other's tracks. The humanoid puppet in front of the future. The face is dull, and the word kill is written on the head. There is a rapidly rotating gear tool on each arm. It seems that in addition to providing a means of attack, this thing also increases the power of flight. It makes its speed several times faster than the same type of puppets. It is the first puppet to rush to the front among the puppets attacking the future. The future stared at the puppet and began to think about the weaknesses of the puppeteer. In addition to the weakness of the puppeteer's body, the chakra line that drives the puppet to move is also one of the weaknesses. Naruto had used the chakra knife to cut off the chakra line that Lushan used to control the puppet soldiers. The chakra knife is not easy to use. Fortunately, I have something sharper than it. After saying this, the future drew out the wild knife and stood it at his side, and quickly squatted down to complete the charging. I haven't used this trick for a long time. I wonder if my hands are rusty. By the way, since the last time he was addicted to the knife, he wanted to find an opportunity to quit the knife addiction. After all, people can't be controlled by the knife. But because there was no time, this matter was delayed. Now that he has held the wild knife again, he feels much calmer. It's like Sage mode. And I don't know if it's a psychological effect, he feels that the wild knife is much more convenient than before. For example, he wanted to cut off the wings of a mosquito with one knife before, but he might also cut off its legs. But this time, he feels that it won't happen. Secret technique swallow return. The next moment, Mirai seemed to be in a trance. But he quickly returned to his original state, as if he had not moved. Others might think it was an illusion, but Minato, Mieko, and Hyagarika's faces suddenly changed slightly. So fast. Mirai's move is more skillful than before. The two children were just shocked and delighted. And Mieko, who was under the city wall, was moved. Even though she didn't walk far away, she was secretly looking at her child. By the way, is this still her child? Why does it feel like he has become a different person these days? It's as if the mysterious power hidden in his body has awakened? Could it be the Sharingan? No, that's not right. The Sharingan is not so perverted. In other words, her scarlet eyes narrowed slightly, which means that in addition to the Sharingan, he has another mysterious power, and this power opened his eyes. If this is the case, then many things can be explained. Chapter 217. The future seemed to move, but it didn't. However, the human flying puppet that attacked him was now frozen in mid-air. The future didn't cut it directly. Because it was unrealistic, the shells of these puppets were too hard. He had seen with his own eyes that even the first batch of dead Konoha ninjas could not break their shells. How many pounds of muscle could he have with his small arms and legs? So his swallow return secret technique was just to cut off the chakra line with the mad knife attached to his will. The chakra line that controls the puppet cannot be seen by the naked eye, but it can be guessed. In class, Mr. Kamimura said that the straight line is the shortest distance, and the same is true for chakra lines. So in a short moment, the future flashed behind the puppet and chopped it twice in a row. The fact was just as he thought, and there was something behind the puppet that was cut off by him. That should be the puppeteer, the chakra line that controls the puppet's actions. Hinata Reka looked at the future, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and warned, "Be careful, the chakra line is about to connect." Byakugan, Sharingan, and other special eyes can see the chakra line. This guy is a pervert, and a cheap guy. But she needs this guy's combat power now, otherwise, she will be in trouble. That's right, I just need him to help me deal with these puppet masters, I don't have any other ideas. After hearing this, the future did not think about it and stepped back again. The puppet still did not move. If Hinata Reka didn't lie to me, then it will take a long time to reconnect the chakra line. Thinking of this, the future had an idea in his mind. He avoided the attack of several puppets again. The horror of these puppets lies in the unpredictable poisonous fog of the mechanism. But I don't know if God is helping Konoha or it's because of the geographical location. Anyway, the wind blew out from Konoha village. Perhaps the wind blew on the rock wall and was blocked by the rock wall, which formed the headwind direction for the sand ninja. Therefore, even if the opponent's poisonous fog was sprayed out, it could not fly far and would be blown back by the wind. So in the future, they only need to pay attention to the movements of the puppets, dodge in time, and not get too close to the puppets and the traps set by the opponent. As for the puppets releasing poisonous fog from behind, it depends on whether they can break through the defense line and whether there is a chance. After he had some free time, he hurriedly looked in the direction of Minato and Rope Tree. At this time, the two guys were fighting very awkwardly. It was just a puppet, and for Rope Tree, it was just a few more punches, but there were so many opponents. At this moment, there were already 30 or 40 puppets densely gathered on the city wall, and there were only more than 20 Konoha ninjas within 100 meters of their city wall. Among them, there were the most genin, a few mediocre chunin, and the jonin seemed to be the only one in the future. The reason why they could hold out for so long was mainly because the puppets were not flexible. Moreover, the puppeteer was too far away from the puppets, so the operation was delayed. In addition, the Konoha ninjas helped each other, and the puppets could not form a stranglehold, which allowed the Konoha ninjas to barely block this wave of attacks. Every time Rope Tree was about to charge to attack the puppets, other puppets would appear beside him to interfere. He had to give up the attack and protect himself instead. As for Minato, his raised nan could cause considerable damage to the puppets, but the consumption was also ridiculously high. At this moment, dense beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead again. Obviously, if he wanted to smash the puppets, he needed to use raised nan with all his strength. After all, the body of the puppet was far more than that of the ninja. It should be said that it was worthy of being called the Sand Ninja Ace Unit, and the difficulty was obvious. Just when he was distracted, he suddenly heard a crackling sound of collision. This was a sign of the puppet's attack. Future's face twitched. Goodness, they really don't give me a moment to rest. Without even looking behind him, he rushed towards Minato with all his strength. Just missed the puppet. At this moment, a lot of debris had gathered under Minato's feet, and even the complete puppet parts were gone. Minato had suffered a loss before, he only smashed the torso of the puppet. He thought the puppet was completely scrapped by this blow, so he shifted his attention to other puppets. But he didn't expect that the puppet without the torso could still move, especially the arms, limbs, and head. As long as the intact parts moved again, they rushed towards him. If Minato's reaction was not 7 times that of a cat, maybe he would have been lying on the board. So at this moment, Minato not only to cripple the puppet, you have to break it. Don't give the puppeteer any room to operate. Mirai soon came to him and helped him block a snake-shaped puppet that attacked from behind. After splitting it with a strong knife, the corner of Mirai's mouth twitched. Damn, it's so hard. His own attack really couldn't break these puppets. Mirai, I have an idea. Minato leaned against Mirai and said hurriedly. He wanted to find Mirai after solving the puppet in front of him, but he didn't expect that the other party came before him. Hearing this, Mirai raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence, me too. Hearing this, Minato's breathing stagnated, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Look, Mirai and I are really the best. It can be said that we are in sync. He hurriedly said, okay, I'll go find Kushina, and you go find Rope Tree, how about that? Kushina. Okay. Mirai responded and looked in the direction of Kushina. Because they were in the back, it was not too dangerous, but like Rope Tree, Kushina could repel the puppets, but she didn't have time to break them. And Hygarika, yes, she was in danger. After making a decision, Mirai opened her mouth and spit out 2 short blades with cold light. At this time, the 2 teams of puppets attacked them again. They were dodged by the 2. After pulling away, there was a moment of breathing, and Mirai hurriedly handed the short blade to Minato. Here, use this. Minato was stunned, then thought of something, and said in surprise, isn't this the birthday gift that Sister Hong gave you last year? You actually carry it with you. Hee. Ever since I learned the snake swallowing technique, I always like to put important things in my stomach, for safety. After saying that, he touched his stomach. Not to mention the ninja tools, he even put his stinky socks in his stomach. From now on, I don't have to worry about my stinky socks being discovered by my mother. Hehe. Okay, let's talk about the small talk later, we have to act. Mirai said, and was about to leave. After Minato dodged the poison needle attack of a puppet, he saw Mirai was about to leave, and he hurriedly shouted, "Both kunao are in my hands, what are you going to do?" "Don't worry, I'll just order whatever you want." Mirai replied without looking back. As he said that, he rushed towards the direction of the rope tree with the mad knife. The next moment, as he turned around, staggered, and went around, he swung his mad sword towards the puppets heading towards the dense forest. Crack! In an instant, the puppet that was hit from behind by him immediately lost its direction and rushed straight into the ground. "Although my mad sword cannot cover chakra, I can use the will of the sword to split your so-called chakra lines. After all, I can swing the sword chi, so it's not too much to cover the will of the sword on the blade." While talking to himself, he rushed towards the puppet that fell to the ground, picked it up, and threw it towards Shengshu. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Brother, I will be responsible for destroying their actions, and you will be responsible for destroying them." "No problem." Shengshu's eyes lit up. He had long been annoyed by the dense puppets chasing him like flies. But his speed was not enough and he couldn't catch up at all. He could only attack with a flat attack. But one punch did damage the puppet, but it was not enough. If he knew the Rei's Nan, he would have smashed more than 10 puppets. But now was not the time to think about it. He quickly pulled back, and Mirai passed him and blocked the attacking puppets for him. Without the annoying flies, Rope Tree suddenly showed a ferocious smile. "Hehe. I'll tear you all apart. Your master will definitely be heartbroken." As he said that, he jumped directly onto the puppet that had no ability to move. Because the puppet had no control this time, and there was no support and harassment from other puppets, Rope Tree finally had time to gather all his strength and hit the puppet's limbs one by one. Every time he hit it, the part of the puppet that was hammered exploded instantly. With just 5 punches, a humanoid puppet was smashed to pieces by him. "Come again!" Rope Tree shouted at Mirai. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. It was more exciting than reading a little book. "Okay. Catch it!" Mirai blocked the puppet for Rope Tree, giving him time to smash it. "I didn't expect this tactic to be so useful." Rope Tree smashed a puppet in just 3 seconds. He immediately found an opportunity to cut off the chakra line of the lone puppet and let it fall in front of Rope Tree. "Oh!" The latter immediately screamed and started to smash the puppet like a big baboon. When the others saw this scene, hope suddenly ignited in their hearts. "Hold on, as long as we can hold on, we will win. I have sent someone to repertoire situation, and the top leaders will soon send ninjas to support us. Everyone, get close to the little ninjas, help Senju and Uzumaki to buy time, so that they have time to dismantle these puppets." Oh! For a moment, the people who were still alive were suddenly ignited. Chapter 218. In the dense forest. It is very dark here, but with the help of moonlight, some parts can be seen clearly. There are trees, weeds, and bushes all around, and no human figures. But Mieko knows that if she walks 50 steps forward, she will find the hiding place of the group of rats hiding in the gutter. She holds the blood drink and looks at the disguise in front of her, with a slight smile on her face. "In front of my Sharingan, any disguise is useless." As she said this, she waved her hand gracefully, and a big tree in front of her was split in half, revealing a group of ninjas with ugly faces inside. Kuroki took a deep breath. "Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention." To be honest, if the environment was not right now, he would have wanted to talk about life with the beauty in front of him. It's because she is so attractive. The chest muscles are so developed, the waist is so slender, and the buttocks are so round and upright. It was like she had just given birth to a child, and she had a fatal temptation to him who had lacked maternal love since childhood. Mieko's smile became even stronger. "I am very satisfied that you can say this. But your eyes make me very unhappy, so stay." As she said this, she turned the blood drink upside down, stuck it into the ground, and then quickly made a seal. In less than a second, she opened her sexy red lips and spit gently. Fire style, great fireball technique. The next moment, a big fireball with a diameter of 5 meters was blown by her and approached the sand ninja. Seeing this scene, Kuroki and others' faces sank. Such a big fireball, such a fast seal speed. This is a woman with equal strength and charm. He hurriedly shouted, "Sabe!" The establishment of the Sand Ninja Village's Ace Puppet Unit is not just talk. In addition to resources, there are also various tactics, and many effective improvements have been made to the weaknesses of the puppeteer's body. For example, every puppeteer always has a ninja who is strong and good at saving his life. The two complement each other, and there is no question of who is higher or lower in status. Sand Style Sand Wall. Although he is also a jonin in terms of strength and status, his hand seal speed is not as good as Mieko's. Fortunately, he was always prepared before, and was able to launch the sand ninjutsu and block the attack. Mieko did not pursue the victory, but quickly dodged. The next second, countless steel needles appeared where she was. There was a faint fragrance on these needles, which was obviously poison. When she landed, she saw 4 puppets flying over the city wall and returning to Kuroki. "Hat! It's your bad luck to meet me. Let me show you how Uchiha fights." Her face no longer had the smile before. She looked at the people in front of her coldly, and the Sharingan in her eyes turned 6 times. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no need to talk nonsense. The reason why she talked a lot of nonsense before and cast the technique of burning people to death was to let these puppeteers summon the puppets on the city wall back. In this way, the pressure on her son and others was reduced. Although only Kuroki's puppets came back to help, the strength of these 4 puppets was very strong. Not bad. Outside the gate of Konoha. The battle here was also unusually calm. That's right, it was calm. Hitaki Sakumo did not fight Akashi Shomei head-on. He assassinated them silently at super-fast speed. He kept Akashi Shomei and his wife hanging and kept assassinating other Sand Village ninjas. It is estimated that from the beginning of the war to now, at least 100 people have died under his white short blade. Many Sand ninjas were already scared out of their wits. As soon as they saw him approaching, they immediately cried and ran away. They didn't want to be like their previous teammates, who were still talking but died without knowing it. For a while, an extremely funny scene formed in the field. The couple Akashi and Songming chased Hitaki Sakumo, roaring in helplessness and fury. Hitaki Sakumo ignored them at all, but chased other sand ninjas to kill them. Those sand ninjas tried their best to escape. But there were countless members of the Anbu and strong ninjas surrounding them. As long as they dared to approach, there would be countless ninja tools and ninjutsu to serve them. For a while, nearly 1,000 sand ninjas in the encirclement were spinning rapidly like washing machines. More like pigs in a pigsty, avoiding being slaughtered by humans. Unable to effectively form an impact force. Because once formed, the leader would inevitably be killed and die unclearly. Since they would die, who would dare to lead the team? Even Kisha Songming and his wife didn't dare to do it, because Kisha Songming led the team 3 times, but in return, 3 puppets were killed. If he hadn't been on the puppet, planted the substitution technique, he is afraid that he is dead now. Damn it, Konoha White Fang, if you have the guts, come and fight us one-on-one, is it fun to bully ordinary ninjas? AKA's Hina Songming cursed. While he was talking, another person died under the opponent's short blade with a lifeless expression. Originally, AKA's Hina Songming thought that this time, it would still be like before, and the opponent would not listen at all, but he did not expect that Hitaki Sakumo actually stopped. Seeing this scene, AKA's Hina Songming was immediately happy. Hitaki Sakumo is very strong, but his wife and he are not weak either. Moreover, Hitaki Sakumo only dared to assassinate those ordinary sand ninjas and avoided their pursuit. Obviously, he was not sure to deal with the 2 of them. Thinking of this, he was immediately happy. This wave of advantage is mine. Immediately, he and his wife played a combination skill. He released poison, and his wife released a tornado. Secret technique poisonous tornado killing formation. Looking at the purple tornado poisonous fog blowing towards him, Hitaki Sakumo chuckled. Although the mask concealed his appearance, Akashi Shomei and his wife could feel the other party's contempt. The reason why I didn't attack you was to see what you could do. But it's not necessary now. I have already got the information I want. He thought that these 2 people would have some powerful weapons, such as bringing tailed beasts. Otherwise, with this little strength, it would be a pipe dream to attack Konoha. It's almost the same to attack Lulin in their country. But he didn't expect that after he killed so many sand ninjas and had enough stimulation, the other party still didn't move. Either the other party was too patient, or the other party didn't have the ability at all. He was more inclined to the latter. Because if it was the former, these two people would not watch the good sand ninjas die in their hands for no reason. After he finished speaking, he formed a seal with one hand, and the lightning chakra in his body quickly became active. As he moved his body, it disappeared from the spot in an instant like a blue arc. The couple was shocked and looked extremely horrified. How is his speed? How is it faster than before? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength? The two hurriedly stood back to back, and the remaining 3 puppets were circled to protect themselves and their wives. Anako was not idle either. She waved a fan and shouted, "Wind-style wind wall." A stream of air emerged directly from their side and wrapped the two of them. There were puppets guarding outside and wind walls blocking inside. After completing these 2 steps, the two breathed a sigh of relief. With double insurance, they were absolutely safe. Lightning-style thunderbolt. At this time, Hitaki Sakumo's faint voice came from the side of the two. Before the two could react, they saw a flash of electric arc. In an instant, a puppet exploded. It was as if it was filled with a bomb. The fire of the explosion reflected on the face of Akashi Songming, making the latter's face full of horror. Again. My brother's puppet broke again. In an instant, he had a very bad premonition in his heart. This time, it seemed that there was no way back. No, we can't die. If we die, what will happen to Scorpion? He is still so young. Yes, hold on, we still have a chance to win. As long as the plan can succeed. Hokage building. Yudin Koharu and a fat man are giving orders quickly. Let the messenger quickly go to each household and draw people to defend the city wall. Ishii Manabu, take my warrant and give it to the clan leader of the Akimichi clan. When he sees it, he will send a team of people to defend the city wall with you. Akimichi Tofu, who has always had a low sense of presence, said quickly while writing. Hearing this, Ishii Kai's face suddenly brightened. Yes. He took the warrant and jumped out of the window. In the room, Akimichi Tofu had not stopped yet. He wrote several more warrants and letters and handed them to Ishii Kai. Send these letters to the Yamanaka, Nara, Abarame, Moonlight, Kurama, and other families. When their clan leaders see it, they will send troops to defend the city wall. Yes. Ishii Kai was excited and responded like his brother, and hurriedly ran out of the door. Captain, hold on, reinforcements will be here soon. Looking at the two people who disappeared, Akimichi Tofu breathed a sigh of relief. I hope it's in time. I didn't expect the sand ninja to be so cunning, and actually fell into their trap. Yudin Koharu looked miserable. I didn't expect the sand ninja to feint an attack on the city wall first, and then send a large force to attack the entrance of the village. This is not over yet, another team was sent to attack the shelter. If they succeeded, Konoha would become a joke, and its international status would definitely plummet. Akimichi Tofu's chubby face was full of solemnity. Don't you think what's going on now is strange? Yudin Koharu was stunned and puzzled. What's strange? As a teammate for many years, Akimichi Tofu no longer had hope for Yudin Koharu's intelligence. She could understand 1 or 2 steps, but she couldn't see what happened after 3 or 4 steps. He didn't expect the other party to understand, and explained, don't you think it's going smoothly? After hearing Akimichi Tofu's reminder, Yudin Koharu was stunned. Yes, such a simple truth, she didn't think of it. It was too smooth. The feint attack team was stopped, the main attack ninjas at the door were surrounded by them, and the ninjas who wanted to sneak into Konoha were discovered. It seemed like God was helping them. But is this possible? She would rather believe that the sand ninja did it on purpose than blame God for it. You stay here to coordinate, I'll go find the Hyuga clan leader for help. Akimichi Tokuei said, then shook his head and left the Hokage building. Chapter 219. Inside Konoha village. Countless people dragged their families and ran towards the Hokage-yan, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would not have to run anymore. Although the Hokage-yan is just a huge rock cliff, there is actually a barrier inside to support it. It is enough to deal with a devastating attack. And there is no need to worry about being buried by the stone. After all, the third generation wants to build a shelter with the hidden rock village as the imaginary enemy. Waterproof, fireproof, and earthquake-proof, all added at once. On the empty street, a few figures suddenly flashed. They were silent, and there was no sound at all between movement and stillness. After a while, the 4 gathered together. The other 3 did not speak, but quietly waited for the leader of the team to speak. We followed the merchants to sneak into Konoha during the day just for this moment. Now the time is almost up, let's start. Yes. Several people answered. Then they sat cross-legged on the ground and began to form a unified hand seal on their hands. This scene happened in every corner of the village. Unfortunately, the Konoha ninjas were all transferring population and heading to the city wall for defense, so no one noticed this scene for a while. Future direction. The cooperation of the four of them was simply the brightest one in the field. There were no less than 12 puppets that were broken by them. Seeing that there were still nearly 30 puppets, Future had a tired and bitter smile. While blocking these puppets, he also had to protect Rope Tree from being attacked. The most important thing was to avoid being attacked by the puppets. With 3 things in one mind, his consumption was unprecedentedly high. Even with the help of other ninjas, it was the same. And it took so long to break these few, mainly because Rope Tree also needed to recover, and Future also had to find an opportunity to cut off the control of the lone puppet. But soon, he found that he seemed to be relieved. Looking carefully, he could find that the number of those puppets seemed to be much less. Boy, you did a good job. Suddenly, a simple and honest voice came from behind him. He was slightly startled. Then he turned his head and looked, and suddenly his eyes went dark, he couldn't see anything, and his nose seemed to be touched by something elastic. Oh my god! Wallai was so scared that he hurriedly drew his sword and chopped it down. But fortunately, the man knew what would happen if he rashly approached the ninja who had been fighting for a long time. He hurriedly rolled on the ground and immediately avoided Wallai's blade. At this time, Wallai finally saw the light, and when he saw the ball on the ground, he reacted. Such a familiar tonnage. You are from the Akimichi clan. The other party was really easy to identify. Only the Akimichi clan ninjas could be so plump. Hey, you kid, I was just about to praise you, but you almost chopped me off. After hearing what the other party said, Wallai's face froze, and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, my vision went dark just now, and I thought I was trapped by the enemy's conspiracy. I didn't expect that it was because the other party was too fat that blocked his vision, so his eyes went dark. Uncle Chudeo shook his head and didn't take it to heart. Okay, kids, you guys take a rest first, leave this to us. Hearing this, Wallai felt the city wall shaking, as if it was hit by something heavy. The next moment, there were many more fat guys in his sight, and they hit the puppets heavily like hail. This completely relaxed the tight strings in his heart. Well, uncles, you have to be careful, these puppets are too damn hard and dangerous. Uncle Chudeo smiled and replied, okay. But he was complaining in his heart. You have already broken more than half of these, and it is still dangerous. I am here to pick up what is ready. Soon, Wallai returned to the back of the city wall, relaxed his mind, and softened immediately. Oh my god, I almost died of exhaustion. Hearing this, Hyagallinghua rolled her eyes speechlessly. If you were working alone, you might have only dismantled 3 puppets by now. Wallai did not refute, because that was the fact. I am weak, how can you not be weak? Shenshu sat down directly against him. While speaking, he also put his fist in front of Wallai. Look, my fist is red. Wallai just took a look and was immediately happy. Oh my god, your fist. Before he finished speaking, Shenshu hurriedly interrupted him and said, I know what it is, don't talk. It's as red as a pig's trotter. Wallai didn't tolerate him, and continued after he finished speaking. Sheng Shu. Damn it, I was already hungry, so I didn't want to listen, but you still said it. Soon Minato and Kushina also returned to his side. The two were not much better than the future, and he had dismantled 2 fewer puppets than the future. The main reason was that Kushina's strange power had not yet been cultivated. And Rope Tree was educated by his sister, so it was not surprising that he had the strange power he had now. If Sister Tsunade was here, it would probably be solved soon. Kushina said, and with the help of Hyagarika, she sat down quickly. Hearing this, Rope Tree had something to say. That's right, my sister is the nemesis of the puppeteer. Poison is a piece of cake for Tsunade, and the hardness of the puppet is not as good as her fist. Hyagarika heard the words, glanced at the future, and was a little speechless. You said that you are a Uchiha, how could you be favored by Lord Orochimaru? Why? Is it because you are a dead pervert? After resting for a while, Mirai noticed that several slugs were crawling towards them. Because the ninja they assisted was already dead. The moment he saw them, Mirai was stunned for a moment, and he quickly turned his head to look at Kushina. When you summoned the slugs just now, did you give one to my mother? Kushina was stunned, and after she recalled for a moment, her face froze, and she hurriedly shook her head and said, no. After that, she picked up the 4 slugs and combined them into 2 slightly larger slugs. I'll send them right away. As she said that, Sho is about to stand up. If the slugs had to crawl by themselves, it would probably be the sun tomorrow. But Mirai quickly held her down. You stay here first, I'll go. Hearing this, the friends were all anxious. Minato grabbed him and said, let me go. I'm fast and won't be hit that easily. Mirai looked at him. Minato was in a mess at this time. A tuft of his yellow hair was cut off and the hair at his temples was stuck together. He had consumed too much energy in the previous battle. Although he had the slug to help him recover, he was under great pressure when cooperating with Kushina because of Kushina's strength. His energy consumption was also much greater than Mirai's. After all, the comprehensive strength of the combination of whey and rope was much higher than that of the combination of tomato and scrambled eggs. He immediately slapped him down and shook his head and said, Minato, you've consumed more energy than me. He then looked at his friends who had stood up, and then said, and you all should take a break. This battle has consumed a lot of energy for you as well. I don't know what other battles will happen next, but if we all go, no one will be able to fight later. This. Don't talk about this and that. Teacher Kamimura taught us a word, which is that the battlefield changes rapidly. None of us can guarantee whether an accident will happen or not, so don't act on impulse. Mirai's words made everyone pause. This seems to make sense. Teacher Kamimura. Thank God, it seems that this kid still listened to my lesson. After Mirai finished speaking, he took 2 slugs, carried the mad knife, rushed through the blockade of the few puppets, and rushed towards the dense forest outside the village. A slug climbed onto Mirai's shoulder to help him recover his chakra. It suddenly asked, in fact, you can point out that there is a puppeteer in the dense forest, and the Konoha ninja will rush over immediately. The future, who was running fast, stopped when he heard this. 2 long traces were left directly. He looked at the slug and fell into deep silence. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Fuck, why didn't you say it earlier? The slug was startled, and it replied weakly, I thought you had some ideas. Future was speechless for a while. In fact, if you ask me, you are like other Uchiha, you don't trust other people in the village. The slug said bluntly. Is there? If not, wouldn't you think of this at the first time? For a moment, Future was stunned. Okay, let's not talk about this. You are going to your mother's place, right? Let's go. That's right. Let's think about it after the war. Let's go to my mother's place first. Mirai nodded. This is the most important thing. His mother held back half of the puppet army, which allowed the 4 of them, plus the help of the Konoha ninjas who continued to join, to barely block the attack of these puppets. Otherwise, if they faced this team alone, let alone Mirai, perhaps only Minato could escape with his speed. So, her mother Mieko was equivalent to holding back half of the puppet army by herself. This is what makes Mirai worried. Chapter 220. But when he arrived in the dense forest, he was a little confused. What did he see? There were 2 kinds of people in front. One was the sand ninja who looked alert and lowered his head and dared not look at his mother. The other part showed all kinds of life, some cried, some laughed, and some hugged their teammates and ate them. There was nothing he could do except drooling over them. When Mirai came here, Mieko also found him. After she fought with 2 close combat sand ninjas, she took advantage of the opponent's strength to withdraw and return to Mirai. Why are you here? Mirai came back to his senses, looking extremely surprised. He pointed at the group of people who were drunk and dreaming, and asked in astonishment, what are they? They were just hit by your mother's illusion. Mieko replied casually, her eyes still fixed on the sand ninja. After seeing this scene, Mirai was silent. It turned out that the sand ninjas that he and others were fighting on the city wall were only 1/3 of the team. He thought he had caught up with the adults. With her own strength, my mother made nearly 1/3 of the sand ninjas here fall into illusions, and the remaining 1/3 continued to besiege the city wall, and the remaining 1/3 were stopped by her. No wonder he didn't see a single sand ninja after fighting for a long time. All he saw were puppets. Mom, you are so awesome. Upon hearing this, Mieko laughed a little. She pointed at the forehead of the future and scolded with a bad smile, "You kid, how can you say that to your mother?" The mother and son's flirting made Kuroki's face even uglier. "Damn it! If it weren't for you, we would have broken through Konoha long ago with the cooperation of humans and puppets. Although the puppets are strong and have a variety of attack methods, they have a weakness, that is, the actions of the puppets depend entirely on the skills of the puppeteer. When the puppeteer gives the command to make the puppet move, there will inevitably be a slight time difference, so the puppet is far less flexible than humans. If they had fought together with the puppets from the beginning, they would have attacked the wall of Konoha long ago. The puppets took the lead, and the sand ninja followed up. How could they be trapped here? What's more hateful is that the group of drunken people behind them are all idiots. The woman opposite is obviously an Uchiha ninja, and they actually stared at her for their ridiculous lust. Now it's good, they have been directly hit. Uchiha's illusion is really outrageous, and the means they know to remove illusion are useless. Mieko sneered. She looked at the other party, her face was full of speechless and stupid expressions. I am dying of laughter. You are afraid of death and didn't let the ninjas who were protecting you go first. Now you have the nerve to blame me. I am speechless. Who in my family understands me? Kuroki's face became darker, just like his name. He took a deep breath and stared at Mieko coldly. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands, otherwise I will make you my plaything, day and night, for my control. Mieko's face turned cold. She waved her hand, and the blood drink suddenly made a crisp buzzing sound. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, just like the Mid-Autumn Festival, but the moonlight is very cold, like an iceberg that has not melted for thousands of years. The cold moonlight and the cold knife light seem to tell Mieko's feelings at this time. The future has the same expression, and the eyes are extremely cold. This guy is dead, even Jesus can't save him. He said it. He dared to insult his mother in front of him. Uchiha Madara is here, and they have to fight two big guys before they can leave. Mom, you should recover first. Future said calmly, and at the same time sent a slug to Mieko. Then he stepped forward and protected Mieko. Seeing her son like this, Mieko's murderous heart couldn't help but melt a little. Seeing her son protecting her like this, she felt extremely happy. She shook her head, stretched out her hand to grab Future's shoulder, and wanted to pull him behind her. Son, he is very strong, you are not his opponent. Future was unmoved, and still stood firmly in front of her. He didn't look back, and said in a firm tone, Mom, that's because you don't know my true strength. After that, he held the mad knife and pointed it at Kuroki. At this moment, the guy had a lot of injuries on his body, and several puppets were broken. There were also several dead people beside him, and they died peacefully in front of the tomb. You should feel honored because you are the first person I try the knife on. Last time I wanted to try Tessaigan, but unfortunately I was interrupted. If I don't reply to the other party, I will refine it in the future. All the chakra was injected into the body of Tessaigan in his mind. Release, Tessaigan. The next moment, everyone looked at the knife in the future's hand in astonishment. Mieko looked at her son with her beautiful eyes. She could see that a deep energy emerged from the future, along the chakra meridians, and injected into the body of the crazy knife from the arm. The next moment, a change occurred. From the handle of the knife, the blade was wrapped in a golden glow. The light was bright, but not dazzling. When it shone on people, they would only feel warm. The change has not stopped. The blade, which was only 2 fingers wide, grew rapidly as if it had eaten growth hormones. The blade became large and white. The blade was white and long. After a few breaths, the crazy knife completely changed its appearance. At this moment, it was about 1.5 meters long, and the widest blade was equivalent to the width of 2 palms. The blade was also ridiculously thick. This scene shocked everyone present. Because as far as they knew, there were swords that could change their forms in the ninja world, but they had never heard of a sword that could change its aura. However, among the 7 ancestral swords in the Hidden Mist village, one was a double sword called the Flounder. It is said that by killing the enemy, the chakra in the enemy's body can be plundered and stored. It is released according to the will of the sword holder, releasing the strongest slashing power. Could it be that this kid has a sword similar to the Flounder? When you go to hell, repent for your stinky mouth. Mirai said, holding the mad sword, and stepped on the foot, and rushed towards Kuroki quickly. What? How can the speed be so fast? Is that huge blade weightless? Kuroki's expression changed, but because he did not have enough information about this kid, he planned to test it first. He immediately controlled the last humanoid puppet and blocked the future. Since he wanted to obtain the enemy's intelligence, a protracted war was necessary, so he looked at the future with great concentration. Mieko was also shocked. She just came back to her senses and saw her son rushing forward, and her face changed drastically in an instant. "Son, don't be impulsive." She looked anxious and chased after him. His son was still too young, and this straightforward fighting method was too easy for the enemy to guess. If the speed was as fast as Minato, this method would be the best. But the future is not a speed type. Damn, didn't Mr. Kamimura teach the future these common sense? The future looked at the puppet that was blocking in front of him and showing the defense mechanism, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "Facing my Tessaigan, you actually used this method to fight, you are rubbish," the future said. "Crazy blade, no, now it should be called Iron Fang." Future used a move of splitting Hwashin, which is commonly known as the downward chop. Directly from the head of the puppet, chopped down the crotch fiercely. A dazzling light burst out from the center line of the puppet, dazzling everyone who was paying attention to this battle, and all closed their eyes subconsciously. But not including 3 people. One is Future, and the other is Mieko who cares about Future. The other is Kuroki, who dared not blink at all, for fear of missing a fleeting picture. The moment Future landed, his legs bent to relieve the force of his downward chop, and then straightened his legs, and the whole person dodged the puppet. After the white light on the puppet dissipated, a burst of fire suddenly appeared, blowing the 3 meters around the puppet into pieces. Seeing this scene, Future was a little stunned. No, it exploded. He thought the puppet would split, so he subconsciously dodged away to avoid being accidentally injured by the mechanism inside the puppet. However, he did not expect that Tessaigan really split the puppet easily. He also blew the puppet into pieces with one move. Soon, Future figured out the key. It should be that Tessaigan was materialized on the berserker, and the previous attack poured part of the blade's energy into the puppet, so it caused the explosion. This is good, so he doesn't have to find a way to finish off the blow. Chapter 221. Tessaigan is awesome. But it also consumes a lot of energy. He didn't dare to delay. While Kuroki was dazzled by the fire of the explosion, he immediately aimed at his direction and chopped 3 times in a row. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 3 golden sword chi rushed towards Kuroki along the ground. Looking at the rapidly receding sword chi and the 3 cracks left on the ground, Wei Li raised his mouth. Very good, it has the taste of the wind wound. Wind escape wind killing array. Earth escape earth array wall. Water escape water array wall. But before Wei Li could be happy for 2 seconds, 3 loud shouts came to his ears. At the same time, water walls, earth walls, and even wind walls all appeared on the way forward. His sword chi only split the first 2 defenses, and he was powerless to do anything about the rest. Seeing this scene, the Future's face twitched. Damn it, I didn't react immediately. This is not a one-on-one duel, but a one-on-n battle. Although I was able to seize the opportunity and release a move that would kill him, my move could also be interrupted by others. Future said, reflecting on himself in his heart. This is the loss of not having been on the battlefield, and when I fought with Minato and others before, it was almost one-on-one. Even one-on-2 battles were not many times. I must talk to Minato and others in the future, and the big fight must be put on the daily training. The last 3 sword chi were blocked by the earth wall, resulting in a huge explosion. For a while, smoke and fire obscured the vision of the Future and others. In order to prevent the sudden crisis and his inability to react, he hurriedly withdrew and returned to Kushina. Little Future, are you still a child? At this time, the slug on his shoulder made a cute sound of shock. To be honest, Senju Hashirama was not so awesome when he was a child. Mr. Slug, please keep it a secret for me. Of course, the teachers are an exception. That's no problem. Are you really a child? You're not some old monster reincarnated, are you? Future's face twitched, and his heart skipped a beat. Do you also believe in reincarnation? I didn't believe it before, but after seeing you, I have to believe it. Future laughed dryly twice, and was a little afraid to look at the slug. Fortunately, the slug didn't pay attention to his expression, but looked at the firelight, and then said like a recollection, "Het. Really? I have been to the Pure Land after all, and I know there is no reincarnation, but I still believe that you are a reincarnated person. Miwizi, who came behind him, narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard this. The slug is the spiritual beast of the three holy places, and it has survived for 1,000 years. Its words should be credible. Thinking of this, she also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, ever since she saw the future's Sharingan, she had also thought about whether her son was a reincarnated great man. His abnormal abilities were all brought from his previous life. That's why he was so precocious and knew everything at birth. He was powerful, eccentric, and had opened the Sharingan, as well as this evil sword. But the slug's words made her give up the idea. Really, Mieko, you are 30 years old, and you actually believe in such an illusory legend. If there was reincarnation, how could the second generation's technique, the impure world reincarnation, be successful? Have you been to the Pure Land? Future breathed a sigh of relief and asked. Yet. The slug responded, and didn't want to continue telling the story. It withdrew its thoughts, looked at the sword that was longer than the future, and continued, your sword is powerful, but you are too young and your chakra is insufficient, and my help can only keep you going for about 30 seconds at most. 30 seconds. Enough. The future said, and immediately charged towards the sand village position. Mieko behind him was about to speak, but the future left, leaving her speechless for a moment. Son, have you forgotten your mother? Shaking her head and putting this thought aside, she hurriedly chased after the future. The blood drink in her hand also made a buzzing sound. For some reason, looking at the thick, long, and big sword in her son's hand, she suddenly felt that the sword in her hand that helped her kill more than 50 sand ninjas and 20 puppets was not so good. I'll think of a way to trick my son's sword, ahem, borrow it and have a look. Omega. The sand ninja who was attacked by the explosion just came back to his senses from the explosion. Before his vision could adjust to the darkness again, he saw two figures, one large and one small, rushing over. One of the sand ninjas was immediately frightened and shouted loudly. Here they come, they come. Enemy attack at 1 o'clock. Hearing this, many sand ninjas quickly had a general direction in their minds, facing the so-called 1 o'clock direction. That is, the position in front of the right, ready to launch an attack. Because they are all facing the same direction, they don't need to look at the position of the ninja who shouted the 1 o'clock direction, they naturally know which direction they are in. Hot knowledge, no matter what direction the standing point faces, the 12 o'clock direction is directly in front of him. If others want to know what direction it is, they need to look at the position of the person who shouted first, so as to determine the general direction. What the sand ninja shouted was heard not only by the sand ninja, but also by the future. Without saying a word, he swung out a sword chi again. Since activating Tessaigan, he found that he could use sword chi as a small flat attack. Although it only takes a few moves. But in full state, 20 moves are no problem. The initial power is just a little bit greater than the wind blade. When he has tempered his mental will and improved his perception of the sword, the power of the sword chi will naturally increase. He can even do it like Madara-sama, splitting a huge mountain with one move. This time the sword chi was slashed horizontally. The distance between the sword chi and the ground was only about 1 meter, but it was 5 meters long. This time the distance was closer, and it was an instantaneous type, resulting in his move, which made many sand ninjas unable to make seals to resist, and they could only jump out of their original positions in a hurry, thus avoiding his slashing blow. Seeing that Mirai was still trying to chase him, Mieko behind him immediately grabbed her and pulled her son back. Don't go over there, there are countless traps buried underground. If you take another step forward, you will definitely be caught. Mieko said, and she moved and leaped back. Her figure was very graceful, like a butterfly, dancing in the wind. Long, smooth black hair spread out like a waterfall under the moonlight. It tickled the back of Future's neck, making him feel numb. Oh my god, no wonder they stayed there without moving. It seems that they used their bodies as bait to lure me over. Mirai said with sudden realization, and a little fear in his heart. Mieko glanced at him. Her son didn't open the Sharingan so he didn't notice it, but she could see it clearly. It's not that her Sharingan also has the ability to see through, but the Sharingan can notice subtle differences that the naked eye can't see. For example, the thin line covered by the grass on the ground is invisible to ordinary people because of the dark environment. But the Sharingan is like holding a telescope, and it's close to see. But she also supports her son not opening the Sharingan. After all, her son is only 7 years old, and this kind of talent is too terrifying. Whether it is Konoha or the enemy country, I don't want another Uchiha Madara to appear in Uchiha. The scattered sand ninjas looked a little ugly. I didn't expect that my backup plan would be seen through again. Their faces were so exciting. It was even more exciting than the death of their parents, the insult of their wives, and the bullying of their sons. Of course, this trick in the future is not without effect. There were several sand ninjas in hallucinations, and they were directly split into two by him because their teammates were too late to rescue them. Kuroki has been in a bad mood since his whereabouts were exposed. At this moment, he looked at the red glowing Sharingan, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Damn Uchiha, damn Sharingan! If it weren't for these, he would have attacked Konoha village and taken hostages long ago. Hat! Facing the Sharingan, you weaklings are left with only impotent rage. At this time, a familiar voice reached the ears of the future mother and son. The voice was very rough, and it sounded like the words of a strong man with muscles in his head. The future quickly dispersed the materialization of Tessaigan and turned to look at the source of the voice. Dad! Why are you here? Chuang, you are here. Uchiha Dazwang stood on the treetop, with his arms folded across his chest, staring coldly at the sand ninja, but when he saw that his son and wife were fine, he was relieved. However, when he looked at the changing knife in his son's hand, his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Good boy, this is another ability that I don't know about. How much has this kid kept from me? He felt that the next second, his son was in front of him with Susanoo, and he was not surprised. Thinking about these in his mind, he was extremely fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he was worried about the safety of his wife and children, so he came quickly, and the tribesmen were 10 seconds behind him. I am worried about you, so the tribe leader sent me to support you. As he said, he waved his hand at the sand ninja below, coldly he gave the order, kill, leave no one alive. Instantly, countless black shadows appeared behind him, covering the night sky. Countless ninjas with red eyes, with bloodthirsty and ferocious smiles, flashed into the air, like raindrops, falling mercilessly. Every time they landed, bigger flowers would splash. This is not the blood of Uchiha, but the blood of the enemy. Like the red spider lily blooming on the other side of hell. The same one-sided battle is still happening in various places outside the village. The more than 1,000 sand ninjas seem to be a lot, but Konoha village is very large. On average, there are not many sand ninjas on each wall. It's just that their future here is more thrilling. In addition to the fact that they will have a harder time resisting in the future, other places will also be difficult. Of course, it's different now. With reinforcements, these sand ninjas won't be able to jump around for long. Because Konoha at this time is not weak. Chapter 222. The Uchiha ninjas have never lost in single combat. The most powerful thing about these sand ninja puppeteers is nothing more than puppets. But due to Kuroki's mistakes in command, seeing the children on the city wall and the Konoha ninjas who suffered heavy losses, he thought that puppets alone could break through the defense. Now it's all right, one wrong step, all wrong. He didn't expect that the children of Konoha would be so awesome, and he didn't expect that a beautiful Uchiha woman would have such a powerful illusion. He didn't expect that the woman's knife was made of a rare chakra metal material, which could split the puppet and the chakra line that controlled the puppet with one blow. Looking at his men being slaughtered by the other side, Kuroki regretted it so much. If I could do it again, I would. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a monstrous roar broke out in the Konoha village. It attracted the attention of all the people in the battle at once. However, these ninjas were experienced ninjas, and they would not look back while fighting. They fought one move, pulled away, and dared to look back only after they were sure they were safe. The family of Mirai hurriedly turned their heads and looked behind them, and suddenly found that even though their sight was blocked by the tall city walls, they could see the huge monster that suddenly appeared in the village. It was a huge scorpion, more than 20 meters tall without the height of the tail. The two huge claws were erected high, showing a yet. Every time they clamped, there would be a sound of metal collision. The poison needle at the tip of the tail was shining coldly in the night, which made people's scalps numb at a glance. If it pierced a person, it would not be a hole. Has the ninja of the sand village invaded Konoha? Mirai returned to his father and murmured with a very serious expression. I don't know, but looking at that direction, it seems to be in our clan's territory. Dezhuang looked a little ugly. Huge beasts appeared around his house. They were going to destroy his house. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, another puff of smoke rose from another place. The next moment, a huge snake appeared on the other side of the village. Like the scorpion before, it roared like a beast the moment it appeared. Well, the Senju clan is in trouble too. Is that a cobra? Before the Konoha ninja could say anything, two huge puffs of smoke appeared directly in the southeast and west of the village. Oh my god, there are more. Wei was so shocked that he was numb. He didn't expect that so many beasts would suddenly appear in the village. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Dazhuang's face instantly became extremely ugly. Damn, are these gatekeepers just for show? They didn't even notice the enemy sneaking into the village. If a beast appeared in a place, it might be speculated that a certain wall had been breached. But now 4 huge summoned beasts have appeared in succession. This is not because the village was breached, but because someone had already infiltrated Konoha, waiting for an opportunity to summon the giant beasts and then wreak havoc in the village. Mieko held Dazhuang. Her expression was not very good, but she still comforted him. Zhuang, don't worry, there are still ninjas in our village. Uchiha Dazhuang shook his head, his eyes full of bitterness. Even if there are not many left. He then told what he had encountered. When the city wall was in danger, Konoha's high-level officials, Koharu Udaten and Akimichi Tofu, ordered the ninjas of all tribes to send their own people to the city wall for support. Now it seems that this order is somewhat led by the other party. What about the clan leaders of each tribe? Mirai asked hurriedly. They are all at the gate, surrounding the large army of Sand Village. Uchiha Dazhuang's expression was as ugly as it could be. It can be said that the village now is almost the same as an empty city. The appearance of these 4 giant beasts is like firecrackers placed in balloons. As long as the firecrackers explode, the balloons will also explode. Uchiha Dazhuang scolded the Konoha ninja who was guarding the door several times, and finally suppressed his anger. He began to think about countermeasures. Now the rage is useless. Even if these giant beasts do not attack the shelter, as long as they move, the houses and buildings will be seriously damaged. And it also greatly distracted the attention of the Konoha ninjas. With a cold face, he said seriously, Mieko, you come back with me, we will use the pupil technique of Sharingan to control these 2 giant beasts, and then use these 2 giant beasts to fight against the remaining giant beasts, delay them, and wait for other ninjas to return for reinforcements. Okay. Mieko nodded after hearing this. Son, go back to your companions as soon as possible. Okay. Mirai responded without any nonsense. He knew his own weight and didn't dare to stay here to die. Although this group of sand ninjas had been suppressed by the Uchiha ninjas. More than a dozen of them died, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. In addition, he had been severely exhausted and his strength was only 1/10 of his strength. If he stayed here, let alone whether he could help, even his own danger would be infinitely magnified. Immediately followed his parents' footsteps and returned to the city wall. The Sand Ninja village, which had already been determined to die, looked wonderful when they saw the changes in Konoha village. Captain, is that a creature in our desert? Did someone attack Konoha? Great, we are saved. Kuroki looked at the joy of the people around him who had survived, and he couldn't help but be happy too. No, it was the captain's plan. He must have secretly sent a team that was good at disguise to sneak into Konoha village before us, just to create chaos at this time. As he said, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. What a good plan. It turns out that the captain not only has our team as a backup, he also arranged another backup. You are worthy of being the son of Master Cho. Others also complimented him. They are heroes. That's right, they not only repelled the Cloud Ninja, but also invaded Konoha at this moment. Brothers, work harder, Konoha's ninjas are forced to return for help, we will soon be able to break through the city wall, and a lot of wealth and ninjutsu are waving to us. Oh! For a moment, the momentum of the entire Sand Ninja was boiling. It was so high that it was like seeing a flower girl. On the other hand, the momentum of the Uchiha was a little low. Many Uchiha couldn't help but want to go back to help, but were scolded by someone. Uchiha Jeizo shouted coldly, "Don't be chaotic, the captain has gone back, the couple are our Uchiha masters, and our Sharingan is the nemesis of these brainless beasts. The Sand Ninja thought that they could break through our Konoha by releasing the beasts. This is simply wishful thinking. They are just here to deliver food." After saying that, he glared directly, and the illusion of the 3 Megatama directly knocked down a person who dared to look at him. Seeing this group of sand ninjas so happy, I am not happy. Come on, come with me and bring death to them. His words were very contagious. Many ninjas felt relieved after hearing the first sentence. Indeed, the Sharingan is the pride of the Uchiha clan. A mere giant beast is not something that the Sharingan can contend with. And they all knew one thing, that is, the former Uchiha Madara could easily control the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, the nine-tailed beast. Although they were not as good as Uchiha Madara, it was still easy for them to control a giant beast that had no wisdom and could only attack instinctively. Because they saw that these beasts were just huge in size, and there was not much in their bodies. Less chakra. When we look for summoned beasts, we won't look for such beasts. Only the sand ninja will treat them as treasures. And the last sentence of Zhang-san undoubtedly ignited the anger in their hearts. We are so uncomfortable, but you are still laughing so happily, and you don't take us Uchiha seriously at all. Then I'll kill you. In an instant, the eyes of countless Uchiha people became redder. Some even evolved their eyes from 2 Megatama to 3 Megatama because of this. Fuck, kill these bastards, I slept well, but I was disturbed by these guys. An Uchiha cursed, obviously, he was in a bad mood after getting up. That's right, I was still discussing life with my wife, and these blind guys dared to attack Konoha, I'm going to kill them. Kill them. Kill. For a moment, countless Uchiha rushed towards the sand ninja with anger and howling. The momentum was even higher than that of the sand ninja. This made the latter confused. No, your homes have been stolen. Why are you not going back to support us? Uchiha Zangsan looked at the indignant tribesmen and shouted hurriedly, don't let go of the dead on the ground. Remember the importance of finishing off the enemy. Understood, brothers, cut them by the neck. In the village. The elder Hyuga used the acupuncture point hand to knock down a sand ninja. Then he looked around. Hey, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise if all these sand ninjas summoned the psychic beasts, I'm afraid our Konoha would be razed to the ground in an instant. Akimichi Kyufeng recovered. Figure, and said with fear. Fortunately, he felt something was wrong in advance, so he found the Hyuga clan who was about to go out of the village and asked them to open their bin to observe the enemy's traces. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but you will be shocked when you see it. Unexpectedly, there are no less than hundreds of sand ninja active in the empty village. So the Hyuga elders took the reassembled team without saying a word and cleared the sand ninja in the village. Alas, there are still fish that slipped through the net, and they also summoned 4 summoned beasts. The Hyuga elders looked up at the sky. His expression was a little strange. By the way, are these summoned beasts a little weak? Chapter 223. When the future returned to the city wall, he saw his friends. They all looked solemn at the 4 giant beasts that appeared in the village. Damn it, if I still have chakra, I must show them what a real snake is. As soon as the future approached, he heard the sound of Rope Tree gritting his teeth. He couldn't help but look at the huge cobra. Coincidentally, the big snake was wreaking havoc in the land of the 1,000 hands. Don't worry, my parents have already rushed over. Future patted his shoulder from behind and comforted him. Hey? You're back. Rope Tree looked back and found the future. Well, don't worry, these giant beasts are just huge in size, and they don't have other tricky abilities. You all know my family's Sharingan, which is a natural enemy of creatures without brains. After hearing what the future said, Rope Tree did not breathe a sigh of relief. We are worried about my grandma, anyway, her health is not very good. Hearing this, Kushina's face was more worried. Hearing this, Hyuga comforted her, don't worry, Aunt Mieko has already rushed to the front of the cobra. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at her subconsciously. Found that this fat girl, with blue veins bulging eyes, looked at the direction of Senju. Future spread his hands, well, I said don't worry, have a good rest, we are exhausted tonight. As he said, he walked directly to the wall and sat down. By the way, Minato, where are they? Future looked at Minato and asked, he realized at this time that those fat uncles were not here. They left. Not long after you went down, Uncle Dazwang arrived with the Uchiha ninjas. When Uncle Akimichi saw them, he led his clansmen around the city wall to clean up the remaining sand ninjas. Minato explained briefly, then walked to Kushina and accompanied her to look at the Senju clan land. Is that so? Mirai nodded in understanding. Then he looked towards the entrance of the village. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, the sky was too dark, and the city wall was too high, blocking his sight and making him unable to see anything. As for Hyagarika, she was broadcasting the live broadcast of Minato and the others. Strange, when did the relationship between the fat Hyagarika and Kushina become so good? Is it my illusion? The entrance of the village. When the 4 giant beasts appeared in the village one after another, Akashi Shomei's face showed ecstasy. Although the first step of the backup plan did not work, the other backup plan he had arranged just in case appeared at this moment. That's great. Are they just other giant beasts? Why are there only these? But no matter what, these beasts are enough to distract the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. He no longer chased Hitaki Sakumo, but protected the sand ninjas behind him, and encouraged the sand ninjas, "Don't panic, everyone, see, they are creatures in our death desert. I made preparations before I set out, and asked a group of people to sneak into Konoha with disposable summoning scrolls. Wait for the critical moment to activate the summoning technique. Now there are not many ninjas in Konoha village. As long as we work together and exert our strength, we can break the encirclement and rush into Konoha." Hearing his words of encouragement, the frightened sand ninjas cheered at once. Yes, the captain is right. The creatures in the death desert are too terrifying. These 4 giant beasts will definitely cause harm to Konoha. We were all scared before. In fact, if you think about it carefully, that guy only has a short knife. How can he kill all of us in one breath? Everyone rush with me. As long as we break through here, we will be safe. Okay. On the treetops, Hitaki Sakumo looked at Konoha with a serious face. So there is a backup plan. We can't delay it any longer. He noticed that the Konoha ninjas who surrounded this group of sand ninjas were all in chaos, and many ninjas from different clans wanted to come back for help. Once they withdraw the encirclement, then this group of sand ninjas will become fish mixed in the muddy water. It will undoubtedly be extremely difficult to catch them at that time. Even with the strength of this group of sand ninjas, they will cause irreparable damage to their Konoha. After all, there are too many people here. It takes almost all the ninjas left in Konoha to stop them. He immediately clenched his white teeth. He raised one hand in front of his chest and made a seal. His whole body was still wrapped in arcs of electricity. He looked at Kisha Songming with coldness in his eyes. Lightning release, thunder flash. The next moment, he froze in place. The expression on his face froze, and he didn't move. Unmoving. As if they have lost their spirit. And the sand ninjas are still cheering and excited. All aiming at the gate of Konoha. As long as they break through here, they will be the first people in history to enter Konoha. At that time, both wealth and reputation will be unprecedentedly rich. Captain, you take the lead, we will charge with you. Yes. Many sand ninjas began to instigate AKA's Hina-sana. AKA's Hina Anako, who was standing aside, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things have taken a turn for the better, and she and others don't have to die here. Then she looked at the treetops, where there was a figure, but because it was close to dawn, it was the darkest time, so she couldn't see anything clearly. It was just that the flash of electric arc just now made her feel uneasy. Everyone pay attention, Hitaki Sakumo is going to take action. She hurriedly reminded. Because she noticed the other party's movements, one of his hands was erected on his chest. It seemed to be making a seal, and the other hand was holding a white blade. The cold light on it made her scalp numb. At this time, Akashi Songming looked at the sand ninja with a dull expression. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He was a little confused. Hey? Strange, why can't I speak? He tried hard to open his mouth, and his lungs also tried to squeeze out air, wanting to say something. But the words he wanted to say were like taking root, directly rooted in his throat. Why do I feel numb in my body? This sour and numb feeling is like the feeling of that moment when he was doing embarrassing things with Hanokiko. Numb, crisp, and very pleasant. The sand ninjas closest to Akashi Songming finally discovered the abnormality at this moment. Their ecstatic expressions froze instantly, and they all looked at the captain in front of them in astonishment. The white scarf wrapped around the captain's head suddenly split in the middle and fell to the ground. Ah, Captain, why is your scarf split? A younger sand ninja asked, looking at the cut scarf on the ground in confusion. Captain, what is this on your head? Why is there a red line? Have you noticed that the captain seems to be possessed? Your head. The younger sand ninja picked up the scarf and wanted to hand it to Akashi Songming. But as soon as he handed it over, he found that the other party's clothes were also split in half and casually shrugged on his shoulders. "Ah, Captain, why are your clothes also split?" At this time, Akashi Songming only heard a few words such as "ah, split," and he tried to look down. Just this action made his vision change strangely. It was as if his eyes were offset. Originally, he could only look straight ahead, but now he could see both sides. Then he saw his internal organs, beating heart and heaving lungs. Not only that, his body also split along the fishtail line to both sides. There were exactly one hairy egg on each side, not more or less. Cough, Finally he could make a sound, but why was the sound so strange? No, why did I split? Crash. The next moment, all the sand ninjas opened their eyes wide, as if their eyes were about to bulge out. Their mouths were even more open, staring at the scene with a dull look. The words of the people who saw this scene were stuck in their throats, forming a sharp contrast with the people who were still cheering behind them. I don't know how long it took, but a voice suddenly sounded in the noisy cheers. Crack, crack, crack. The captain cracked. In an instant, the field was still, and you could hear a pin drop. Why did the captain crack? Anako also noticed something unusual at this moment, but it was not the words of the sand ninja, but she found that the person standing on the treetop quickly dissipated like green smoke. She was so scared that she wanted to remind everyone to be alert. Suddenly she remembered something and looked behind her. What cracked? None of the sand ninjas spoke, or rather, they didn't react. They all stared at the ground, as if there was something terrifying there, grabbing their sight. They said, "Your husband cracked, don't worry, you will be able to accompany him soon." A cold voice came from behind her. The next moment, Anako also felt what her husband felt before. So numb, so crisp, so good. Then it cracked. The same scene happened again, and these sand ninjas who were trapped in the sluggish vortex finally came back to their senses, all gasped, and Konoha froze for a moment, and retreated back in fear. There was even a stampede. "Don't block me, I want to go home, I don't want to attack Konoha." "Whew. So scary. He is the devil." "Fake. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. That's right. It's all fake. Run away, let's run away from Konoha, this is hell, not heaven. Fuck, run away, don't block my way. Hitaki Sakumo, you are too cruel, you are a devil, you are not a human. Ha ha ha. We can't leave. We can't leave. Third generation Kazekage, I hate you. AKA's Hina Matsueki, you are a deadly ghost, you have hurt me so much, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Dead, AKA's Hina Matsueki, AKA's Hina Anako are all dead, why am I still alive? Looking at the sand ninja who was so happy before and so scared now. Hitaki Sakumo shook his head, this is the ugliness of human nature. I have seen it. He immediately dodged and evacuated, waving his hand, I leave it to you. As he said that, he rushed into the village. Facing the frightened sand ninja, the Konoha ninja could easily deal with them all. The night is the best friend of the assassin. And this group of sand ninja are the best witnesses. Chapter 224. The big snake has found Aunt Mieko. The cobra hits. The cobra is stunned. No. The cobra is controlled. After saying these 3 sentences, Hyagarika said nothing more, which made the 4 people who were watching her stare at her blankly. Until 10 breaths passed. No, it's gone. Mirai asked hurriedly. Yet. Hyagarika retracted her gaze and looked at Mirai, with a puzzled expression. What else? Mirai stopped talking, and even Minato's little face wrinkled together. Hinata-san, what's the process? Hinata-rika glared at him and said, this is the process. There are only 3 moves in total, and the cobra was controlled by Aunt Mieko. Mirai. See, I told you not to worry. As he said that, he patted the empty seat beside him and said to a few people, okay, take a rest quickly, there may be other things to do tonight. In the Senju residence, Mieko jumped on the top of the cobra's head and looked at the old man on the vortex tower in front of her. Ignoring the vigilance and hostility of the Anbu, she smiled slightly and said politely, hello, Lord Uzumaki. Uzumaki Mito looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said with emotion, your Uchiha clan's Sharingan is still useful. It can make this big snake calm down at a glance. Your Excellency is too kind. When your Vajra seal comes out, even the tailed beasts will kneel down. Our Sharingan is not worth mentioning in front of you. Hee. Uzumaki Mito smiled twice without comment. This time I owe you a favor. As long as I am still alive, you can make a request. Uzumaki Mito's eyes dimmed a little as he said. Death is still irresistible. Relying on her super soul power, she forcibly used the sealing technique to bind her soul in the body, but the body was already rotten, and she couldn't hold on for long. Who is behind you? Miyako squinted and looked behind Uzumaki Mito. There was a vague figure, full of death and ominousness. With the power of his 3 Magatama Sharingan, he couldn't see it clearly, which showed how terrifying the figure was. Uzumaki Mito was not surprised that Miyako could see the god of death. She said calmly, the god of death is a messenger who leads the dead to the Pure Land. The one next to me should be the god of death himself. The Anbu looked at each other, and they looked behind them, but there was nothing. But for some reason, they always felt numb on their backs at this moment. Is this the god of death? Miyako was stunned, and it was obvious that she was shocked by what Uzumaki Mito said. Yet, at this time, the house in the distance collapsed directly, and a huge spider seemed to have suddenly come to an unfamiliar environment and was shocked for a moment. It began to attack instinctively wherever it saw. Mr. Mito, let's talk later. I need to deal with that guy first. Well, go ahead. I'll leave the village to you. Miyako nodded, and with a thought, the cobra, which was as obedient as a puppet, jumped over there. In order to prevent the cobra from hitting the house, Miyako deliberately let it jump. From a distance, it looked like a cane jumping, which was extremely funny. After Miyako left, an Anbu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a scary eye. After saying this, several people also put the matter of the god of death behind them. An Anbu echoed, I didn't expect that such a big cobra could be subdued so easily by her. When I was in school, the teacher said that Uchiha Madara could use the Sharingan to control the 9 tails. I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect it to be true. Okay, go help others, I'm no longer in danger. Hearing her say this, an Anbu captain immediately stood up and said, Mito-sama, we know you are strong, but you used to protect us, now it's our turn to protect you. Uzumaki Mito's breathing stagnated, and after a moment of stunnedness, she shook her head and laughed. You guys. Then it's up to you. Seeing that Uzumaki Mito didn't drive his people away, the Anbu captain was happy. The words just now were heard by himself in the crowd before the 3rd generation and others set off. I felt a lot at the time. This time they received the order to stay with Uzumaki Mito at all costs to ensure his safety. This is also the only order for their team. There have been similar missions before, but they were all rejected by Uzumaki Mito. This time he suddenly said this sentence, and he didn't expect it to have such a good effect. Lord Mito agreed. In fact, these giant beasts look scary, but their strength is not as good as that of ordinary Chunin. Even Chunin can kill these giant beasts with a kunao. So when Hotaki Sakumo came back, 2 of the 4 giant beasts had been killed. Coincidentally, these 2 were controlled by Uchiha Daisuang and his wife, using the Sharingan, and the Cobra and Scorpion killed each other one by one. So far, the Sand Ninja's Konoha surprise attack plan has completely failed. Feint attack, main attack, backhand 1, backhand 2, all destroyed. Hokage building. The whole village is very happy, but 2 people are unhappy. No need to guess, it is Mito Kato-en and Udaten Koharu. The atmosphere in the office is very dull, there are only 2 of them here. This time, Uchiha is very prominent in the defense battle. Mito Kato-en said with a grim face. Almost all of them were in the siege outside the village, the wall defense battle, and the defense battle in front of the Hokage. Udaten Koharu had a gloomy face, if only they were all like Jing. Uchiha's thoughts are too serious, and their feelings are too delicate and profound. They are like a double-edged sword. If used well, they can hurt the enemy, just like this battle. If used poorly, they will make themselves bleed, just like Uchiha Madara. And because of him, the 1st generation of Wood was seriously injured and died. If the 2 of them can work together, if Uchiha Madara can listen to Hashirama, if the 1st generation of Wood is tougher, how good would the world be? Have you noticed that the Uchiha Mirai family has been very active recently? Maida Manyan suddenly asked. Udaten Koharu snorted disdainfully, Het. It's not hard to guess what they're thinking. They just want to build momentum and win the 4th Hokage for Uchiha Fugaku. Even if Uchiha Fugaku can't become the 4th generation, this benefit will fall on Uchiha Mirai. At the door, Hatake Sakumo was about to push the door open when he heard the 2 consultants' sour words. Think about it and you will understand. The biggest credit for this defense war belongs to the Uchiha clan. They not only blocked the Sand Ninja puppet troops, but also prevented the attacks of the 4 giant beasts. Destroyed the Sand Ninjas backup in one fell swoop. The 2 backup plans made by the Sand Ninja, no matter which one, are enough to kill Konoha. Alas, it feels like God is helping the Uchiha. Hatake Sakumo's mouth twitched. These 2 old guys were obviously jealous because their people didn't get any benefits, while the Uchiha they suppressed with Danzo got such a big credit. Sure enough, I'm not suitable for being in the upper echelons. Either they look down on me, or I don't want to be with them. Over time, the conflict between them will grow bigger and bigger, until finally, one of the 2 sides must die to resolve it. So he wanted to resign from the position of captain of the Anbu more and more. After thinking for a while, he knocked on the door after there was no movement inside. Come in. After Hatake Sakumo entered, he found that the 2 consultants had regained their indifferent expressions. If he hadn't heard what the 2 said outside, he would never have guessed how the 2 consultants were secretly jealous. The leader of the attack on Konoha, Akashi, and Songming, has been killed by me. The remaining Sand Ninjas will all be captured by other Konoha ninjas. He killed the Akashi couple, which was a great achievement, and the remaining soup should be shared with others. Well, we have received the battle report from the village entrance. Hatake, you did a good job. Yutane Koharu praised with a smile. No, these are the results of everyone's joint efforts to fight the enemy. If I were alone, I would not be able to stop so many Sand Ninjas. Of course, if he were given a week, he would be sure to wipe out all the Sand Ninjas by himself. But again, his contribution was great enough, and he had to share some of the credit with others. After all, when you are famous, there will be more gossip. So, he continued, and I was able to kill those 2 people, all thanks to the 2 consultants' planning and the help of major families. Yutaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en were stunned. They looked at each other. What did Hatake Sakumo mean by this? Did he want to share the credit? Although their IQs were barely passing, they had been in politics for so long and had developed some skills. Chapter 225. It is not Mirai's turn to deal with the aftermath. At this moment, the 5 little ones followed Kushina and came to Uzumaki Mito. Originally, Hyagarika didn't want to come, but I don't know what Kushina thought. It seems that she wants to be good friends with Hyagarika, so she tied her arm and brought her with her. Grandma, are you okay? Before entering the door, Kushina's voice came in. The 2 Anbu at the door just wanted to stop them. Kushina and others can go in, but Uchiha Mirai can't. After all, they are all the confidants of the Hokage, and they know that the Hokage will more or less allow Elder Danzo to suppress the Uchiha. But before they move, Uzumaki Mito in the room made a voice, which stunned the Anbu. Let them all come in. Does this seem to imply that Uchiha Mirai can also go in? Yes. But as the Anbu, Uzumaki Mito's bodyguards, they will not go against the other party's ideas. So they all made way for the 5 little ones to enter. On the balcony, Uzumaki Mito retracted her gaze, feeling a little amused. If these Anbu knew that the boy they wanted to stop was the son of the woman before, how would they feel? Would they regret being too impulsive? Just as she was thinking, Noeki and Kushina rushed in. Grandma, are you okay? Grandma, are you okay? Did the cobra scare you just now? Uzumaki Mito hurriedly caught them on the left and right, and smiled and comforted them. It's okay, you know, Grandma is very strong. After comforting her granddaughter and grandson, Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Mirai. Little guy, your mother is the one who saved me just now. Yes, her name is Uchiha Mieko. One of the most important people to me. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito showed a kind smile on his face. Your mother is pretty good. You should respect her well in the future. Mirai blinked his eyes, a little confused and puzzled. He always felt that Uzumaki Mito's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Could it be that she predicted something? Of course. She is my mother. Uzumaki Mito smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, she changed the subject and said, Come on, little guys, tell Grandma how you defeated those sand ninjas just now. Were you scared? Speaking of this, Noeki, Minato and Kushina were no longer sleepy. The three of them immediately started talking vividly from 5 o'clock. Only Hyagarika and Uchiha Mirai were left in the field. But the two were happy and comfortable. Hyagarika was here for the first time. She had only heard about Uzumaki Mito's deeds from the tribe before. But not much is known. All we know is that she is the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the wife of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, and the strongest seal master in the ninja world. There are also rumors that Uzumaki Mito is a woman who dares to snatch even Uchiha Madara, which is quite domineering. As for what she snatched, it is unknown, but the biggest possibility is that she thinks it is ninjutsu. She watched Uzumaki Mito and the others talking excitedly, so she didn't disturb them, but walked towards the various flowers and plants placed by the wall. Each of these flowers and plants bloomed very vigorously, with almost no dead leaves. Obviously someone took good care of them. Each flower was so bright that even if it was a weed, it bloomed with its own pride. Each branch and leaf stretched upward, as if it wanted to compete with the sky. As she approached, a fragrance unique to the flowers, like water and mist, wrapped her up. The depression in her heart seemed to have dissipated a lot unconsciously. For a moment, she felt a lot more relaxed. "Do you like flowers?" Walai put his hands in his pockets, walked to her side, and asked curiously. I don't know if it's because he's used to it or because of the environment here, but Hyagarika didn't say anything bad. She nodded and shook her head. This confused Walai. Before he continued to ask, Hyagarika took the initiative to say, "When I was a child, I liked to grow flowers. I felt that they were so beautiful and lived carefree every day. Although life is short, its fruits can take root and sprout in the next year, and bloom again with their pride. This is a kind of beauty that makes people yearn for." Walai nodded. Although he didn't understand, he understood the love of flower growers for flowers. "Do you have a favorite flower?" Hearing Walai's words, Hyagarika was silent. She couldn't help but recall the flower stained with her mother's blood when she was a child. "When I was a child, I liked gentian flowers very much. I just don't like it now." Mirai glanced at her, and he could see that this incident had dealt a heavy blow to her, so much so that when she said this, there was a hint of hatred in her eyes. He did not ask further questions, but looked at the flower bed on the other side. There was a gentian flower there, pure white, without many branches and leaves, just like a white rose. "Gentian." As he said this, he spit out his mad sword, and looked at the mad sword with a dazed look. It seemed that he wanted to see a certain world from the mad sword. He thought of a certain woman. She was also the first love of the second owner of Tessaigan. It's a pity that the ending of the two was very sad. She was obviously the ceiling of combat power among the shrine maidens, but because of love, she was designed by Naruto to burn herself to death. When you die, your soul is not at rest. At this time, Hyagarika seemed to have noticed the change in Mirai's expression, and she looked at him puzzledly. "What's wrong with this man? Why does it feel like he is thinking of something sad? What's wrong with you?" she asked curiously. "Do you know what Kikyo said?" Mirai looked away, looked at her, and asked. She shook her head, "I don't know." At that time, she was still young, and she only thought that Kikyo was very beautiful, unlike roses with thorns, which would hurt herself if she was not careful. Later, her father died, and her mother died too. Since then, she has never touched flowers again. Its flower language is called eternal and hopeless love. Just like that Maiko. She obviously liked Inuyasha, but in the end they could not be together. After the soul was reincarnated, she was no longer herself. Because her name is Kikyo. Because her name is Kagome. Higurashi Kagome. They are no longer the same person. Hearing this, Hyagarika couldn't help but look at Kikyo, eternal and hopeless love, hey. It seems like herself. At her best age, both parents died. Just when I understood what fatherly and motherly love are, this feeling was taken away. Hey? Mirai, how come I didn't know you knew the language of flowers? At this time, Minato suddenly interrupted. This scared the two of them. Oh my god, when did you come here? Mirai looked at him speechlessly. Just now. Minato said, then smiled bitterly. He pointed in the direction of Noeki, and explained, Noeki and Kushina were too excited, I couldn't get a word in, so I came to you. Mirai heard this and turned to look. Found that Noeki, this guy, was actually bragging. What? He punched down alone, and the sand ninja knelt down directly, crying and begging him to show mercy. Even Kushina did the same thing. She was even more outrageous, saying that she was just standing on the city wall, and the kingly aura was radiating, which immediately scared the sand ninjas to surrender. Mirai, _ These two guys, they are not afraid of blowing their own trumpets. Is it really okay for them to lie to the old man like this? Hinata Reka had a different opinion. No one with a brain would believe this kind of thing, but the old man likes to be lively. Hearing this, Minato and Mirai looked at Uzumaki Mito and found that she couldn't stop smiling. What you said is not wrong. Mirai gave her a thumbs up. At this time, a fish belly white appeared on the horizon. Gradually, a red sun slowly emerged from the side of the mountain. It was like a shy girl, a little shy to see people. The warm sunlight sprinkled into the rooftop and shone on Mirai and them. It made them feel extremely warm. It's dawn. Minato squinted his eyes and smiled at the rising sun. For a moment, his heart was filled with pride. And Mirai looked at him with a smile on her face. Yes, it's dawn. Hinata Reka. Ah. That's right. It's dawn. She said expressionlessly. I'd better go. This team is full of perverts. If I stay close to them for too long, I will definitely be affected. Nawaki and Kushina, who were bragging fiercely, gradually stopped bragging. They also looked at the rising sun. They had seen the rising sun many times, but it was far from being as impressive as this time. Uzumaki Mito rubbed Kushina's red hair. Gently said, Kushina, see, you are the rising sun, and I am the setting sun yesterday. The future of Konoha will depend on you. Grandma, Kushina felt her nose sour instantly. Before tears could overflow from her eyes, Uzumaki Mito suddenly leaned close to her ear and said with a bad taste. So promise me that you must snatch Namikaze Minato from Uchiha, just like your grandma and I did back then. Kushina, iota _. In an instant, all her sadness was shattered, leaving nothing behind. Grandma. Alas. For a moment, she was speechless. Chapter 226. After leaving the Whirlpool Tower, Minato looked at Kushina curiously. What did Grandma say to you just now? Why do you seem a little ashamed? I don't dare to face myself. Kushina's face turned from red to black when she heard it, very black, darker than Kuroki. Don't ask about girls' affairs, boys. After saying that, she shook her hair and stopped. After Hinata Reka caught up, she took her hand and skipped away. Minato. What happened to her? At this moment, his mind was full of question marks. But Nawaki, who was standing by, watched all this with a smile. He agreed with his grandmother's instigation of Kushina to snatch Mirai's other half. Because in a team, one pervert is enough. Don't think about it, women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Mirai patted Minato's shoulder from behind and said happily. As he said that, he suddenly said, by the way, are you hungry? Do you want to go to my clan to eat something? Just now, he looked down at Konoha from the high tower. He found that the houses in the village were severely damaged, but the Uchiha clan was miraculously not hurt much. Obviously, the big scorpion appeared in the direction of the Uchiha clan. He could only sigh that his father ran very fast. When the scorpion caused damage, he could quickly cross the Senju clan's territory and the Hokage building and rush back to the Uchiha clan's territory. And the newly planned market of the Uchiha clan was not damaged at all. Is this okay? Nawaki hesitated. In the future, it is obvious that even Kushina is included, but Kushina's identity is too special. Who dares to let her run to the Uchiha clan? That's like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Mirai hugged him and Minato, and said with a smile, don't worry, the aftermath work is very busy, and I guarantee with my personality that no one dares to do anything to Kushina. The clan leader, elders, and other Uchiha high-level officials must be very busy. After all, the Uchiha contributed a lot in the defense of Konoha this time. At this moment, they have already discussed what kind of benefits they want to get from the Konoha high-level officials. Because his father was called away by Uchiha to Hi's people, the remaining Uchiha will give him a face. In the past, he often brought Minato home, and no one would complain. Rope Tree glanced at him, thought about it, and nodded. Okay, although you are a pervert, your personality is still trustworthy. Mirai, straight face, I regret it, I don't want you to go. Well, I know, I want to eat dotyaki. I said I won't take you there, don't you understand? I understand, so I said I want to eat dotyaki, but I heard that there is a dotyaki restaurant in your Uchiha market that is particularly delicious. Mirai was speechless. He looked at Noeki, and said unhappily, dotyaki is a food that tastes good with wine, and besides, do you think the boss of that restaurant will let us in? We Uchiha will not do such illegal things. The so-called dotyaki is stewed offal, which is said to be an upgraded version of Odin. It is usually sold in izakayas. If we don't order wine, it won't be illegal. Noeki licked his lips and said with a smile. Hinata Reka, who was walking in front, said speechlessly, I really admire you. After fighting with the sand ninja, you still have the leisure to eat. Hearing this, Walai rolled her eyes at her and retorted, it is because of the fight that we are hungry, so we want to find food to restore the consumed chakra. Let's go. With my face, the boss will definitely not turn us away. Hearing this, Noeki's eyebrows raised a few degrees. Walai didn't take what he said seriously at all, but as soon as Hinata Reka opened his mouth, this guy immediately stood up. Hee. Interesting. I seem to have found a way to restrain Walai. It turns out that the boss of hand burning still knows how to adapt. When Walai and his friends came to the boss's shop, the boss refused at first, but he couldn't stand that Walai gave too much, so he smiled and bent down to welcome them in. Uchiha Teshio, hey, hurry up, clean up a private room, don't neglect the little guests. As he said that, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen with a chrysanthemum on his face. When he left, the future and the others could hear each other spit. Pa, 1, 2, 7, hee, 70,000 taels. The future didn't care about the pain anymore, he turned around and looked at the rope tree, raised his little head, and said proudly, see, I just say my face is important. Damn, 70,000 taels, it hurts me so much. Yes, 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 yes. You are the best. Noeki was already very happy in his heart. I like this kind of people who slap their faces and pretend to be rich. Hinata Reka and Kushina on the side covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Good guy, this is the first time I see this little pervert spending so much money. In the past, the food bought for Orochimaru and others was almost all paid by Kushina and Noeki. Now I am happy to kill him. Not only are they happy, but everyone in the village is happy. Even the two high-level people are happy. At this time, Yuta and Koharu is writing a victory report. Pass it on to Sarutobi and the others. Look, without you, Mizuman and I can defend the village. Little known fact, Mizuman Yan, surnamed Mizuman. It was this achievement that she couldn't bring herself to write about. She didn't know how to write about Hitaki Sakumo's achievement. He said he was willing to share his achievement, but he didn't say how much, so she couldn't start. After all, there were so many people watching. If she wrote too much, someone would definitely jump out and it would be embarrassing. Mizuman Yan on the side, sorting out the battle reports of other clans. Prepare to send them to the Hokage and others. And prepare a report to the ninja world condemning the shameless behavior of the Sand Village, denouncing the unethical behavior of the Sand Village's unprovoked sneak attack on Konoha. Of course, the ultimate purpose of this report is to tell the ninja world that Konoha is not easy to mess with. 1,500 sand ninjas were all killed in Konoha. Now more than 600 sand ninjas have become prisoners of Konoha. If you want to redeem them, you can, bring money. However, when he learned that Hitaki Sakumo was willing to share the credit, the smile on his face, the intention has never stopped. Once this achievement is realized, not to mention the benefits on the surface, even the invisible benefits are so numerous that it makes people numb. For example, their position will be more stable. They have more say in the elders. Their reputation in the ninja world is higher. In the hearts of the masses, they are worthy of the name. So when he saw the achievements of Uchiha again, he was not so disgusted. The Uchiha people are really good, especially the little guy called Uchiha Mirai, who is very outstanding. Reward, must be rewarded. So he wrote his suggestions at the back of the Uchiha battle report. Hinata Reka? Oh, that's the kid who used the bin to see the sand ninja puppet army. Not bad, not stingy with the reward. Hey, this kid, Noeki, can actually destroy several sand ninja puppets, quite amazing. The reward can't be less. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, these two kids are good. Not only did they destroy the sand ninjas that attacked the city wall, Kushina also used slugs to heal the injuries of others. They are indeed the geniuses of this generation, and they are also the apprentices of the 3 ninjas and the successors of the Will of Fire. Well, they are all good kids. The battle report of the 3 families of Ino, Shika, and Jo, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Narashikaku found and assisted the ninjas of their respective families and captured the ninjas who released the desert beast in the village. The Hyuga clan captured more than 100 sand ninjas who sneaked into the village. Oh my, the young people nowadays are really amazing. This attracted the attention of Koharu Yudatan. You are right. Uchihamurai, Minato Namikaze, Senju Noeki, and Kushina Uzumaki are all valued by the 3 ninjas, and their strength must be good. The kids from the Ino, Shika, and Jo families also performed very well this time. As far as I know, they are all from the class next to Uchihamurai. Midaman Yan recalled the ninja school archives and nodded. Well, they are not from the same class, but now that you mentioned it, I remember one thing, the people in their class are all very outstanding. The 4 of Namikaze Minato, the Ino, Shika, and Jo families, and the Hyuga Hayashi brothers, etc., are all outstanding young people, but they are not as popular as Uchihamurai and Namikaze Minato. Konoha is really getting more and more prosperous. After sighing for a moment, the 2 men buried their heads and wrote furiously, hoping to send the battle report to the front line as soon as possible. Although they had already sent a victory report once, the 3 generations must have been prepared for the counterattack by the Sand Ninja in advance. Because according to the investigation, the couple killed by Hotaki Sakumo were both generals of the Sand Ninja village and the son and daughter-in-law of old Lady Cho. If the old guy knew about this, he would be furious. Don't think about it, that guy will definitely come to take revenge. Chapter 227. By the time the front line received the first victory report, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Shimura Danzo was drinking millet porridge, looking at a map, and secretly thinking about how to arrange it so that the Hidden Rock village could be wiped out here in one fell swoop. Although this idea is unrealistic, after all, the ninjas of the Hidden Rock village are not pigs and dogs. If they can't beat themselves and others, they can't run away. The most important thing is that the enemy's group combat capability is second to none in the ninja world. Report to the leader. At 5 o'clock this morning, the Sand Village sent a large-scale ninja force of about 1,500 people from the border of the river country to attack the entrance of Konoha village. A root ninja rushed to the tent and knelt down, and quickly spoke. Puff. Danzo was so shocked by this that he spit out a mouthful of millet porridge. In an instant, the maps on the table were all covered with millet porridge. He didn't care about the map anymore, and hurriedly looked at the root ninja, anxiously asking, 1,500 people. Are you sure it's not 150? 1,500 people. How is this possible? With such a large team moving, are those ninjas guarding the border just eating for nothing? They couldn't even detect such a big movement. As he said that, he paced anxiously in the tent. He looked extremely irritated. With the ability of those 2 guys, they are simply not enough to resist the attack of these 1,500 people. Damn it, how could this happen? He didn't think that these 2 guys, Koharu Yudatan and Midaman N, could mobilize the family ninjas of Konoha. Even if they could mobilize, it would be too difficult for them to coordinate them to work together to resist the attack of the Sand Ninja. Midaman N was just making up the numbers, and Koharu Yudatan had some brains, but not much. She could only see the situation in front of her, commonly known as short-sightedness. They all had no ability to coordinate. Who is leading the team of Sand Village? He turned around and asked. They are the heroes of Sand Village, named Akeza Matsueki and Akeza Hanoshiko. They are a couple, and they are also the son and daughter-in-law of Cho. Their strength is second to none among the Sand Ninjas, and they are the most popular candidates who have the best chance of winning the 4th generation Kazekage. Hearing this, Danzo's face became even more anxious. How could it be them? This is bad. If it is them, the abilities of Mito Kato and Yudatan Koharu are not the opponents of these 2 people at all. Looking at the anxiety on the boss's face, the root ninja continued expressionlessly, Danzo, you worry too much. This group of sand ninjas have all been defeated. The 2 leaders have been killed by Hotaki Sakumo. This is a victory report. Please take a look. Danzo. What, victory report? What did I hear? It was actually a victory report. Could it be that I was drunk from drinking millet porridge? Without waiting for the root to answer, he grabbed the scroll and started reading. This scroll had been opened before, and it was obviously seen by the root people in advance. He didn't care, because he was the one who ordered the route to deal with the information from Konoha at its discretion. His main focus was on the rock ninja, and he didn't have time to argue with the two people in the village. He read 10 lines at a glance and finished it quickly. But after reading it, his expression was like this. Underscore? One eye was wrapped in a bandage, the other eye was wide open, and there was a string of question marks on his forehead. Are you sure this information is true? Yes, Master Danzo, this information contains our route's special sealing technique, which others can't imitate at all. Hearing the answer from his subordinates, his whole expression was distorted. How the hell is this possible? They were able to avoid the border ninjas and quietly reach the gate of Konoha. No matter how you think about it, this large group of sand ninjas should not be so weak. How could they be solved in just one morning? This is unscientific. Before he could hesitate for a moment, another root ninja came. Danzo-sama, this is the detailed victory report that just arrived. They just opened it and took a look. My goodness, they almost fainted. The handwriting on this victory report is at least no less than 10,000 words. The scrolls are the size of a palm, and it's a good thing that the eagle can bring it. Danzo looked at him, then looked at the palm-thick scroll in his hand, and finally looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand. Can't these two old guys send them all at once? Damn it! Perhaps guessing what the boss was thinking, the second root ninja said without any emotion, Sir, the ninja eagle that delivered the first piece of information still has some strength left, but the second ninja eagle has collapsed from exhaustion and has been carried away for rescue. The implication is, boss, we are not teasing you, but this scroll is too big. The eagle is vomiting blood. Shimura Danzo's teeth hurt. Okay, I know, bring the information. He also knew that he couldn't blame anyone. Yes. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo received the victory report almost at the same time. He was also facing a similar situation as Danzo, that is, he almost scared himself to death. Then he looked at the information on the second victory report. His face gradually became strange. 1,500 people, just gone. Are you kidding? But soon, he saw the name of Tofu, and he understood it immediately. That fat guy is not a person with strong limbs and a simple mind. His wisdom and strategy are not inferior to himself and Danzo. If he came forward on behalf of the top leaders, relying on the influence of the three families of Ino, Shikaku, and Jo, he could mobilize ninjas from various tribes and coordinate them. If Hitaki Sakumo resisted head-on, he could indeed annihilate this group of sand ninjas. Hey, luckily we left Hitaki Sakumo in the village, otherwise, we would be in trouble this time. The strength of the ninja clan leader alone could not withstand the attack of Akashi and Song Ming. He had heard of these two people. They were able to repel the ninja troops of the Cloud Ninja. They were top-notch in strength and wisdom. But they met Hitaki Sakumo, who was famous for his assassination technique. No matter how strong the puppets of the Sand Ninja were, no matter how good the puppeteer was at hiding his strength, he could not escape his eyes. It can be said that Hitaki Sakumo, like Tsunade, was a natural puppeteer. One destroyed the puppets head-on, poisonous fog, the other bypassed the puppets, looked for the real body, and killed them with one blow. Because his assassination technique was enough to kill them before the puppeteers could react. When he finished watching, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Feint attack, main attack, backup plan 1, backup plan 2. If it was any other ninja village, it would have been breached long ago. Unfortunately, God was on Konoha's side this time. Regardless of the main attack direction, the ninja clan surrounded the main attack team, and the assassination of Hitaki Sakumo made the Sand Ninja panic and uneasy, and they had no desire to fight at all. Still on the feint attack side, the city defense army fought to the death and dragged the support of the ninja clan ninja. This can be attributed to Yuta and Koharu and the two of them. They did a good job in asking the people in the village to strengthen their vigilance. Of course, the most important thing is the opening of the barrier. If there was no barrier, I'm afraid that this group of sand ninjas would have already touched the village. Then he saw familiar people. Uchihamarai's family, Minato, Noeki, Kushina, and a little girl with white eyes. It was these children who discovered the backup plan of the sand ninja. Not bad, not bad, good kids deserve rewards. He laughed with relief. However, when he saw that the Akagiri couple were killed, the smile in his heart turned into a heavy one. Alas! What a pity! Why at this time? Seeing that they were living in peace with the sand village, and that old man Onoki also showed signs of heading here. The Sand Ninja did this. Now, the Sand Ninja who were originally on the front line had to join the battle even if they didn't want to. Come here. The next moment, an Anbu flashed and appeared, and knelt down in front of the third generation, Hokage-sama. Cancel the previous series of plans, and secretly send someone to tell Hanzo that our plan will be delayed. Wait until we beat back all the Sand Ninjas, and then help him deal with the Rock Ninjas. Yes. The Anbu didn't leave, and his intuition told him that the third generation still had things to do. Send more ninjas to secretly monitor the Sand Ninja positions. If they show signs of moving out, I want to know it first. Yes. The Anbu hadn't left yet, and his intuition told him that the third generation had something else to do. This time, the third generation didn't say anything immediately, but paced around the room. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law died in Konoha. She will definitely want to attack us regardless of life and death, and her poison is the most difficult. Let someone transfer Tsunade over. Yes. After the third generation finished speaking, he began to think about what to do next. After a moment, he noticed that the Anbu ninja was still kneeling in the same place, looking at him in some confusion. Do you have anything else to do? No, I'll convey your instructions now. After the Anbu finished speaking, he hurriedly got up and left. I thought you still had something to tell me, but I was overthinking it. Chapter 228. The outside world was in turmoil. Jiraiya brought the three little ones to a secluded place and began to build a wooden house by hand. They were several hundred meters deep. Old Madara sat in front of the tree stump, looking at the information in his hand, which was collected by the white Zetsu body. Hehe, the knife that suddenly changed, interesting. White Zetsu asked, Lord Madara, do you want me to steal it back and show it to you? Hearing this, Madara waved his hand, his eyes fell on the wall. No matter how powerful the knife is, it is just a ninja tool, which belongs to external objects. Besides, I have a lot of treasures. The wall was full of treasures he got in the early years. One of the fans attracted the most attention. This is the Uchiha clan's clan artifact, the Uchiha round fan, which can rebound all A level and below. During the Warring States period, he used this feature to kill countless strong men. But then again, with his peak strength, he no longer needed these ninja tools, because he was countless times stronger than the tools. Naturally, he looked down on the sword that could change its form and increase the user's ability in the future. How is Nagato recently? He asked about the thing that concerned him most. Since he implanted the reincarnation eye into the boy's eyes, he observed it. Well, I have to say, White Zetsu is quite reliable. He found that this boy's tolerance for his reincarnation eye was ridiculously high. In the future, he will definitely be able to open the power outside the six paths, that is, the power of the outer path. Then it fits his plan. So within 2 days, he sent White Zetsu to attract the two scattered Konoha ninjas and led them to Nagato's house when they were the hungriest. As expected, he saw two starving Konoha ninjas. In order to protect their son, Nagato's parents died at the hands of the two ninjas during the dispute. Witnessing the death of his parents, Nagato instantly became extremely furious and completely activated his Samsara Eye. Madara-sama, Nagato is already with Jiraiya. Do you think he will be infected by Jiraiya and give up his plan to revive you? White Zetsu asked curiously. That's right, it was White Zetsu who robbed Nagato's cave and food. At that time, he just transformed into a Konoha ninja, mixed in that team, and then told others that he found a cave full of food. After arousing the greed of those people, he was looking for an opportunity to fake his death and get away. But I don't know if it was because he was too good at disguising himself. In just a few days, he actually had a good relationship with the Konoha team. Later, he pretended to die in the hands of the Rain Ninja, which led to the Konoha ninja who originally just wanted to buy some food to directly rob it. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the goal has been achieved. Uchiha Madara smiled and didn't care. This ninja world is a deformed world. Only hatred can be passed down. Even the kindest people will be swallowed up by this world. And I really hope that he can experience the short-lived beauty, so that when he falls into endless despair, he will yearn for light more and more. And I can control him better. After saying that, he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. So don't worry about Nagato and Mirai. They will become my next one sooner or later. Oh. Baize responded and said nothing more. Sand Ninja Village. Cho was anxiously waiting in the office of the Kazekage. Mainly because the last piece of information came last night, saying that Akashi and Songming were preparing to attack Konoha. In order to prevent accidents, they did not send information back. Cho also understood and said nothing. Just because she didn't want to be in constant worry, she planned to deal with some government affairs. As a result, she fell asleep accidentally. In a daze, she seemed to see her son and daughter-in-law, who looked at her with guilt. Cho was just a little confused. Aren't they in Konoha? Why did they come back suddenly? Why did you come back? She asked. But her son and his wife didn't answer. The couple came forward to hug her and slowly floated away. No matter how she shouted or chased, she couldn't catch them. She could only watch them getting farther and farther away. And she herself seemed to be bound by something, her whole body was incredibly heavy, and even the chakra lines engraved in her bones could not be used. It was not until they completely disappeared that she suddenly woke up from the dream. The dream was too real. She couldn't convince herself that it was just a dream. She was restless and immediately came to the Kazekage building to see if there was any information here. This wait lasted from dawn to daytime. Watching Cho walking around, looking out the window from time to time, Feng Ying shook his head. This old woman can also be anxious sometimes. Grandma Cho, I know you are anxious, but it is useless to be anxious, and it is just a dream. You have to have confidence in your children. In the Sand Ninja village, they are masters second only to you and me, and they also lead 100-man Sand Ninja puppet force, 500 elites, and more than 900 ninjas to follow. Even if they can't break through Konoha, they have enough strength to retreat. He didn't want the Akazaga Songming couple to die in battle. Naturally, he would not let them perform a mission that must be killed. Whether they succeed or fail, they have the power to kill back. Besides, even if these two people are idiots, it is absolutely impossible for them not to come back. After all, he is also afraid that Cho will get angry. I understand the truth. Cho came to the table, picked up a cup of cold tea, and drank it all. Although the tea is cold, it still can't extinguish her restless heart. She simply came to the map and carefully examined the forces of all parties. The third Kazekage walked across from her, looked at the map in front of him, and heard Cho telling something. Konoha's power is basically on the front line. The third Hokage is in the Rain Country and wants to regain the face of the three ninjas with Hanzo. This should be correct. Our people saw him yesterday. Hearing this, the third Kazekage understood that she wanted to check whether Konoha could transfer the masters back. This made him frown a little. It is unlikely that there will be any problems with our intelligence work. Cho snorted coldly and retorted, don't underestimate Konoha. Have you forgotten that our Anbu was also established based on the Anbu ninja organization founded by the second Hokage? At the beginning, Konoha's Anbu directly suppressed the Uchiha Hawk faction who wanted to launch a rebellion and wanted to drive the second Hokage down. The third Kazekage stopped talking. This was not a secret. He also looked at the map and speculated, Shimura Danzo is still in the direction of Iwagakure village. According to reliable information, since the third Hokage is currently heading to the Hidden Rain village, he is currently shrinking his defenses to prevent the Iwagakure ninja from taking advantage. In this case, he can't be transferred back. Cho suddenly looked up at the third Kazekage and asked, have our people found the three ninjas? Hearing this, the third Kazekage suddenly looked up at her, you mean, the three ninjas have returned to Konoha village? It's possible. After all, they can't be healing in the Rain Country full of enemies. But soon Cho shook her head again, however, if it was the three ninjas, they might really find a place in the Rain Country to recover from their injuries. What do you mean? You haven't fought with Tsunade Senju, so you don't know much about her. That woman has medical ninjutsu that is more advanced than mine. As long as they don't die, she has plenty of ways to save them. Hanzo spared their lives, so it's obvious that their injuries were not very serious. In this case, with Tsunade's means, they can recover in a week at most. Following Chiyo's thoughts, the third Kazekage quickly thought of something, and his face became a little ugly. They are hiding on purpose because they are planning something, and the target of their plan is most likely our Sand Ninja village. They may have stolen the information that I wanted to surprise attack Konoha, so they sneaked back to Konoha secretly. Chiyo's face was not very good, damn Konoha. After saying that, she looked at the third Kazekage, shook her head and smiled bitterly, alas, be prepared to fail. She was relieved. She had fought with the 3 ninjas before, and their strength was indeed good, but only when the 3 of them joined together could they compete with her, the 10 Kinmatsu people, who told them that they were too young and had not fully grown up. And even if his son and daughter-in-law were defeated by them, they would not be in danger of their lives. There were more than 1,000 people, and even if they were asked to chop more than 1,000 wild boars, they could not kill them all. Someone could always retreat. After all, there were not many ninjas left in Konoha village. They were strong in defense, but weak in pursuit. It's bad, Master Kazekage, Master Cho, all the ninjas we attacked Konoha with surprise were defeated. Master Akashi and his wife both died in the battle. Of the more than 1,500 people, only 600 to 700 were captured alive, and the rest were all dead. The ninja who reported the news also knew how important this information was. In order not to be blamed, he had practiced it many times in his mind on the way here, so he spoke it very fluently and clearly in one breath. Chiyo's body stiffened, she slowly turned her head and looked at the ninja who reported the news. Her eyes were full of disbelief, and she even suspected that she might have heard it wrong. So her throat moved, wanting to ask something. But when she opened her mouth, a mouthful of blood came out, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. The blood spurted out, instantly staining the ground red. In an instant, her spirit, like the blood, was completely drained out of her body. Her body softened, and she slowly fell down with her eyes wide open. Ms. Cho. Mrs. Cho, go find a doctor. For a moment, the office was in chaos. The ninja who reported the news stood up hurriedly, ran out of the door, and shouted, I'll find a doctor right away. He didn't dare to stay in the office. Didn't he see Cho vomiting blood because of his words? Chapter 229. The news that Cho vomited blood and fainted soon spread among the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village. The 3rd Kazekage looked extremely ugly. Damn it, how could he die in battle? He paced back and forth in the room, feeling very irritated. Holding the intelligence sent back by the spy in his hand. A name jumped out of the paper, making his face terribly gloomy. Hitaki Sakumo. We really underestimated you, thinking that your strength was good, but definitely not higher than Tsunade and others. But I didn't expect that you actually have the strength to kill the Akashi couple in seconds. He gritted his teeth and said, his hands unconsciously exerted force, and the scroll was creaking when he squeezed it. But soon, he was depressed. Konoha is too strong. Who would have thought that an unknown ninja would have such a strong strength? At this moment, he suspected that there was definitely a strong man hidden in Konoha village. Even if he kicked a shadow to death, he would not think it was outrageous. Lei Xiao, the younger brother of the 3rd Kazekage, the ninja who got a great bargain, also had a grim expression. Not only did our sand ninja suffer heavy losses this time, but we also have to deal with Chiyo's anger and the 500 or 600 people captured by Konoha. The 3rd Kazekage looked at him irritably, I know it without you telling me. Brother, there is only one way for us to go now. Lei Xiao suggested. The 3rd Kazekage was silent for a moment after hearing this, and finally walked back to his seat and sat down. Tell me about it. Lei Xiao took a few steps closer and lowered his voice, after all, it was you and I who proposed to let the Akazaga Songming couple launch a surprise attack on Konoha. They died in Konoha. Although it is not our fault from a rational point of view, it is our problem emotionally. Cho has a very high status in the village. As long as she wakes up, the elders who are on good terms with her will definitely put pressure on us. By then, our Kazekage faction and their elders faction will definitely have another dispute. Instead of that, we might as well transfer the conflict away first. When Cho vents her anger on the Konoha ninja on the battlefield, we will not be so weak when facing her. The 3rd Kazekage rubbed his eyebrows while listening. Transfer the conflict away. This is a good idea. Okay, let's do as you say. By the way, all the supplies this time must be prepared quickly. Cho can't wait, and we can't wait even more. If Cho stays in the sand village for one more minute, he may suffer the other party's anger. Okay, I'll go now. Lei Xiao said, and turned around and left. The two did not mention the sand ninjas captured by Konoha. Maybe they deliberately didn't want to mention it. And as long as Cho goes to the battlefield, then this matter can be completely pushed onto the other party, and then the people of their Kazekage department will not be splashed with dirty water at all. In Konoha village. In the Hokage meeting room, all the elders, the heads of the major families, the 2 advisors, the leaders of the sealing class, the barrier class, the Jounin class, the Anbu minister, etc., as long as the ninjas with a little status in Konoha, all arrived. Among the three major families, only Senju did not come. In the past, Senju Tsunade was the representative, but she is not in Konoha now, so she didn't come. Rope Tree is not qualified. Who said he was too young? In addition to the clan leader, Uchiha and Hyuga brought one more person. Uchiha Dahai brought Uchiha Dazwang, while the Hyuga clan brought the clan leader and his son, Hyuga Hayashi. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was planning to train the next clan leader. But this was someone else's family affair, so no one said anything. Today's meeting had only one main topic, which was how to condemn the Sand Ninja Village's surprise attack on Konoha. The meeting was noisy, some said to fight, and some said to compensate first. In short, the whole meeting room was noisy and incomprehensible. The only ones who didn't speak were Hyuga, Uchiha, Inoshikacho, and two consultants. Oh, there was another one, the Abarame clan, which had little presence. The Abarame clan leader sat quietly, not arguing or quarreling, and seemed isolated from the world. Those who said they wanted to fight were mostly radicals, and those who said they wanted compensation were the profit-seeking group. Both groups had their reasons, so it became a situation where I couldn't argue with you, but you couldn't argue with me either. Seeing that it was a waste of time to continue arguing like this, Koharu Yutane knocked heavily on the table. All of a sudden, the quarrels quieted down. Okay, stop arguing. According to the rules, if there is a disagreement, we will take a vote. But this time the Hokage is not here, and he has a veto, so this mechanism is not suitable. After all, the veto is the right of the Hokage. If she dares to initiate a vote, she will definitely be blocked by someone. Zinran grabbed the chicken's feet and sprayed it from head to tail. As she said this, she glanced at Uchiha without leaving a trace. When she just became the Hokage's advisor, she made a small mistake and was scolded by the other party. She almost became autistic. So everyone, come and express your opinions one by one. If you think it's appropriate, you will do it according to what he says. If it's not appropriate, the next one will express it. If none of them are appropriate, then we will pick the tallest one among the short ones and temporarily adopt that person's opinion. What do you think? I have no objection. Uchiha Dahai folded his arms and nodded. This is a good way, and it doesn't waste time. I have no objection either. The Hyuga clan leader responded. Yuta Eni Koharu's proposal is very formal and there is nothing wrong with it. Naturally, no one objects. Seeing that no one objected, Yutane Koharu nodded and said, well, let the Uchiha clan leader express his opinion first. If Tsunade was there in the past, the first speaker would naturally start from the Senju clan. If Senju was not there, then it would be the Uchiha clan, and then the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Dahai glanced at Dazwang beside him. At this moment, this guy looked ferocious. People would want to stay away from him at first sight, but they would subconsciously think that this guy was useless except for scaring people. Even facing him, they would have an inexplicable sense of superiority. For example, my IQ is higher than his. Although I can't beat him, I can beat him to death, and so on. Dahai stood up, supported his hands on the table, looked at the Yamanaka clan, and asked, did your Yamanaka clan get any information about the two people killed by the Minister of An? Hearing this, the Yamanaka clan leader was stunned. He frowned slightly and subconsciously glanced at his companion, the Nara clan leader. Why are you asking this? The Nara clan leader asked back indifferently. Even the faces of the two consultants turned a few degrees colder. The information obtained by the Yamanaka clan was directly connected to the top leaders of Konoha. What does Uchiha mean by this? Does he want to intervene in this matter? Obviously, other people think so too. Uchiha is the least popular clan in Konoha village. And Uchiha Dahai also knew about this, but he was not angry. If he was angry, he would have been angry long ago. He said calmly, I have an idea, and I need the bodies of Akashi and Song Ming. The Nara clan leader was stunned for a moment, then thought, why do you want their bodies? Dahai did not hide it, and said directly, when Cho learned that her daughter-in-law and son died in Konoha, what do you think she would do? The outspoken Inyazuka clan leader stood up immediately and said, definitely lead troops to attack Konoha, and the most likely route is the rain country. After all, there are a large number of ninjas from the Sand Village. If they join forces, their combat effectiveness will be more than doubled. That's right, but if we rush to send the bodies of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law to the sand village, guess what will happen? After saying that, Uchiha Tachai sat down leisurely. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. What would happen if the bodies were sent back? The Nara clan leader stood up suddenly, and he looked at Uchiha Tachai, his face a little unnatural. Uchiha clan leader, what a good plan. Obviously, he figured it out. It was because he figured it out that he felt horrified. It's not that he hadn't captured the enemy's generals in previous battles, but no one had ever wanted to return them. Because even if a ninja died, his body was a huge treasure. A professional ninja could analyze the opponent's secrets from the autopsy, such as the ingredients of the secret medicine he took, such as blood ability, such as the muscle memory of the human body, etc. And the most important thing is the brain. Because even if a ninja died, his mind would record the information before his death. Although it might not be complete, as long as a few key points are obtained, a lot of things can be deduced. For example, secret techniques, such as intelligence. So no one has ever thought of returning it to the opponent. And the idea proposed by Uchiha Tachai this time made him brighten his eyes. This is an open conspiracy to kill people and destroy their hearts. Chapter 230. Midaman saw that the Nara clan leader understood, so he said, "Please explain it to us, Nara clan leader." Although the suggestion to return the bodies of Akashi and Songming to the Sand Ninja village was proposed by Uchiha Tachai, they didn't want Uchiha to be in the spotlight. I don't know if the Nara clan leader heard it, maybe he heard it, but he didn't care. He explained directly, not only did Akashi and Songming die in Arcanaha, but their bodies are still in Arcanaha, which is equivalent to giving Cho of Sand Ninja village an object of hatred. She will definitely attack us at all costs, which is a great pressure for us. After all, Cho is a top ninja in poisoning in addition to puppets. But if we return the bodies of her son and daughter-in-law to Sand Ninja village, witnessing the death of her loved ones will be a second blow to Cho. Although it may not necessarily make her seriously ill, it will always have an impact. As he said, he looked around at everyone, and this move has two benefits. First, if the bodies of Akashi and Songming are in Sand Ninja village, with Chiyo's status, Sand Ninja village will definitely hold a grand ceremony. A big funeral, the whole village mourns the death of Akagasa and Shona. Then there must be someone to keep vigil. As far as I know, Chiyo's family only has a few people, Cho and her brother Ebizo, son Akagasa Shona, daughter-in-law Akagasa Honada Shiko, and grandson Akagasa no Scorpion. Once the funeral is held, it can take 3 days at the shortest and a week at the longest. This is the first. Second, as long as Cho can see her dead son and daughter-in-law anytime and anywhere, and can't lead people to attack Arcanaha immediately, then this hatred will involve others. For example, the third-generation Kazekage, who ordered the dispatch of Akagasa and Shona to attack Arcanaha. Strictly speaking, he is the culprit. Hearing this, those who didn't react for a while suddenly realized it. The Yamanaka clan leader stroked his chin and continued, "At that time, there will inevitably be a gap between the Kazekage and the elders. Even if they don't fight, they won't be as close as before. Using 2 dead bodies to exchange for a spike and pierce the heart of the sand village, this proposal is great." For a while, the meeting room was silent, and many people's eyes were shining. After the explanation of the Yamanaka clan leader and the Nara clan leader, Yudatan Koharu and Midaman's eyes were also shining. They saw another good proposal that was beneficial to Konoha. But soon they were very upset because this proposal was proposed by Uchiha. This is uncomfortable. But in general, once this matter is done, the attack on their Konoha will be delayed for a few days, and there will be enough time to arrange countermeasures. If the operation is done properly, maybe one of Cho or the third Kazekage can be killed. Of course, this idea is a bit whimsical. But what if? As long as there is a 1% chance of it happening, it is worth a try. Thinking of this, Mitomonika looked at the Yamanaka clan leader and asked, "Clan leader Yamanaka, have you collected all the information carried by the bodies of Akashi and Songming?" "I was just about to report this to you," said the Yamanaka clan leader, handing a scroll to the 2 consultants. "Here is all the information that can be read from the 2 bodies, but because the brain is incomplete, I don't get much information." As he said this, he subconsciously glanced at the head of the Anbuhataki Sakumo. To be honest, after the battle this morning, he realized how powerful the man known as Konoha White Fang was. I'm afraid his strength is already above the 3 ninjas. Second only to the Hokage. Since it has no effect, please hand the bodies over to the head of the Anbu, and the Anbu will use the exclusive channel to deliver the bodies of Akazaki Matsueki and Akazaki Onako to Cho as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go to the intelligence room now. The Yamanaka clan leader stood up immediately and walked quickly to the door. He also knew about this matter, but he couldn't delay it. He had to deliver the bodies before Cho left the village. Only then can he achieve the situation described by the Nara clan leader. I'll go too. Hitaki Sakumo said, and he also stood up and followed the Yamanaka clan leader. In the meeting room, no one stopped them. They all watched them go out, and they all looked at Uchiha Kaikai at the same time. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. What a damn evil Uchiha, the second generation really didn't say anything wrong. We must stay away from them in the future, who knows when they will be calculated by them. Uchiha Kaikai didn't care about their gazes, still folded his arms across his chest, squinting his eyes calmly. He looked relaxed and at ease. Although Yuta and Ikoharu Wast here are many ideas, but as one of the hosts of this meeting, it is not okay to let the meeting room be quiet. So she said, does the Uchiha clan leader have anything else to say? No. Well, then, please let the Hyuga clan leader talk about his ideas next. The Hyuga clan leader glanced at the direction of the Uchiha clan, and he knew that this insidious plot, no, open plot, must have been thought up by the man who looked very fierce. I also have a suggestion, can we secretly unite with Yuyin and design a plan to rape Cho and the others? For a while, there was another dispute in the meeting room. After all, the idea proposed by Uchiha Tahai was not related to the theme, and it was too unsolvable. For their Konoha, there were many benefits. So no one discussed anything and passed it directly. But the words of the Hyuga clan leader made the pro-war and pro-profit factions all have their own opinions, and they all felt that their opinions were the best. Since such a big thing happened this morning, although the ninja school still had to go to class, it was obvious that many students had no intention of going to class. The teachers were the same. Although they were teachers, they also participated in the early morning defense battle. They were so tired. So they let the students make trouble, and they gathered together to talk about the difficult battle this morning. Of course, there were also teachers from several classes who died in the battle last night. This made the class he led very sad. But in general, the whole ninja school was still lively. After all, there were too many deaths, especially during World War II, and their teachers and even students were used to it. Unless the death was a close person. The 5 children of the future were lying on the playground. Shang Shu looked at the blue sky and white clouds, with a smile on his face. Future, do you think the teachers will be surprised if they know about our heroic deeds this morning? Future looked at him, I don't know whether they are surprised or not, but didn't you realize your shortcomings through the battle last night? Hearing this, Kushina, who was chattering with Ling Hua, stopped talking involuntarily. Insufficient. She smiled bitterly, that's too much. Shang Shu stopped laughing all of a sudden. He looked at the future with resentment. In such a good mood, why did you say such serious words? Hey! Damn Uchiha! I don't have any shortcomings. I have always been so excellent. Hearing this, the 4 children rolled their eyes at him. This guy is so fucking shameless. Minato changed his posture from lying on his side and looking at Kushina to another posture, like Mirai, with his hands behind his head, looking at the azure blue sky and white clouds. I have many shortcomings, the most fatal of which is lack of experience. He was so weak after destroying only a few puppets last night. It was because he was too wasteful before. If he could save Chakra, he could last longer and not be exhausted so quickly. Me too. Kushina heard this and said the same as Minato, I can obviously use the least effort to solve the puppets, but I always can't control it. She is the kind of person who lacks control. I'm different from you. I can't last long because of my physical condition. Mirai said bitterly. Although he is also a cheat, how can I say it? The cheat can't strengthen his physique in an instant. For a while, the atmosphere was a little silent. But soon, Minato smiled and comforted everyone, but it's good this way. Knowing your own shortcomings, you will have a direction to strengthen your training in the future. That's right. So what are we doing today? Noeki asked, glancing at them. Hearing this, Minato, Mirai, and Kushina looked at him speechlessly. Nonsense, of course, take a good rest. They haven't recovered yet after getting up so early to fight this morning. After all, after the battle, the slugs went back because the time was up. Nawaki. What did you say just now? It almost made my blood boil. Chapter 231. What happened on the battlefield has nothing to do with the future. After resting on the playground for a whole morning, the 5 little ones gathered together for lunch and went to the grove to start targeted training. After all, what they said in the morning was just talk. They all had a sense of urgency, as if they didn't work hard, some terrible tragedy would happen. One day later, it would take 3 to 4 days to get from Konoha to the Sand Ninja village. But because of the use of flying summoning beasts, the people in the Anbu brought the seal scroll to not far from the Sand Ninja village in advance. Because of Konoha's publicity, the news that the Sand Ninja village failed to surprise Konoha village spread throughout the ninja world. After all, the speed of transmitting intelligence is still very fast. Especially when there are Konoha's intelligence contact points everywhere in the ninja world. These people can spread this news through places with complicated personnel such as wine shops. All the ninjas in the Sand village were silent, and even the patrols were not as enthusiastic as usual. Failure is a setback. Among the more than 1,000 people, there must be people who have lived and eaten with them and carried out missions together. There is no need to say more about the relationship. But now they are dead in Konoha village. Seniors, you say, when will the 3rd Kazekage redeem our comrades? A young man in the patrol team suddenly asked the seniors. He was only 18 years old and sent his brother to the battlefield not long ago. When the information was flying all over the sky yesterday, he knew that his brother and his team were preparing to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, but the mission failed. I don't know if he is alive or dead. He should still be alive. After all, his brother is 40 years old, participated in the First World War, and has rich combat experience. He won't die so easily. Do you miss your brother? The person he called a senior was obviously very familiar with him. He knew that he was worried about his brother. Yes. The young man nodded without hiding it. My mother gave birth to me at an advanced age and died unexpectedly. My father was already 70 years old and could not bear the blow, so he died with my mother. I was raised by my brother since I was a child, and we have not been separated for so long. After this, the teammates who did not know his family's situation were stunned. They looked at the young man with strange eyes. After a long time, one of them said strangely, "Your parents are really strong in old age." It is not appropriate to describe them as strong in old age, but he only knows this word. Hee. The young man just smiled bitterly and said nothing more. After the team left, a figure rose from the ground. He wore a mask and a grey cloak. This color combination allows him to blend in well with the barren desert. Your parents are awesome. He raised a big thumb towards the Sand Ninja team that had already walked away. Then he took 2 cautious steps, climbed up the sand dune, and looked straight ahead. Not far away from 1 kilometer, there was a huge stone wall. This stone wall was very large and high. With his eyesight, he could see many people coming in and out of the gap in the stone wall. Is this the Sand Ninja village? He thought, sneering in his heart. He didn't develop well in the village, but came to attack Konoha. He deserved it. Now he is unlucky. Soon, a group of merchants slowly came from a distance. He lay on the sand dune and squinted his eyes to observe carefully. After a while, he saw a leaf in a hidden place in the caravan, and he was immediately happy. These guys came quite quickly. He immediately took off his clothes and changed into the clothes of a wandering ninja. He quickly bypassed the sight of the guards of the Sand Ninja village and approached the caravan. The leader of the caravan asked the team to stop and rest, and he took someone to the other side of the dune to relieve himself. When he came back again, no one noticed that the person he took had become another person. However, since they all wore headscarves and veils, only one eye was exposed, it was impossible to tell at a glance if they were not particularly familiar with each other. As the caravan entered the sand village, the Anbu nodded to the leader of the caravan and separated. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he changed into another look and began to stroll on the street. After a while, the Anbu found the Kazekage office building. He narrowed his eyes and found that there were many people coming in and out here. Judging from their attire, they were all high-level members of the Sand Ninja. Everyone's face was full of indignation. It was obviously because of the matter of the Akazaga Songming couple. Seeing this scene, the Anbu had a blank expression on his face, but he laughed at them crazily in his heart. Served them right. Who they were going to attack Konoha. So he found a toilet and went in. While there was no one around, he quickly formed seals with both hands and performed the shadow clone technique. There was no barrier in the sand village, so he was not afraid that his ninjutsu fluctuations would be discovered. After handing the scroll to the shadow clone, he walked out of the toilet without looking back and walked out of the village. When he came in before, he had observed the guards at the door. These sand ninjas were in a low mood because of what happened yesterday, and even their work was very perfunctory. The inspection was not strong. The relatively strict one was when he entered the village. If he hadn't put the scroll in the rice at that time, it might have been searched out. Sure enough, when he left the village, people only searched him. He left the sand village quickly. When he left, the shadow clone hiding in the toilet, thinking that the time was about right, also stood up, pushed open the toilet door, and walked towards the Kazekage building. "Ha, everything is copied from our Konoha, yet you still have the nerve to attack our Konoha, how shameless." The shadow clone was complaining in his heart. Hi Tui. The Kazekage building is very similar to Konoha, and the first floor is the mission release hall. The second floor is where missions are released. Those who want to release missions come to the second floor, explain their requests, and then a special person will rate the missions, and then they will be transferred to the first floor lobby, waiting for someone to accept the mission. The third floor is the administrative unit, and the fourth floor is the Kazekage office. The guards on the first and second floors are quite loose, and there is no restriction on people entering and leaving. The shadow clone quickly came to the second floor. The stairs from the second floor to the third floor were guarded by sand ninja. Seeing this, the shadow clone gave up the idea of forcing in after thinking about it, and naturally came to the mission release hall. "Hello, I want to release an S-level mission." As soon as these words came out, the entire second floor was silent for a moment, and countless people looked at him in surprise and doubt. Even the staff members were the same. Generally speaking, most S-level missions are issued within the village, and few people outside the village will issue such high-level missions. "Excuse me, is the wealth you brought enough to pay?" The staff member swallowed his saliva and asked with a trembling voice. The shadow clone took out the seal scroll directly, put it on the table and said, "The reward is inside, will you take it?" Since it was copied from Konoha, then the S-level mission must be the same as Konoha, requiring high-level reception. When the staff member saw that it was a seal scroll, he was stunned. He looked at the person in front of him carefully. He had very little chakra, but his temperament was good, so he thought it was true. However, S-level missions were no longer something he could get involved in. So he stood up in a hurry and said respectfully, "Our sand village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, so we can naturally take on the S-level mission you entrusted. Please come with me to see Lord Kazekage. This matter is not something we can decide." Hearing this, the shadow clone nodded, but he was very happy in his heart. What he wanted was to meet the sand ninja high level. This time, with the guidance of the staff, the sand ninjas on the stairs just glanced at him and didn't care about anything else. "By the way, I heard that in your sand ninja village, Senior Cho is the most powerful puppeteer. Can I ask her to do my mission? After all, my mission is related to puppets." At first, the staff was a little surprised why the other party mentioned Lord Cho, but when he heard the explanation, he immediately understood. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. Master Cho hasn't done any missions for a long time." "Oh." The shadow clone responded, and then asked, "Can you take me to see her? I really need the help of the puppet master." This made the staff a little unhappy. Doesn't this person understand what people say? If it weren't for the S-level mission, he would have wanted to say something cold. "I'm sorry, Master Cho has caught a cold recently and shouldn't see anyone." As soon as they reached the corner of the 4th floor, they were stunned because a man wearing a hat with the word "wind" on his head came down from above. This man had sword eyebrows and star eyes, and a handsome face. "Master Kazekage III." The staff hurriedly saluted and shouted. The Kazekage III nodded, and then looked at the stranger. This man made him vaguely feel a strange feeling. But he couldn't tell. "Who are you?" The staff member hurriedly said, "Lord Kazekage, this is the person who came to our village to issue an S-level mission." "S-level?" The third Kazekage was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in front of him carefully. He has chakra, but not much, and his strength is also average, about the level of a chunin. It's not that he looks down on people, but is this kind of stuff capable of issuing S-level missions? Chapter 232. Seeing the look in the eyes of the third Kazekage, it was obvious that he didn't believe it. The staff member then said, "Yes, it seems to be a task related to puppets. He wants to appoint Chosama to take the task." After hearing this, the third Kazekage's face suddenly sank for a moment. "I know, you go down, I will receive him." The staff member was stunned for a moment, then nodded, bowed and left. "Okay, Master Kazekage." After the staff member left, the third Kazekage said coldly, "Who are you? It's strange to find Cho to do the task. What's even stranger is that he found Cho now, not too early or too late." He couldn't help but be suspicious. The shadow clone was stunned for a moment, looking at the Kazekage with some doubts. Was he exposed? It's impossible. He is a shadow clone. Even the Sharingan can't see through it. How did he see through it? This shadow clone technique was developed by the second generation with Uchiha as the imaginary enemy. Could it be that the third Kazekage is stronger than the second? As soon as this thought came up, he was ruthlessly annihilated. Even Valentine's Day is not so funny. Seeing his strange expression, the third Kazekage narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a black iron sand tied up the shadow clone in a flash. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Our sand ninja Anbu has many ways to make you speak." But before he could say anything, the iron sand just exerted a little force, and the other party completely turned into smoke and dissipated. Seeing this scene, the third Kazekage's face sank. Shadow clone. Konoha's ninja. Although other people in the ninja world may also know the shadow clone technique, only Konoha can use it so authentically. Thinking of this, his face was so ugly. Okay. I haven't settled accounts with you yet, but you jumped out on your own." After he took back the iron sand, he was stunned, because there was a scroll where the shadow clone disappeared. He frowned, made a seal with his hands, and began to sprinkle more iron sand from his clothes. He gathered the iron sand into the shape of a hand and walked towards the roof with the scroll. This thing might be very dangerous. Soon, he came to the rooftop. When he went upstairs, he checked that this scroll was simply a sealing scroll, and there was no trap at all. Even if it was an explosive, it couldn't hurt him at all. So after getting ready, he used the sand clone to open the scroll for him. When he saw what was in the scroll, he froze instantly. This. His eyes were fixed on the things in the scroll. There were 2 corpses, and he would never forget the owner of the corpses even after his death. Akazaga Songming and his wife. The next moment, he hurriedly put the body away, his eyes like a wolf, looking around intently, and only after making sure that there was no one around did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. This scroll must not be discovered by Cho. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, he immediately crushed the scroll. Let the body sealed inside be completely shattered with the scroll. With a wave of his hand, these debris drifted away with the wind. Like a sky full of yellow sand. In the sky of the Kingdom of Wind, an eagle was flying high. Although it was very large and its wingspan was more than 10 meters long, because it flew very high and far enough away, no one on the ground noticed it. This man was the Konoha Anbu who came out of the sand village. It was because he had a flying summoning beast that could travel long distances that he was assigned to carry out this mission. According to the instructions of Elder Koharu Udaten, the scroll has been delivered to the Wind Shadow, and my mission is considered completed. As he said this, he rubbed his brows. Just now, the shadow clone suddenly died, and he almost lost his grip. He was almost blown off the bird's back by the strong wind. After recovering from his shock, he stroked the eagle happily. "Be good, we can relax a little after flying over the border of the wind country." The eagle seemed to be very spiritual. After the Anbu ninja finished speaking, it chirped. The direction they flew this time was the rain country. In addition to giving the sand ninja Muramatsu's body, he also needed to report to Elder Danzo and others. Although the village had sent other ninjas to inform the Hokage and others about this matter, the Hokage and others also needed to know whether the mission was completed successfully or not. Only then could they make targeted adjustments. On the border of the rain country, the drizzle was still falling, and the sky was still so gloomy and depressing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing a waterproof cloak and standing on a high mountain. He silently looked at the direction of the sand ninja camp, thinking about the next battle in his mind. Click, click. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from far away, interrupting him's thoughts. The man was wearing a rain cape and a hood. He was tall and had broad shoulders. He should be a man. He stopped 3 steps away from the third generation. The third generation knew who the man was without even turning his head. You're here. Yes, I'm here. You should have come earlier. It's the same whether you come earlier or later. The third generation. There seems to be something wrong with this conversation. Forget it, business is more important. Tell me, what do you think? You left the Konoha ninja alone and went to take care of 3 orphans from the Rain country. Why didn't I realize that you are so kind before, Jiraiya? Hearing this, the man behind him raised his head with a complicated look. Teacher, our Konoha ninjas have brought harm to this country after all. I could pretend not to know if I didn't see it before, but now that I have seen it, I can't just ignore it. Third generation. Seeing that the teacher didn't answer, Jiraiya took 3 steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, looking at the sand ninja position. But teacher, please rest assured, I will take action when necessary. Third generation snorted coldly, humph. If you really dare to watch the death of Konoha ninjas and remain indifferent, no one else needs to do anything, I will personally take action to deal with you. After that, the atmosphere between the two was silent for a long time. Do you think those 3 children are the children of prophecy you are looking for? The third generation suddenly turned his head and looked straight at him. This caught Jiraiya off guard. Teacher, why do you say that? I watched you grow up, I know what kind of personality you have. Although you can't bear the suffering of the world, you are not indifferent to the importance of abandoning the Konoha ninja and running to take care of 3 orphans from a strange enemy country. After listening to the explanation of the third generation, Jiraiya was a little amused. Teacher, I really just want to take care of them. I haven't found the so-called child of prophecy yet. After hearing this, the third generation was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Jiraiya suspiciously. Did I say it wrong? Yet. Jiraiya nodded vigorously. Hearing this, the third generation was a little embarrassed. Damn, how could he have seen it wrong? Shame, it's really too shameful. Seeing the third generation suddenly blushing and turning his head away, Jiraiya smiled. Then he looked up at the gloomy sky and let the cold rain hit his face. Teacher, please don't pursue this matter. I have reasons that I can't tell you. His voice was so faint that even Sandai couldn't hear it clearly. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Jiraiya and found that he didn't look strange at all. Did I hear it wrong? No way, I'm not that demented yet. Seeing that he wanted to ask something, Jiraiya hurriedly changed the subject and said, Teacher, are you sure you can deal with Chiyo's counterattack? Hearing this, Sandai looked at him and immediately understood that he didn't want to say it. So he put this matter in his heart and didn't ask it. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. As long as the plan goes well, they will be able to end World War II soon. Tsunade is here. With her help, the threat of Joe and Hanzo will be reduced by half. You should concentrate on taking your baby. After Sandai finished speaking, he turned around and left. He didn't give Jiraiya a chance to say another word. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. He looked at the water splashing on the ground, and pursed his lips. Teacher, I suspect someone is plotting against me. This feeling came inexplicably. And this feeling suddenly emerged since they won the title of Sunin. He didn't care at first, but he met Nagato and Yahiko twice in a row. And because of the Konoha ninja, they were forced to leave the cave where they had enough food and clothing and wander outside. And most importantly, he could feel that there was a mysterious power hidden in the child named Nagato. It was a power he had never seen before. He didn't know whether it was because he had learned the Sage Mode, which greatly enhanced his senses, or other reasons. In short, he sensed that someone was plotting against him. If he returned to Konoha now, he might bring unknown dangers back to Konoha. This was the real reason besides wanting to stay here and take care of the 3 children. Through observations over the past few days, he discovered that it was not these 3 children who were plotting against him, but rather, these 3 children and he were all being plotted against. Chapter 233. Sand Ninja Village. The third Kazekage just returned to the room, his eyes slightly condensed. He suddenly found that there was a person standing in the room, a person who should still be in a coma. She was standing by the window at this moment, looking at the scene in the village expressionlessly. Elder Cho, are you awake? Upon hearing this, Cho turned her head. Her face was extremely calm, completely different from what he imagined. He thought that after the other party woke up, he would make a big fuss, or directly bypass his power and send troops to Konoha. He had decided not to intervene in this matter and let the other party make a fuss as much as he wanted. Vent the hatred in his heart. But he never thought that the other party would be so calm. However, this calmness made him feel extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than when he faced the One-Tail when he was a child. Could it be that what I did on the rooftop was discovered by her? But he couldn't let the bodies of Akashi and Song Ming stay in the Sand Village, otherwise, they would be plotted against by Konoha. As smart as he was, he naturally saw the sinister intention of this plot. Third generation Kazekage, I want to go to the front line immediately. Cho said coldly. Hearing this, the third generation Kazekage was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that he was overthinking. His eyes flickered. He immediately returned to the office and sat down. After a moment of silence, he said, Elder Cho, you should know the current situation of our sand village. I know. Cho nodded. The current sand village has reached the point of being at the end of its rope. If Hanzo hadn't jumped out to start World War II, they, the Sand Ninja, would have started World War II. In addition to reducing the consumption of their own people, war can also plunder the property of other countries and help the development of the village. We have only this last breath left in the sand village. If you fail, our sand ninja will face irreversible decline. He said, looking at Cho with a dim gaze. So, Elder Cho, are you still determined to attack Konoha? Cho looked at him, her eyes full of iceberg coldness, and even the third Kazekage couldn't understand for a moment. I will cut off a piece of Konoha's flesh. The third Kazekage lowered his head slightly, and the bamboo hat with the word wind written on it covered his expression. Cho couldn't see any expression at all. Judging from his figure, he seemed to be in deep thought and entangled. The atmosphere in the room was very depressing. 3 minutes later, just when Cho was about to be unable to suppress the anger in his heart, the third Kazekage slowly raised his head. Well, I'll take a gamble with you. As he said that, he stood up and looked at Cho. He said in a deep voice, Elder Cho, you can't lose this battle no matter what. I leave the fate of our village to you. After hearing what she wanted, Cho nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. In the corridor, her dull footsteps echoed, and in her mind were scenes of happy times in the past. These days, she did not have no resentment towards the third Kazekage, but reason told her that this matter could not be blamed on the third Kazekage. Ninjas will die eventually. They will die on the battlefield, in the gutter, and even on the mission. Throughout the ages, few ninjas can have a good end. Her sons and daughters-in-law are all ninjas that the village has spent a lot of money and effort to cultivate. There is a saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If she were in the position of Kazekage, she would make the same decision. The sand village is too poor. The fundamental reason for poverty is the system of the ninja world. That is, one country, one village system. They ninjas do not produce, they only fight and kill. So they need to find a big force to rely on. And this leads to the fact that even if ninjas have the ability to fly, they are still subject to the control of the daimyo. But her son and daughter-in-law are dead. In an instant, all she could think of was one sentence in her heart, fuck your rationality. I want revenge. No one can help. In the office of the Kazekage. The third generation Kazekage looked at the departing figure from the window, and his heart was calm. Once this war starts, the population will be much smaller, and our lives will be better. But this move is a bit unfair to those who were captured by Konoha. But the village really can't pay the fee to Konoha to redeem those sand ninjas. Brother, you are really good. Lei Xiao walked out of the secret room. Obviously he heard the conversation between them just now. Feng Ying glanced at him and said calmly, call me Master Feng Ying. Hearing this, Lei Xiao shrugged, okay. Master Feng Ying. Then he continued, it is obviously us who have prepared the supplies, and we hope Cho will be there immediately. Go attack Konoha. After your series of actions just now, it turned out that you were the one who was under pressure to help Cho. The Wind Shadow did not speak, but looked down. After a long silence, he looked at his brother and asked, is Lulin still unwilling to support us? Lulin is another force in the Kingdom of Wind. They have lived in the depths of the desert for generations and have no military power. The reason why they still exist today is that there is a strange ground vein hidden in the core of Lulin. The ground vein contains endless chakra, and is called Dragon Vein by the people of Lulin. They have survived to this day and have not been annexed by the Sand Village because of this Dragon Vein. The Queen of Lulin can use the power of the dragon vein to launch a devastating attack, making those who have always coveted this power extremely fearful. Even he, who is known as the strongest wind shadow, will feel terrified when facing that power. Alas, Lulin's life is not easy either. The Queen of Lulin said that although she is willing to help the Sand Village, she needs to prioritize ensuring that the people of Lulin can live a good life. The implication is that I am powerless, I refuse. Hearing this, the room fell silent again. After a long time, the third Kazekage took off his Kazekage robe and changed into casual clothes. Seeing him like this, Lei Xiao was stunned. Lord Kazekage, what are you doing? The third Kazekage turned back to the table and took out a map. This map is called the Mineral Resources Distribution Map. Many places are marked with red crosses, proving that the minerals here have been exhausted. No ore can be dug out. Seeing the Kazekage like this, Lei Xiao understood. Are you going to look for a new mine again? The word again means that this is not the first time. If you ask me, you might as well train a few more magnetic ninjas. There is strength in numbers, and it is much more efficient than you looking for it alone. The third Kazekage, who had been silent, stiffened when he heard this. Fuck, why didn't I think of this? He raised his head, looked at his brother, and asked, who is the best student in this class? Lei Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his casual words would interest his brother. He thought about it and replied, there are two best students, one is Yakang, a girl, and the other is a boy named Luo Shat. Who of them has wind and lightning attribute chakra? The Kazekage asked again. There are many kinds of blood limit. One is innate, such as Uchiha, Hyuga, take Torai. And some are acquired through training, such as the magnetic escape of their sand village. The magnetic escape blood limit was developed by the second generation Kazekage through studying the one-tailed Shikaku. Unfortunately, the second generation Kazekage did not have lightning attribute chakra, so he could not complete the last step, that is, to merge into a new chakra. Because the acquired lightning attribute chakra cannot be merged with the innate attribute chakra, the birth of blood limit magnetic escape. Of course, the fusion of two chakra attributes does not necessarily mean that only one blood limit can be fused. For example, wind and thunder can still fuse swift release. Back to the point, the second generation later passed this theory to him. After several years of hard work, he finally completed the last step that his teacher had never completed. With this powerful blood limit, he was able to defeat many peers and become the third generation Kazekage. I remember that Yakang seemed to be a blood ninja, called Scorch Release. As for that Luo Shat, yes, he is thunder, wind, and earth attribute chakra. Hearing this, the third generation Kazekage raised his eyebrows. Is it such a coincidence? It's such a coincidence. Lei Xiao's face was also a little strange. It was really a coincidence. Lord Kazekage, do you want me to bring him? After hearing this, the third generation Kazekage thought about it and nodded, okay. Okay, I'll go now. Lei Xiao responded and was about to leave. By the way, there is one more thing. You tell me. Call me brother, we are brothers, don't be so distant. Lei Xiao. You just asked me to call you Feng Ying. Chapter 234. In Konoha village. Several people in the future are being arranged by teachers to experience the difficulties of life. In layman's terms, there are not enough people to build houses, so they caught students from their ninja school to help. Hyuga is also among them in the future. The main reason is that the head teacher of Hyuga class is one of the teachers who died in the war. There are not enough teachers in the ninja school. After all the ninjas were taken away by Orochimaru and his men. It is unknown when this World War II will be over, and new teaching staff cannot be in place at all. Because the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Minister of Education and the principal of the ninja school. The teachers in the ninja school are all his confidants, and no one dares to get involved in this area. Even if they send the most suitable ninjas for teaching and educating people, the third generation will never agree. Because they intervened. Instead of doing this, it is better to disperse these classes without head teachers and integrate them into other classes. Originally, Hyuga was in the same class as Mirai, and logically, it was impossible for them to come to Mirai's class. But who can blame them for the fact that there were 3 Chunin teachers who died this time? There were nearly 80 students in 3 classes, and their class could not accommodate them at all. So they divided 20 or so classes to the next level. Because there was no doubt that these students would not agree to repeat the grade. Mirai almost laughed herself to death when she knew about this. If the teacher had asked, Hyagarika would definitely agree to repeat the grade. The problem was that no teacher asked these students for their opinions. In this way, Hyagarika transferred to Mirai's class with a miserable mood. Mirai and Minato were very honored to move a table back. Now Hyagarika and Kushina were at the same table, and Mirai was at the same table with Minato. Ah! Looking at the fat and thin combination walking in front, Minato couldn't help but sigh. Mirai was amused to see his lost look. What's wrong with you being me desk mate? After Hinata Reka transferred to their class in the morning, the teacher was about to arrange for Hinata Reka to sit at the last table. He had also read Hinata Reka's information. She was ranked 7th or 8th from the bottom in all subjects and was still a nobody. Such a person should like a plain life. In order to take care of her emotions, he made such a decision. But unexpectedly, Kushina directly drove Minato out and let Hinata Reka sit in his seat. Mirai was so happy when she saw this scene. Maybe he laughed too recklessly. Minato was so angry that he pulled him to the last table. Hearing this, Minato rolled his eyes at Mirai. It's good that you know, he said with a bitter look on his face. Looking at the soft and sweet girl in front of him, and then looking at the black and straight black-bellied man beside him. Hey, Mirai, how nice it would be if you were a girl. Mirai. Do you believe me? I'll give you an injection and turn you into a girl. From now on, you can only be sisters with Kushina, not husband and wife. Minato was shocked. He turned his head and looked at Mirai, with a look of horror on his face, as if Mirai was not a handsome little boy, but a terrifying big dragon. How could you have such a vicious idea? Thought of it. Hey, dare to say I'm vicious, do you believe I'm really vicious? You dare. The most stimulating sentence between men is do you dare. Because as long as you win, you will get the highest honor among men. You are awesome. Mirai immediately got excited, spit out the needle, grabbed Minato's pants and was about to give him an injection. I'm not afraid of Uzumaki Naruto in the future, at worst, there will be Uchiha Naruto. The two girls walking in front looked at the fight behind them in silence. They. Hyagarika pursed her lips. Even though she knew the relationship between the two was unusual. But she didn't expect it to be so unusual. They all wanted to turn their brothers into girls. What a weird idea. Kushina sighed. Alas, there is a long way to go. Hyagarika, _. What do you mean? No, let's not talk about this. From now on, we will be good sisters. If there is anything in the future, just come to me. I don't believe there is nothing in the world that I can't handle. Okay. Does this count as recognizing a big sister? Rope Tree was lying alone in the grove, wondering why they hadn't come yet. I haven't seen the future for 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 37 seconds. I miss him. After thinking about it, he stood up and walked towards the ninja school. He wanted to see if these three what the hell is going on? Has he forgotten about his big brother? But when he arrived at the school, he was completely dumbfounded. _. Where are they? Why are they all gone? I didn't hear that today is a holiday. The ninja school today is so empty that there is not even a ghost. In the Uchiha clan territory. After a few days of busy work, Uchiha Dazwang can finally take a break. He slumped on the iron sofa, enjoying his wife's massage. Oh, I've been exhausted these days. The clan leader and his friends are less and less willing to use their brains, and they ask him for everything. It seems like he likes to use his brain so much. Hehe, the more capable, the more work. Mieko heard this and joked with a smile on her face. This made Dazwang's mouth twitch slightly. I'm beginning to miss my old life, but it's a pity that I can't go back. As he said this, he took Mieko's hand and held her in his arms. His expression became serious, and he asked, I saw the sword in the hands of this kid, Mirai, change. What's going on? Mieko, who was originally a little shy, became serious after hearing this. I feel that there is a special energy in his body, and it is this energy that makes his sword change. When Mirai materialized Tessaigan, she noticed the changes in his body. Sharingan can also see the flow of chakra, but it is not as detailed as Bun. She saw the materialized energy clearly. In other words, the change of the mad sword is not the change of the sword itself, but the change given by him. Dazwang narrowed his eyes and thought. Mieko responded, and her expression changed from serious to weird. Do you think we saved the world in our previous lives to have such a monstrous baby? Hearing this, De Zhuang was stunned for a moment, and then he also became strange. Don't tell me, the birth of this kid was an accident. Thinking of the time when she found out she was pregnant again, Mieko's mouth curled up slightly. If I hadn't stopped you, I'm afraid you would have aborted this kid. Hearing this, Uchiha De Zhuang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He scratched his head. Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll suffer? Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you think of this kid? Listening to De Zhuang's question, Mieko turned her head to look at him and put her arms around his neck. At first I thought it was some powerful reincarnation, reborn in our family, but that morning the slug sage said that there is no reincarnation in this world. After death, people will go directly to another world, which is the Pure Land world opened up by the Six Paths Sage. Is that so? De Zhuang understood. After thinking for a moment, he continued, I remember that it was recorded in the unofficial history that during the ninja sect period, there was a period of time when hundreds of ghosts walked at night in this world, and people were miserable. Later, the Six Paths Sage used great perseverance to transform himself into the Pure Land, divide yin and yang, and determine the 5 elements, which led to the world we have today. Although this unofficial history is wild enough, if you think about it carefully, some of it is exaggerated, but the rest may be the truth. So what do you think about this kid? Mieko asked. Hearing his wife's question, De Zhuang frowned and thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Do you think it's possible that this kid has a divine weapon in his body, such as the exclusive divine weapon of Susanoo, the 10-fisted sword, which was recorded in the documents of our Uchiha clan? What? Mieko was stunned. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at her husband in disbelief. This is a big idea. So big that even she felt it was absurd. Isn't the 10-fisted sword a kind of Kusanagi sword? How could it be hosted in the human body? Hearing his wife's words, De Zhuang shook his head and rejected it. No, what you know is just the information we Uchiha announced to the public. In fact, the 10-fisted sword, the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-foot ninja Megatama are not just ordinary divine weapons. They can all be transformed into spiritual weapons and host in any living creature in the world. Hey! Mieko was confused. She felt like she was listening to a book of heaven. Why does it feel so ridiculous? Chapter 235. Seeing Mieko's puzzled look, De Zhuang kissed her. This made the latter shy. What are you doing? It's so dirty. Omega. Seeing Mieko pulling his clothes to wipe the saliva on his face, De Zhuang was so happy that he stood up. Ha ha ha. After playing around for a while, Uchiha De Zhuang started to talk about business. The 10-fist sword has no entity. It is a kind of spiritual weapon that only appears in the bloodline of our Uchiha clan. When it first appeared in the early Warring States period, an ancestor in our clan was recognized by the 10-fist sword. At that time, he once became the world's strongest seal master, even more powerful than the Uzumaki clan. No one dared to fight him, because once hit by the 10-fist sword, the soul would be uncontrollably sealed in the illusion world, and it would never come out forever. Unless the owner of the 10-fist sword unsealed himself. As he said that, De Zhuang himself was a little confused. But what I can't understand is that although the 10-fisted sword will appear on our clan members, as spiritual weapons, they all have their own pride. If there are no clan members who have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, they will not even look at it. Mieko understood his confusion. You mean, only by opening the Susanoo can the 10-fisted sword appear? Yes, that's right. The 10-fisted sword fabricated by Uchiha is said to be the exclusive weapon of Susanoo. This statement is not groundless. The so-called Susanoo is the Susanoo in our Mangekyo eyes. After listening, Mieko blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at him in disbelief. You mean, our son, can't he have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Gudong. As she said that, she was shocked by her own words. No, this is impossible. My son is only 7 years old. Even if he is twice as old, he is only 14 years old. The six-path sage would not dare to be so evil. De Zhuang also smiled bitterly. I also know that this idea is somewhat absurd. Forget it, just treat it as my imagination. Mieko shook her head with a strange expression on her face. Don't say this in the future. I have a small heart and can't bear such a big stimulation. Although she saw her son's knife that day, she thought that even if her son opened Susanoo, she would not be surprised. But it was just a joke. I never thought it was true. In the ruins. The next few little guys followed the teacher's steps and came to the area allocated to their class to be cleaned. The houses here collapsed seriously. Although some of them have been cleaned up, it looks like they have not been cleaned up. Okay, everyone listen to me. Teacher Kamimura stopped and clapped his hands and shouted. Seeing that everyone in his class was looking at him, he continued to say loudly, "This is where we need to clean up. Someone will bring tools later. We will start cleaning up these wastes in groups of 2. Here, I have 2 requests. You all listen carefully. First, you must not make trouble." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, some students could not stand it. Zhang Shangjilang jumped out immediately and shouted, Okay, teacher, we know all these things. Besides, we are not children anymore. We can distinguish the important from the unimportant. As soon as he opened his mouth, the little followers behind him immediately followed suit. Yes, teacher, we understand what you said. Teacher, let us disband. We promise not to make trouble. Yes, let us experience life happily. The teacher's eyebrows twitched twice. These stinky boys are definitely itchy. Seeing them so excited, he felt uncomfortable. It would be great if they could put this excitement into their studies. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at Kushina. His mood became worse. At first, he thought this was a very cute, delicate little loli who needed to be cared for and would cry for a long time after being punched, but he didn't expect that he was wrong after all. Less than a month after she came to his class, she had caused 2 serious offenses. One was about her and Zhang Shangjilang, which led to him being called to the principal's office by the vice principal and criticized. The second thing was that the parents of the female classmates in the class collectively came to him and asked him to give an explanation. It is said that Kushina beat up all the female classmates in the class. Some of them were even disfigured. It was really a headache for him at that time. He finally appeased several parents, and then the vice principal came to scold again. Once. Emotionally, I cry for a long time after I punched someone, when I punched someone. But the new transfer student, Rika Hinata, is a very obedient girl, just a little fat, judging from her previous file. But it doesn't matter, as long as she doesn't cause trouble for me, I'll be thankful. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. As a teacher, who would like students who often cause trouble for me? As long as Rika Hinata doesn't cause trouble for me, I still have the confidence to lead this class well. So he ignored the words of several students and continued, the second is that you can't put yourself under a dangerous wall. Although you are all ninjas and have chakra in your body, you can't withstand a high wall. Okay, the teacher wants to emphasize these 2 points, and you can arrange the rest by yourself. Remember to work in pairs. In this way, it will be much easier and more efficient. As long as we clean up this area, we can go home. Hearing this, the eyes of the class suddenly brightened. Compared to attending classes, they prefer to work here, but if they work, they prefer to go home. The same is true in the future. He asked aloud, Teacher, does it mean that when we go home depends on when we finish our work? That's right. The teacher nodded. Suddenly, the others immediately made a fuss. Great. Hurry up and do it, our class must be the first class to leave school. Oh. Without waiting for the teacher to call for dismissal, all the students rushed into the ruins. This made the teacher look helpless. He quickly shouted at the top of his voice, Remember, safety. Safety first. Unfortunately, not many people listened to him. Only the 4 little ones of the future were left. Minato looked at Kushina with hope and said with a smile, Kushina, can we form a group? Kushina immediately threw his big head back and snorted, No, I'll be in a group with Rika-chan. As she said that, she took Hinata Rika's arm and walked into the ruins. Seeing Kushina leave without looking back, Minato froze in place. Strike! For a moment, the future seemed to see the sound of Minato petrified. With a smile on his face, he stepped forward, patted Minato, and comforted him, Okay, as the saying goes, men work together, work is not tiring. Let's take off our coats and get ready to move bricks. As he said that, he looked at the ruins, his eyes shining, this is also a good way to exercise. Minato glanced at him, and his saying still echoed in his ears. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, thank you, I'm tired. As he said that, he immediately broke free from Mirai's hand and hurriedly ran towards Kushina. Mirai! Oh my god, Minato has changed. In the original work, you are so upright, but look at you now, you are a real dog. The teacher came over and asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Are you having a conflict? Mirai shook her head, no, it's just that Minato has found his love. Hearing this, the teacher was immediately happy, this relationship is great. To be honest, you stick together all day long. I won't be surprised if you suddenly get married one day in the future. Mirai. Teacher, why are you teasing us too? There is nothing wrong between Minato and me. Yes, yes, yes. The teacher shrugged and responded in an extremely perfunctory tone. Mirai naturally saw the teacher's expression and was speechless. Why does everyone think that the relationship between him and Minato is abnormal? Outrageous. He didn't feel that there was any crossing of the line. And he has tested his sexual orientation and it has always been normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited to see the true appearance of Hinata Reka. Okay, get to work if you want to go home early. The teacher said, and walked towards the ruins and began to direct everyone to move bricks. Well, okay. As he said that, Mirai rolled up his sleeves and was about to work, but with a glance, he found a fat ball standing next to him. This made him stunned for a moment. Don't tell me that you are here to work with me. Hinata Reka. Do you think I am happy? She looked in the direction of Kushina. She was very speechless in her heart. What is plastic sisterhood? She finally experienced it today. Kushina, you were not like this before. Mirai looked in the direction of her line of sight, and her face twitched immediately. Good guy, really it's a good guy. Minato actually got together with Kushina, and from the look of Kushina, she seemed very happy. Kushina was not like this before. In an instant, Mirai and Rika had the same idea. Chapter 236. Soon, someone brought the tools for the work. The team of Mirai took a 80-pound sledgehammer and aimed at the large concrete bricks to hit them. It broke them into smaller pieces, which made it easier for the students who were loading the truck to carry. In fact, if all the ninjas came to produce, the work efficiency would be ridiculously high. Although they are still young, the oldest is only 9 years old, and the youngest is only 6 years old, and only Hyuga is younger. But when they work, they are not inferior to ordinary adults at all. Mirai and Rika took turns swinging the sledgehammer. But overall, Mirai swung it more often. As for Minato and Kushina, they started loading the truck and watched them talking and laughing. On his side, he didn't say anything to Hyuga. Only when swinging the sledgehammer would he say something like "let me do it." It seemed a bit deserted. So Mirai thought about it and decided to find a topic to talk about. Otherwise, it would be a bit uncomfortable to work in such a cold and lonely environment. Strange, I used to be a talkative person. How is Hyuga Tsuji? Hyuga Rika, who was resting on the side, was stunned when she heard the words. She looked around and saw no classmates. Are you talking to me? Mirai, _. I'm talking to a dog. Hyuga Rika was speechless. Why is this guy so stingy? He is locked up in the clan ancestral hall. I can't see him. Is that so? Mirai nodded. At this time, Hyuga Rika suddenly felt a chill, and she was so scared that she hurriedly looked behind her. Her face suddenly turned black. She found that it was the female classmates in the class who were staring at her with a vicious look. It was as if they wanted to swallow her up. She was so scared that she hurriedly moved away from the future, and the eyes of those female classmates became a little friendlier. Alas, you are really a troublemaker. Hinata Reka looked at the future and complained. The future, who was swinging a sledgehammer, was stunned when he heard it. What troublemaker are you talking about? I am like this, just a little closer to you, and the female classmates in the class want to eat me alive. If you are not a troublemaker, what are you? Hearing this, the future turned to look at the female classmates and frowned slightly. If you didn't say it, I would have almost forgotten that they haven't bothered me for several days. It seems that after being beaten by Kushina, these female classmates have not bothered me. However, it seems that those female classmates have not given up yet, and they still look at me with fiery eyes, but they dare not come forward. But this situation will obviously not last too long. After they have faded the scars and forgotten the pain, I will definitely return to the old days. Thinking of the annoying days in the past, I felt a headache. No, I definitely won't. He immediately looked at Hyuga Rika and whispered, if they dare to look at you like this today, they will dare to bully you tomorrow. Otherwise, you should strike like a king and beat up these female classmates first, and they will not bully you. After listening, Hyagarika directly moved away from Walai for several meters. She seemed to feel abacus beads crashing into her face. How could she not know what this guy was planning? He obviously used her as a shield, and immediately said to him unhappily, "Don't even think about it, I won't agree." Walai retracted her gaze and looked at Hyagarika, with the corners of her mouth raised a few degrees. Because it was not up to her to agree or not. Haha. I hope you don't regret what you said today. When moving bricks, time always passed quickly. When Walai and the others finished moving everything, it was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was much earlier than the end of school, it was really tiring. "Mirai, I'm so tired, my waist is so sore, my eyelids are so heavy, I feel like I need someone to take me home." At the moment of work, Minato appeared out of nowhere, directly put his hands around Mirai's neck, hung him, and said weakly. Hearing this, Mirai immediately threw a big bag on his face. He said unhappily, "If there is any benefit, go to your little sweetie, if there is any difficulty, go to me, your good brother, you are really good, Minato." The future and theirs are sledgehammers, and there are not many things they can smash in the field, so they have a lot of rest time, unlike Minato and his friends who move bricks to the car. They almost never rest. Minato's head tilted, and the future didn't use much strength. He immediately turned his head and looked at the future with a smile. He flattered, "Mirai-chan, please be kind and give me a ride. I'll let you eat my pussy when we get home." Looking at Minato, he was really exhausted and started talking nonsense. Mirai also felt a little distressed. "Really, I admire you. You are so enthusiastic about doing something that is not beneficial. Be careful not to get tuberculosis when you grow up." He turned around and squatted, motioning the other party to come up. "Hey, Mirai, you are so nice." Minato immediately climbed onto Mirai's shoulders. Wanted to ride on him. Feeling Minato's move, Mirai hurriedly struggled and scolded angrily, "I have done my best to carry you on my back, don't push me too far." Okay. I won't do it again." After hearing what Mirai said, Minato smiled awkwardly and lay on Mirai's back obediently. On the other side, Hyagarika also carried Kushina on her back. Although their relationship was just a fake one, it was still a relationship. Hyagarika just joked a few words and then happily carried Kushina on her back. Looking at the two people leaving, many classmates gnashed their teeth. Especially the female classmates. "Damn it, can you not be so passionate? How can we pursue you like this?" Jirojong looked at this scene, and the snotty little brother beside him asked curiously, "Don't you think the relationship between them is a little abnormal?" Hearing this, Zhang Shang directly gave him a head, speechless. "You dare to say that they are not good, believe it or not, they dare to tear you apart." "Hey!" The snotty little brother stared with a pair of eyes full of wisdom, looking doubtfully in the direction pointed by the boss. I was immediately frightened. I saw that those female classmates were all looking at the direction of their future, with jealous anger in their eyes. If I let this anger burn on me, then the boss and his friends can have a feast tomorrow. Or the kind that I can't get on the table. Hiss, so scary. I was almost exhausted, and they still had the energy to stare at me. Sure enough, girls are so scary. Okay, don't worry about whether their relationship is normal or not, let's go to other ruins. Hearing this, the other exhausted little brothers suddenly brightened up. A force immediately emerged in their hearts, making them feel less tired. Let's go, we work so hard to move bricks, isn't it just to show off in other classes? That's right, let's go quickly, if it's too late, they won't be able to see our first class demeanor. When it comes to showing off, we are professionals. Go. Wait for us, we'll go with you." All of a sudden, all the people in the class who wanted to show off followed Zhang Shangjilang. Looking at the people following behind him, Zhang Shangjilang suddenly felt very numb. Ausparacy. That's the feeling of being the center of attention. It's so cool. Of course, all this is thanks to Minato Namikaze. If it weren't for their group working so hard, I and others would still be working hard. What a good person. The teacher looked at the people who left in a mighty manner and shook his head with a bit of amusement. These kids are really something, they are really trying hard to show off. Thinking of this, he shook his head, returned the tools, and went back exhausted. The students worked so hard, and as a teacher, he couldn't be lazy. Mirai didn't send Minato back to his home, but carried Minato back to his home. On the way, Minato had fallen asleep on Mirai. Noticing this, Mirai found it a little funny. For Kushina, this guy is really working hard. The pace gradually slowed down a little, trying not to wake him up. When passing by Uchiha Market, he smiled and greeted several old ladies, asked them to walk slower, and then carried Minato back home. There was no one at home. His father should have gone to work. The vegetable basket was not in the kitchen. His mother probably went to buy vegetables. Just after he settled Minato, Mieko's doubtful voice came from behind him. "Son, didn't you help the old ladies cross the road?" When she went to the market to buy vegetables just now, she happened to see her son carrying Minato on his back. She was ready to help Mirai catch Minato and let him help the old lady and grandfather. But something happened that shocked her. Mirai did not help the old lady and grandfather as usual. Instead, he smiled and greeted the old ladies and left. He left. Gone. But she knew clearly that her son was in the terminal stage of the terminal illness of helping the old lady cross the road and there was no possibility of cure. Why didn't he help this time? Was he pretending, or did he recover from the illness? Hearing this, Mirai froze. Yet. I don't think I helped. Thinking of this, suddenly his hands and feet went numb, and his hair stood on end. His heart was itching. The old lady was so cute, and she would always kindly tell him that he was a good boy and was really obedient, which warmed his heart from head to toe. But the road was so dangerous. He was hit and killed on the road in his previous life. If those old ladies were hit, they would be torn to pieces. He didn't care about anything and ran out of the house in a hurry. "Mom, I'll go help them, don't let them fall." Mieko, straight face, "Well, this disease is not cured at all." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Minato, and her eyes gradually became bright. It was surprising that her son could suppress his illness for Minato. Chapter 237. When Walai rushed to the market, he saw an old lady holding a cane in one hand and carrying vegetables in the other. She swayed 3 times with every step she took. There were so many people walking on the road, which scared him to death. "Sigma, LLL. Grandma, stop and let me do it." At Uchiha's house. Walai had been out for less than 10 minutes when Dazwang came back. As soon as he entered the door, he found that there were other people in the house, so he asked the kitchen, "Mieko, are there any guests at home today?" Mieko picked vegetables and replied, "Yes, it's Minato." As she said that, she walked out of the kitchen and said in a puzzled way, "I don't know what they did today." Minato was exhausted. When Walai carried him back, he had fallen asleep. Hearing this, Dazwang nodded in understanding. It turned out to be Minato. So he smiled and explained, "There is no class at the ninja school today, so the teacher took them to clean up the ruins." Hearing this, Mieko understood. She was a little amused. The people in the village are really, they actually let the children do such hard work. I don't know what the vice principal thinks. Dazwang, who changed into slippers at the entrance, walked into the kitchen and helped her pick vegetables. This is also a good idea. Let the children suffer now, and they will know that studying is the happiest thing. Hehe, you are right no matter what you say. By the way, what about the future, why don't you see him? He went to help the old lady cross the road early. Hearing this, Dazwang's movements froze for a moment, his forehead was black, and he was a little speechless. My son's terminal illness may never be cured. But Mieko smiled mysteriously, that's not necessarily true. Is there a turning point in this matter? Dazwang's eyes lit up and asked hurriedly. Mieko didn't hide it either, and told Dazwang what she had seen before, which made the latter's face change in all kinds of ways. In the end, he didn't say a word. Kushina didn't fall asleep due to tiredness. She lay on the broad back of Hyagarika, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. Hyagarika asked curiously, "Kushina-chan, Minato seems to like you very much." Hearing this, Kushina shook her head and said, "You think too much, he is attracted to me because of my beauty, and he really likes Uchiha Mirai." Hey! Hyagarika was stunned. She never expected that, she just wanted to gossip, but this melon was so damn shocking. Boys like boys, that's fine. Kushina seemed to notice that Hinata didn't believe it, and continued, "Didn't you notice that once something happens, Minato always thinks of the future first, not me?" Hinata was numb, and her fat face was full of confusion. Gudong. No way, it seems that they can't do anything except licking saliva. Hearing this, Kushina was slightly stunned, and a strange smile gradually appeared on her face. I couldn't help but get closer and joked, Rika-chan, you seem to know a lot. Hinata Reka's face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly explained, I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. In a hurry, she didn't dare to admit it at all, and just wanted to pass the blame. And the first person she could think of was the person who had the greatest influence on her these days. These are all taught to Mebi, that pervert Uchiha. Yes, that's right, he taught me. Actually, I don't know anything. Hearing the other party hurriedly passing the buck, Kushina laughed. Hee. As a person who has experienced it, she thinks so. She thinks that there must be some secrets between Hyuga Rika and Uchiha. However, the two have only known each other for a short time, and she directly asks about the details and secrets of others. This will be annoying. So she didn't plan to ask further. She changed the subject and said, by the way, the day before we first met, Mirai didn't go to school. Was he with you that day? Hearing this, Hyuga Rika was stunned, and a trace of vigilance gradually emerged in her heart. She pretended to be puzzled and asked, yeah, what happened? As expected. She suddenly said, you don't know, Minato was almost crying at that time. That was the first time I saw Minato cry. After hearing this, Hyuga Rika breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she didn't know what they did that day. But what followed was a deep silence. You are a transfer student, and you actually said that it was the first time you saw Minato cry. Isn't it normal for the first time? You said it like you seem to have known him before. But talking back and forth, she also thought of the scene she saw in the grove that day. Thinking about it now, I can still feel my scalp tingling. Agreed, you are right, they are true love. And you are just an accident. Kushina asked with a smile, are you interested in straightening them with me? Straighten them? What do you mean? Linghua was a little confused and said that she didn't quite understand. It's to let them know what love and friendship are, and never let friendship degenerate. Linghua understood what Kushina explained. She immediately rejected it without thinking, impossible, absolutely impossible, Uchiha is a dead pervert, I would never look for him even if I look for a cripple or a blind man. On the other side. X3. Mirai sneezed 3 times inexplicably. The sneeze was so big that the old lady he supported shook 3 times. Fortunately, the old lady was in good health and was not torn apart by the future. Strange, did someone scold me? Future was a little confused, and he hurriedly counted the people he had offended recently. Kuroki was one, but he was beaten to death by his father and others. Minato seemed to be still asleep, and he couldn't scold him like that. As for Noeki, it was possible, because they didn't tell Noeki today that they had extracurricular activities. Who said that this was a temporary idea of the teachers? But he had another candidate. Hinata Reka, it must be you who scolded me behind my back. He was extremely sure. The old lady looked at Wei Lai, and the wrinkles on her face formed a smile character, it seems that someone is thinking about our little Wei Lai. Wei Lai admitted it very straightforwardly, it must be that damn gossip. I don't understand what she is thinking. She obviously doesn't want to contact me from the bottom of her heart, but I can meet her every time. Hee. In my opinion, this is fate for you. Wei Lai was speechless. He looked at the old lady and corrected her, it's a bad fate. Seeing him like this, the old lady didn't say anything else. Whether it is fate or bad fate, we will know it in the future. In front of the entrance of the Whirlpool Tower, Kushina watched Hinata Reka's back leaving, with some inexplicable eyes. In her heart, Kyuabai suddenly said, this girl is not simple. This made Kushina frown slightly, what did you see? There is a very mysterious and obscure power in her eyes. Although it is still too young, when it matures, it will definitely surprise all of you. Is that so? That's right. If she is not special, how could she be noticed by Uchiha? She knew too well that guy's resistance and rudeness to the opposite sex. There are many good-looking female classmates in the class who want to date him, but they are always rejected by Uchiha. His attack on the girls who approached him is no less than an explosion of the tailed beast ball. It is enough to blow the female classmates to pieces. Which one didn't run to the toilet afterwards, crying and venting the grievances in her heart? In the past, when she went to the toilet, she saw the female classmates in the class taking turns to comfort each other. Just be careful. After saying this, Kyuubi fell into silence. Kushina didn't say anything else. She silently watched the disappearing back of Hyagarika, with a slight smile on her lips. But she is a good girl, isn't she? Ov. Hyagarika was walking on the way home, and her heart was not at peace. Mainly because Tongza talked too much. Host, if you don't want to contact Uchihamurai, then please be good friends with Uzumaki Kushina, a good girlfriend. Why? She has an extremely terrible power in her body, and she is one of the powers of this world. There will definitely be many events around her in the future. If you follow her, the sign-in rewards we get will not be much less. This made Hyagarika stunned for a moment, and her face was a little incredible. You said she has a mysterious power in her body. Yes, the amount is super large. Hearing this, Hyagarika was silent. After a moment, she continued, no, it's better to sign in next to Uchihamurai. That was a good girl. Asking her to sign in beside her always made her feel like she was approaching her with a purpose. The relationship between them shouldn't be like this. Hearing this, Tongza was stunned, and then his face was overjoyed. It would be even better to stay beside Uchihamurai to sign in. Didn't you see that a battle a few days ago gave it a lot of sign-in points? Even if it only gave 1/10 to Hyagarika, she would have gained 1 percentage point. Chapter 238. After dinner, because they were tired today, Mirai and Minato planned to have a good rest today. So they didn't go to the grove. At this moment, the two of them were lying on the roof, looking at the twinkling stars. Mirai, how long have we not been lying and looking at the stars so leisurely? Minato suddenly asked. Mirai put his hands behind his head, thought for a while and replied, I don't remember, it seems that since Kushina transferred to school, you haven't watched the stars and counted the moon with me. Minato. Ah? Is there? He was a little shy and didn't dare to look at Mirai. Hearing what he said, Mirai was immediately happy, and he joked, how could there be no, look at these days, the time you stick to her has exceeded mine. Cough cough, that, puberty, you know. Hearing this, Mirai rolled his eyes at him and was too lazy to say anything. Seeing Mirai like this, Minato hurriedly defended himself, really, if you were a girl, I would never stick to Kushina. Don't come on, you're just lying to me. Mirai didn't believe his lies. He probably said that to tease himself. Seeing Mirai like this, Minato was speechless. Why didn't Mirai believe it? Not wanting to talk about this topic, Mirai suddenly said seriously, tell me, what do you want to ask me on the roof? It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and they were all ready to go to bed, but Minato said he couldn't sleep, so he dragged him to the roof. But Mirai knew him better than Minato knew himself. When Minato said he couldn't sleep, he guessed that something must be wrong with this kid. Minato's body froze, and he quickly put on a look of confusion on his face. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Mirai. Come on, I don't know you yet. When you put your hand towards your crotch, I knew you were going to hide a bomb. No, I just want to see the stars, so I asked you to come and see. Seeing Minato like this, Mirai immediately stood up and was about to go down. You don't want to say it, right? If you don't say it, I'll go back to sleep. Seeing that he was really going to leave, Minato suddenly became anxious. He hurriedly grabbed the back of Mirai's waist and pulled his trousers at once. No, 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 I said it. Hearing this, Mirai sat down again and looked at him, you should have said it earlier. There's no need to go around in circles in our relationship. After saying that, he tightened his belt. Minato was stunned, and a thought came to his mind. When did he distance himself from Mirai? But now is not the time to think about this. According to his understanding of the future, if he can't fart for the other party to smell within 3 seconds, the other party will really leave. The kind of head will not turn back. He looked at the future, his expression was unprecedentedly serious, and asked in a low voice, I want to know about Kushina. Originally, it would be best to ask Kushina herself about this matter, but he didn't want to embarrass Kushina, so he came to find his good brother. Tonight is the best time. After hearing Minato say this, the future was stunned for a moment. He looked around and there was no one around. The neighbors on the left and right also fell asleep. There are really too many things in the past 2 days. After all, the Sand Village has attacked Konoha. It's tiring enough during the day. But in order to prevent being overheard, the future still asked seriously, Minato, are you sure you really want to know? Minato hesitated for a moment. He knew what the future meant. Once you know some things, you can't get out of that vortex. After a few seconds, he nodded seriously again. I want to know. Seeing Minato so determined, Mirai stopped trying to dissuade him. He immediately knelt in front of him, aligned his eyes with his, pay attention to my eyes. Minato didn't react for a moment, staring at his eyes blankly, what are you looking at? Looking at the eye boogers. Just about to turn on the switch in his brain, Mirai almost fell off the roof when he heard this. He quickly stabilized his body and looked at Minato speechlessly. Brother, can you please not say something disgusting at the critical moment, okay? Okay. I will definitely do it next time. Minato shrank his neck and said a little embarrassedly. Looking at Minato for a few times, Mirai shook his head, then put his hands on his chest and made a seal. He said in a low voice, Sharingan open. Genjutsu. Before Minato was confused, his sight was attracted by the darkness in the scarlet. It was as if my sight was glued to it and I couldn't pull it out. When the darkness turned into a Megatama, it seemed that after breaking a certain critical point, he felt dizzy for a moment. His mind was in a trance for a moment. When he came back to his senses again, he found himself standing in a white space. 10 meters in front of him, there was Mirai standing and making hand seals. Seeing that he succeeded in performing Genjutsu for the first time, Mirai felt a little satisfied. Hehe. Genjutsu is not difficult. At this time, Minato finally came back to his senses. He looked at Mirai in shock, his face full of disbelief. Didn't you say you didn't want to open your eyes? That was in the first chapter. Mirai told him that he didn't want to open his eyes and only wanted to practice swordsmanship. But in the end, he not only achieved some success in swordsmanship, but also had unparalleled talent in developing ninjutsu. Well, he thought the other party's talent was crooked, but he didn't expect that he even activated Sharingan silently. What else is this guy, Mirai, hiding from me? By the way, last time he held the Mad Blade, he shouted that he wanted to show me his true power. That power definitely could not be the Sharingan, which means he still has a trick up his sleeve. Thinking of this, Minato suddenly felt resentful. He pouted, aggrieved. You cheated again without telling me. Hey? Why did I say again? Mirai only remembered at this time that Minato and the others had never seen the form of Tessaigan. He just smiled and didn't say anything about his cheating. He changed the subject and said, okay, are you interested in my power or Kushina? Minato choked and looked at Mirai in a daze. Can't we have both at the same time? After saying this, Mirai staggered and almost lost his balance, and even the illusion space was almost lost. Minato was so frightened that he hurriedly supported him and said in horror, Future, don't let this space break, otherwise I feel like I'm going to be in trouble. Hearing this, Future took a deep breath and stabilized his mind, and the space also calmed down with his mood. He looked at Minato and said helplessly, You are handsome and you have beautiful dreams. But this guy feels good. This illusory space was constructed in his mind by Future's mental power. Once the space is destroyed by external forces, Minato's spirit will be greatly damaged. Looking at Minato's smirking expression, Future didn't say anything more. It was his first time to perform illusion, and he didn't know how long he could last. So he began to construct pictures in the illusion space with his imagination and presented them in front of Minato. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. Please look at the big screen. Minato. He opened his eyes wide and looked at a big screen that appeared in the air. A picture began to appear on it. That was the appearance of the Nine Tails. He had seen it in the library. Under the roof. Dezhuang and Mieko were also awake. They both held their breath and listened to the movement on the roof. Because of their excessive concentration, they could roughly simulate the subtle movements of the future in their minds. After hearing the future say that they would stop talking if they looked into their eyes, Dezhuang and his wife immediately knew that the future boy used the Sharingan to tell Minato the secret about the girl in the illusion in order to prevent others from eavesdropping on their conversation. Haha. Minato. This little guy really has no defense against the future. As masters of illusions, they are very clear about the illusions of the Sharingan. The success rate of using the Sharingan's genjutsu for the first time is not high. It is easy to fail. Unless you have studied genjutsu before, you will succeed at the first try. They practiced a lot before they mastered it. Besides, they can feel that Future's genjutsu is extremely simple. If it were someone else, even the students of the ninja school might not be able to defeat it. Future, this stinky boy, is sincere to Minato, and Minato never guards against him, so his genjutsu will succeed at the first try. Listening to her husband's words, Mieko snuggled in his arms and chuckled, haha. The relationship between these two boys is really enviable. Chapter 239. In the illusion space. Mirai suddenly felt that it was not easy for her sister to show her the human blood map. Her emotional fluctuations at that time were much greater than Minato's. If she had replaced her then self with the current Minato, I'm afraid the illusion would have been broken long ago. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. She has taken the first step and has also obtained the same eyes as her sister. Mom, I seem to be catching up with her sister. So in order to avoid more trouble, he quickly explained Kushina's life experience. Blackboard JPG. In the past, there was a nine-tailed demon fox causing chaos. It turned out that Uchiha Madara controlled the nine-tailed fox and came to attack Konoha. Minato raised his hand, like a good student who studied hard. Under the big screen, Mirai was wearing a suit, holding a stick in his hand, and wearing a pair of plain glasses on his eyes. The teacher's temperament came up all of a sudden. He looked at the only student in the white space, smiled and pointed at him. Minato, please speak. I know about this, it's the Battle of the Valley of the End. Yeah, that's right. Mirai nodded, motioned him to sit down and listened to him carefully. Minato looked at him speechless, just telling him about Kushina, and he didn't know what was wrong with him, and he actually let him play role-playing. Why doesn't he become a teacher with long legs and black stockings, a curvy figure, and intellectual maturity? In that case, he would have more motivation to attend class. After all, he couldn't waste this opportunity in vain. Thinking of this, he had already sat down and looked at the big screen very obediently. Mirai knocked on the big screen, making a clanging sound. Okay, let's continue. At the beginning, the Shodame-sama felt that the Nine Tails was too powerful. If it was allowed to do whatever it wanted in the outside world, it would definitely bring an uncontrollable terrorist disaster to the entire ninja world. So in order to solve the Tailed Beast rebellion and for his own ideal of peace, he started to capture tailed beasts everywhere in the ninja world after the battle with Madara-sama. In a short period of time, he captured all the tailed beasts from the 2 tails to the 8 tails. At this time, Minato raised his hand again. I have a question. Go ahead. What about the 1 tails and the 9 tails? The 1 tails had been discovered by the Sand Village in the Wind Country at that time. It belonged to someone else. As a peace-loving Shodame-sama, how could he take someone else's things by force? And the 9 tails has become Konoha sealed beast with the defeat of Madara-sama. Oh. Minato sat down and learned something new. It turns out that there is such a layer of unknown past. At that time, Konoha was the strongest, but the first generation of Kisama was afraid that his descendants would harm the ninja world and destroy the hard-won peace because they mastered this terrible power. In order to make other ninja villages wary of each other and not dare to start wars at will, the first 5 cage talks was held, hoping to distribute the tailed beasts to other ninja villages for free. Minato stood up again, a little puzzled. No, the history books record that the 5 cage talks took place a few years after the establishment of the major ninja villages. And the last battle between the first generation of Kisama and your ancestors was many years after the establishment of the village. Are these 2 events reversed? Future's face froze, and he admitted that these words were all his own imagination. After all, he was not born at that time, and these things were all deduced by himself. And he never studied history books well. He hurriedly put on an unhappy expression. Are you the teacher or am I the teacher? If you don't want to listen to my lecture, then get out now. Don't, future teacher, I was wrong. Minato hurriedly sat down. You are wrong, but you don't allow students to point it out. You are the worst teacher I have ever seen. Seeing that Minato did not interrupt, Mirai continued. In short, the tailed beasts were divided among 5 ninja villages, 3 large and 1 small. At that time, the first generation of Kiyotaka felt that the power of the tailed beasts was too strong, so he tried to seal it up, but no matter how powerful the seal was, it was maintained by his own power. Once he died, the seal would be completely broken. Once the 9 tails escaped, Konoha would face an irreparable loss. At this time, Kushina's grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, stood up. She used herself as the seal and sealed the 9 tails into her body. Became the first Jinchuriki in history. Inspired by this, other ninja villages began to establish their own tailed beast Jinchuriki. But the power of the tailed beasts is not so easy to control. With the strength of the Jinchuriki, it is impossible to suppress the tailed beasts. The terrifying power caused the tailed beasts to run away from other ninja villages from time to time. In order to perfect the seal, they began to invade the Uzumaki clan, which was the best at sealing at that time, after the death of Hashirama Senju and the second generation Tobirama. Hearing this, Minato was silent for a moment. Although some of the things that Mirai said were illogical and irrelevant, the big things were correct. The 5 cage talks, the distribution of the tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki incident, and the genocide of the Uzumaki clan. I didn't expect that Kushina's hometown was destroyed because of this. But if they want the sealing technique, they can buy it at a price. There is no need to destroy the Uzumaki clan, right? Mirai looked at him, shook his head and said, but the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique at that time was not enough to seal and use the power of the tailed beasts for a long time. After a long time, the tailed beasts will still escape. Moreover, they often see their own tailed beasts running out, but they have never heard of the 9 tails riot in Konoha, and the Jinchuriki who sealed the strongest tailed beast is from the Uzumaki clan. What do you think they will think? Minato was stunned, and his expression suddenly stiffened. He followed Mirai's words and thought about it. They will think that the Uzumaki clan has the most perfect sealing technique and is unwilling to contribute it, so they will destroy the Uzumaki clan in a fit of anger. Mirai nodded, there is a possibility. Perhaps they also know that it is because Mito-sama is too powerful that he can suppress the tailed beast, but no one mentioned this matter, as if they had forgotten it. Or maybe they are also very envious of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Since the Uzumaki clan cannot use it for themselves, then destroy it so that others cannot use it either. Okay, let's get back to the point. In fact, Lady Uzumaki Mito was able to suppress the 9 tails and never had a riot. In addition to her own strong strength, her physique as a member of the Uzumaki clan also played a huge role. You know, the chakra of the Uzumaki clan is very huge. In the final analysis, the Jinchuriki also relies on human power to bless the sealing strength of the sealing technique, thereby restricting the activities of the tailed beasts. People with huge chakra are the most suitable to be Jinchuriki. After listening, Minato fell silent. He lowered his head with a complicated expression. So that's it. So that's it. No wonder there were so many Anbya forces around Kushina at that time. He was surprised at that time. If they were just monitoring people outside the village, there would be no need to mobilize so many forces. And when they invited Kushina to the Uchiha clan, the Anbya jumped out to stop them. It turns out that there is a terrifying creature sealed in Kushina's body. And it was the 9 tails that Uchiha Madara brought when he attacked Konoha. If the Uchiha knew that the 9 tails Jinchuriki was the little girl now, they would definitely have other ideas. He couldn't help but know the root cause of the thing that Future had said, this matter cannot be told. No wonder Future would risk exposing the Sharingan and tell him in Genjutsu. This matter involves too much. Future. He looked up and looked at Future with tears in his eyes. How could this guy be so good to him? How can I repay you for treating me like this? Future. He had a black line on his forehead, and he always felt that Minato seemed to have misunderstood something. He blinked his big eyes, a little confused. Be a cow and a horse in the next life. But this was a bit inappropriate. After all, he was so handsome. He subconsciously asked again, promise yourself. Hiss. All of a sudden, he was shocked by his own thoughts. Damn it, how could he come up with such a horrible idea? Minato's heart, which was originally very touched, was now cold. The Future actually had thoughts about him? He hurriedly retreated 10 feet away, his face full of entanglement. Change one. Future was also a little embarrassed. It was all because he had been single for a long time in his previous life, and he always wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, and finally get the beauty. So when he heard Minato's words just now, he subconsciously thought of a joke. When a beautiful woman sees the person who saved her, if he is handsome, she will say, I can't repay you in this life, so I can only repay you with my body. If he is ugly, she will say, I can't repay you in this life, so I can only be a cow and a horse in the next life to repay you for saving my life. He hurriedly coughed twice, and a joking expression was hung on his face. Ahem. I was just joking just now, Don't take it seriously. Minato. _ I want to, but I can't take it as a joke now. Chapter 240. Ever since the conversation 3 nights ago, Mirai found that Minato was hiding far from her. So much so that Kushina had a bright smile on her face. Higarika asked curiously, Kushina-chan, what are you laughing at? Kushina looked at Mirai, who was exercising with rope tree, and the corners of her mouth rose wildly. She leaned in and whispered, didn't you notice that Minato has been hiding far from Mirai these days? This must be the result of my hard work. She finally completed the first step. Although she didn't know how to complete it, as long as Minato and Mirai kept their distance, she could be the third party and interfere with their relationship. Just like sandwich biscuits, standing between them, in the long run, Mirai and Minato will become normal people. When she thought of this, she covered her mouth and laughed again. Hee, Kushina, come on, you are the best girl. In the grove, Minato was holding a scroll and reading it. It recorded a powerful ninjutsu called Fierce Wind Palm, which was given to him by his uncle Uchiha Chuang. He has not yet learned the technique taught to him by Jiraiya. On the other side, after Mirai and Nawaki fought for a few rounds, they felt that they had sweated enough today, so they stopped in tacit understanding. Mirai wiped the sweat off his face, walked to the shade of a tree nearby, took out a bucket of water from his throat, and drank it. At this moment, Mirai seemed to be able to hear the cells in his body moaning with satisfaction. Shaha! Drinking a bucket after the battle is better than being a living god. That's right. Nawaki picked up his bamboo cup and drank it. After drinking, the two smiled at each other. Sure enough, heroes think alike. Drinking water after the battle is the most refreshing. In the distance, Kushina froze like a little squirrel covering its mouth and laughing. What did she see? Brother Rope Tree, who always had the worst relationship with Mirai, actually smiled at Mirai. They actually smiled. Could it be that Uchiha Mirai, the pervert, was going to reach out to the innocent Brother Rope Tree? In her mind, Uchiha Mirai, wearing a white wedding dress, was led by Brother Rope Tree into the palace of marriage. The two slowly approached each other during the congratulatory speech of the MC. She seemed to see Brother Rope Tree with an evil and crazy smile on his face, while Uchiha Mirai closed his eyes shyly. Her pink and sexy little lips pouted, and she tilted her head back, like a cherry waiting to be picked. Hiss! In an instant, she was frightened by the picture in her mind, and she immediately rushed between the two. She shouted loudly, I don't agree. Rope Tree, _ Mirai. What's going on? Why did Kushina rush over? And what did she disagree with? What's wrong with you? Rope Tree asked in confusion. Mirai looked at her with the same eyes. I don't quite understand what this girl is going to do. At this time, Kushina also reacted and felt that her actions seemed to be too radical. They just laughed and it was not certain that anything would happen. But there was a voice in her heart telling her that any terrible thing was caused by the most insignificant little thing at the beginning. Uchiha Mirai and Rope Tree used to fight and curse each other when they met. If you dare to laugh today, you will dare to get married tomorrow. So for the reputation of the team, as the only woman who can stand up, she must stop all this. She immediately pulled her little sister over. Mirai, Ling Hua-chan has something to ask you, we're leaving first. That's right, she sold out her little sister. Without even turning back, he pulled the Rope Tree away, and walked away very quickly, leaving everyone present with a confused look. Mirai looked at the little fat man in front of him, and then looked at Kushina's resolute back, and was a little confused. What's wrong with her? Hinata Reka was also confused. She blinked her big eyes and replied blankly, I don't know. She just came to watch a show, why was she dragged in? Mirai shrugged, thinking that Kushina was just having her period. Although she was only 7 years old, it was a bit outrageous. But this is not an ordinary child, she is a child in the ninja world. People know how to find a wife early. Think about my world, I was still in elementary school at the age of 7 or 8, playing in the mud. Then he turned and came to another place, spit out a scroll from his mouth, and began to learn the ninjutsu on it. This scroll is the hair trio that Jiraiya taught him. Needle Jizo, Random Lion Hair Technique, Needle Hell, Hair Needle 1000 Books. The last two techniques are very strict. In terms of style, it can be regarded as a ninjutsu. The difference is just the hair that comes out, one is very thin, but there are more hairs, the other is less, but it is solid and strong. Originally, he planned to learn only needle jizo in the future, but this technique is in front of him, so it would be a waste not to learn it. Moreover, these techniques are basically the same. As long as you learn one of them, you can learn the rest of the ninjutsu quickly. Thinking of this, he decided to start with the simplest one, which is hair needle 1000 books. This is a technique that injects chakra into the hair, makes it hard, and quickly attacks the target. Of course, one thing you need to pay attention to when learning this technique is that you must not attack directly with your own hair. Otherwise, let alone the pain, you will be bald. Instead, the hair is generated by chakra, so it has the characteristics of hair, and when the chakra dissipates, it will disappear, leaving the dilemma of looking for hair all over the ground. As for the raised nan, well, after all these days, he still can't keep the turbulence and bind them in his palm. So he simply didn't learn it. On the other hand, Noeki and Kushina have already touched the basics. Under Minato's guidance, it is estimated that they can all learn it in a few days. Noeki was pulled to the other side by Kushina, who looked at Noeki with a vigilant face. "Brother, tell me, why did you laugh just now?" Noeki was stunned. Did his laughter have anything to do with Kushina? "We simply drank a sip of water because we felt that life was endless after the battle. Is there a problem with that?" "That's it." Kushina frowned her cute little eyebrows and asked in disbelief. "Is there anything else we can do between us?" Noeki asked back. Hearing this, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, it's fine." "What's fine? Why are you so weird today? Are you affected by the fox spirit of the nine tails?" "Nothing." Kushina shook her head and then looked straight at Noeki. "Brother, you must not be fascinated by Uchiha Mirai. Remember, you two are both men, it's impossible." After she finished speaking, she turned and ran towards Minato. She wanted to know why Minato was hiding from Mirai. "Noeki? It's inexplicable. What's wrong with the man?" Front line. The third Hokage looked at the people on the opposite side, his eyes were solemn for a moment. What was coming finally came. The opposite side was the Sand Ninja, and they were facing each other across a plain. Even though they were so far away, they could see the hatred on Chiyo's face and the jealousy in her eyes. Beside the third Hokage stood Tsunade Ikanen and a white-haired young man. Judging from his position, he also has some status in Konoha village. This man's name is Kato Dan, and he is one of the people that Orochimaru once wanted to find, because he learned an unsolvable ninjutsu. Spiritualization technique. He can use his invisible and intangible soul to assassinate the enemy instantly regardless of distance. He has only mastered this technique recently. He has not yet gained a reputation, so few people in the ninja world know him. "Teacher, it seems that Joe is determined to attack our Konoha." The third generation's expression did not change. He looked at the Sand Ninja position indifferently, and turned to look at an Anbu ninja behind him. "Are you sure you have returned the bodies of Akashi and Songming to the Sand Village?" Hearing this, the Anbu hurriedly knelt on one knee and assured, "Sir, I am very sure that before my shadow clone disappeared, it was caught by the third Kazekage. He must have seen the seal scroll I sent." After listening to the Anbu's narration, Tsunade's face darkened a little. It seems that the third Kazekage did not reveal the matter of the body. Otherwise, Joe would not be here at all. Kato Dan on the side did not say anything, but listened quietly. He had just arrived at the front line recently, and he did not know the battle situation very well, so naturally he did not know the strategy proposed by Uchiha. Chapter 241. At this time, Kato Dan suddenly spoke up, "Third generation, how about I go and take a look?" His words interrupted the third generation's meditation. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes, and obviously began to think about Kato Dan's proposal. When he saw the second generation develop the spiritualization technique, he was shocked. Use your own soul to ignore distance and defense and directly attack the enemy's soul. And as long as it is not a barrier or a sealing technique, and the main body is found, then this move is invincible. I can hit the enemy, but the enemy cannot hurt my spirit body, which is too shameless. Now I am next to Kato Dan and can protect his physical body very well. I am not afraid of this weakness, and the other party obviously thinks so, otherwise he would not have proposed this idea. In fact, to be more specific, he asked Kato Dan to learn this move mainly to prevent Uchiha. He did not forget the real power of Uchiha, Mangekyo Sharingan. Each pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has 3 special abilities. And there is one ability that is the most daunting. That is, when the two eyes are combined, the third ability can be activated. Susanoo. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara used this trick to make the first generation of Mewtwo feel extremely difficult. So in order to compete with Uchiha Madara, he developed a series of ninjutsu such as Wooden Dragon, Wooden Man, and Wooden Buddha. Because every time Uchiha Madara made his pupil power more advanced, he would happily look for Senju Hashirama every time, thinking that he would win. But every time when he used the strongest Susanoo, Senju Hashirama was only slightly at a disadvantage, and before he was happy, the opponent would take out a stronger wood escape series of techniques. It can be said that there is a reason why Madara became the first Hashirama fan. But except for the first generation of Mewtwo, no one can fight against Uchiha Susanoo, not even the second generation. This eye technique, named after the legendary god, which combines attack and defense, is a technique that makes the 5-Kage feel scalp numb. Therefore, it is extremely important that someone can use the spiritualization technique. When the second generation developed this technique, he wanted to bypass the defense of Susanoo and directly attack the main body inside. Okay. The third generation nodded without saying anything in detail. Although the ninjas standing behind him were all Konoha ninjas, who could be sure that there were no spies from the sand ninjas among them? Some things should not be said too clearly. With Kato Dan practicing for so many years, he must know the precautions of this technique much better than him, a layman. Okay. Kato Dan nodded. He sensed the concerns of the third generation and did not say much. He nodded and responded immediately. Then he sat down cross-legged. He made several special seals with his hands. Each of these seals is different from the 12 regular hand seals, and is a very peculiar hand seal. As his last seal fell, the whole person was wrapped in a ball of white light, and he nodded to the third generation. The third generation stepped forward and protected him behind him, so that the people in the sand ninja camp could not see the people behind him. The next moment, Kato Dan's spirit body directly separated from the main body, turned into a meteor, and flew towards the distant sand ninja. During the flight, Kato Dan only felt light, as if he had no weight and could leave this world at any time. He was so scared that he quickly gathered his mind. This technique is risky. In addition to the main body, there is also the mind of the operator. If the operator's mind is not firm, it is easy to be eroded by the idea just now. Thus, unknowingly, being dominated by this kind of thinking will eventually completely cut off the connection with the physical body, and then the layer of light protecting himself will disappear. Without this layer of light protection, he can see the god of death immediately. When he was practicing this ninjutsu, he almost died. But he was terribly scared. Death, who wouldn't be afraid? After turning into a spirit, Kato Dan felt that his thinking became much faster. He thought so much, but it was just a breath. And he rushed to 100 meters away from the sand ninja. Among the sand ninja, someone immediately discovered Kato Dan flying in quickly. Although it was strange why the other party was illusory, it was right to attack. As long as it was a human, it would die if it was killed. Immediately, someone called out, "There is only one enemy attacking, which is really too much of a disdain for us. Let's go together and kill him. Shoot him to death." Good. For a moment, countless wind escape techniques, ninja tools, poison mist, poisoned needles, and even puppets all swarmed towards Kato Dan. Seeing this scene, Kato Dan did not dodge, and rushed straight to the front. Since he successfully practiced this technique, this is the first time he has performed this ninjutsu in front of everyone. Although there were no so many ninja tools attacking him in the past, he knew that in the real world, no matter how many attacks, they could not cause harm to his soul. Unless it is an unreasonable sealing technique or a barrier. Or it is a ninja tool or treasure with special abilities, such as the Six Paths treasure of the Six Paths Sage. Of course, the technique also records that the Uchiha clan artifact, the Uchiha fan, can also hurt the spirit. But he has seen that these attacks in front of him seem countless, but none of them can cause any harm to his spirit. There is not even a thunder ninjutsu. Maybe there is, but it just didn't work. Thinking of this, he suddenly accelerated and increased his speed again. In just a blink of an eye, the distance of 100 meters was infinitely shortened by him. While those sand ninjas were still mocking each other for overestimating their own abilities, he had already rushed to the sand ninjas. Before a sand ninja could react, a sneer on his face appeared, and a white light directly passed through his body. He did not see any injuries, but the ninjas around him could inexplicably feel that his vitality was rapidly fading. Without waiting for others to ask, the sand ninja fell down completely with a stiff expression. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Dead. No injuries were seen. How did he die? Everyone be careful, don't be touched by the white light. He was touched by the white light and died inexplicably. Be careful, he's here again. Facing the sand ninjas, Kato Dan will not be soft-hearted. After dealing with the sand ninja, he carefully observed the expressions of Cho and her brother and sister, and found that they were only shocked and stunned. It seems that they don't know the sealing technique, or they haven't thought of the sealing technique to deal with me. He had no choice but to be cautious. The sealing technique of the sand ninja was second to none among the 5 great nations, all thanks to their research on the one-tailed Shikaku. Of course, it was not as good as the Whirlpool country. But who said the Whirlpool country had become a thing of the past? Since there was no means to restrain himself, then his eyes condensed, and the hunting time began. Immediately, his body accelerated, turning into a cute baby fly, dragging a long white tail, and rushed towards the sand ninja. In an instant, countless sand ninjas screamed in fear. The sand ninja camp was in turmoil that could be seen with the naked eye. Here on the Konoha camp, Tsunade looked at the brilliant Kato Dan, with some astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Is this the power of the spiritualization technique? So scary. She thought to herself that she had no way to defend against this move. Well, this is a technique that can even ignore Suzanu's defense. How do you think it can be weak? Tsunade looked back at him and suggested, Teacher, let's order a charge. This is a good opportunity. The sand ninja has been almost broken by Kato Dan's strange tricks. As long as they charge with all their forces, they will definitely be able to repel the sand ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and shook his head and said, No, it's not the time yet. Wait for Dan to come back. Now only Tsunade is here, maybe Jiraiya is also nearby, but this is just his guess. Although Tsunade alone can cure Chiyo's poison, her strength alone is not a match for Chiyo's top ninja. Unless Tsunade has learned other techniques. Otherwise, with her current strength alone, she is not enough to fight Chiyo's Jinmetsu Ten. And he is not confident that others will guard Dan's body, which is his trump card against Uchiha. Nothing can happen. Besides, there is not much difference between charging early and late. As long as Kato Dan's spirit returns, his physical body will no longer be a weakness, and he can let go. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, thought about it and felt that what the teacher said was right. Only when Dan returns can the two of them fight with peace of mind. Chapter 242. The ninja world is fighting again. But this has nothing to do with the future and the others who are far away in Konoha. At this moment, the future is still practicing ninjutsu. It should be said that 3 days have passed before the future can make the hair a little harder. But if you want them to shoot out like Jiraiya, there is still a long way to go. In the evening, the future and the little ones finished a day of training, and Kushina took them to find the hand-beating Ichiraku. That is the ramen boy who was bullied and rescued by Kushina. He is a student of the same class as the future and the others, but not in the same class. Minato asked curiously, Kushina, is the ramen you mentioned really that delicious? Rope Tree held his head with both hands, looked at him while walking and said, Ramen, no matter how delicious it is, how delicious can it be? It's just noodles, soup, and some side dishes. He was tired of eating it before. He has been practicing too much these days, and he feels that he has lost 10 pounds. At this moment, he just wants to eat meat to restore his previous strong body. Minato smiled and did not answer him. He is an orphan, and he would be very happy if he had delicious ramen. After all, the cost of ramen is not high. Hearing the sarcastic words of Noeki, Kushina stepped on him directly, and the latter hurriedly hugged his foot and jumped up in pain. Ouch, it hurts me to death, Kushina, how can you treat your brother like this? Kushina looked at him and said, how can you question your lovely sister? Mirai walked past him and said with a smile, you deserve it. Suddenly, Noeki's anger had a place to vent. He took off his shoes without caring about the pain in his feet and rushed to the future. Damn it, stop right there. But Mirai had already prepared for this move. He immediately took a step, held onto Minato's shoulders, and vaulted over Minato's head with a pole. He used Minato as a shield to block Rope Tree's attack route. Lulu, I can't hit you. Well, Rope Tree got even angrier. He immediately pulled Minato open, exposing Mirai. He raised his shoes and immediately drew them at him. Mirai just dodged and perfectly avoided his attack. If he didn't take a knife, he couldn't beat Rope Tree, because of the age difference. But if he wanted to avoid it, there were ways. After avoiding Rope Tree's attack, Mirai once again grabbed the helpless Minato and blocked him in front of him. He. I can't hit him. He. Let go of Minato if you dare, let's fight it out. I won't let go, come and hit me if you dare. The angry Rope Tree pulled Minato again, trying to pull him away, but it was useless. This time Mirai didn't let go, and for a moment, poor Minato, with a helpless smile on his face, became a plaything between Rope Tree and Mirai. Behind him, Kushina took Hyagarika's arm and looked at them speechlessly. When I first saw Mirai, I thought he was a cold person. Hyagarika nodded, and she felt the same way at the time. And she thought this was very Uchiha. But who would have thought that he was actually a pervert? Hyagarika nodded frantically, yes, after contacting him for a few days, she also discovered this. Kushina's face became even more bitter, now I realize that I didn't understand him before. Hinata Reka continued her words and said, after getting to know him, I realized that he is actually a funny guy. He is pretending to be cold, perverted is his personality, and funny is his nature. To be honest, the Uchiha people are so cold, Uncle Dazwang is so honest, Aunt Mieko is so virtuous and gentle, but how can the baby born be like this? No matter how much the genes mutate, it is impossible to become like this. It's outrageous. After Hinata Reka finished speaking, Kushina couldn't help but look at her. After a few breaths, the two sighed at the same time. Soon, they came to a small alley. There is a sense of déjà vu of a slum here. Although it is not dirty and messy, the buildings on both sides are very old. The alley was 3 meters wide and deep, so that the sun could hardly penetrate. In addition, the residents on the roofs habitually poured water out of the windows. So it was very humid here. I guess people with rheumatism would hold their legs and wail after walking through this alley. Led by Kushina, the 4 of them avoided the water and soon arrived in front of an iron gate. She reached out and knocked politely, and shouted, Ichirika classmate, are you home? A young voice soon came from the room, is it Sister Kushina? I'll open the door for you right away. As he spoke, the sound of someone coming down the stairs came from the room. Rope Tree's nose was sniffing frantically. His eyes were sparkling, and his saliva was all over the floor. He hugged Mirai and Minato with both hands, do you smell it? Such a fragrant soup. Mirai also swallowed subconsciously, and he shrugged his shoulders and bounced Rope Tree's hand away. He didn't like people hugging him. Except Minato. It smells really good. No wonder there was such a long line when Ichiraku Ramen first opened. If it weren't for Kushina, we probably wouldn't know when we grew up that there was a master of cooking ramen hidden here. Minato said with shining eyes. No one has a better say than him when it comes to eating ramen. This smells really good, I can't wait to try it. Even Hyagarika was drooling. Looking at her friends, who were eager to rush in and eat ramen, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. See, I told you that the ramen he made is delicious. Soon, the door was opened. A little boy of the same age as them appeared from behind the door, looking at the door with joy on his face, Sister Kushina, you're here, come in. As he was talking, he suddenly stopped talking and looked at the people behind Kushina in surprise. Uchiha Mirai. Namikaze Minato. Why are you here? Shouta Ichiraku was a little confused. How could these 2 campus celebrities come to his house? It was like fairies squatting in the toilet. It was incredible. Future looked at the pier in front of him. This person was almost exactly the same as Shouta in the future. The only change was that he was not as mature as in the future. We heard from Kushina that the ramen you made was delicious, so we came uninvited. Please don't be offended. Minato stepped forward and said with a smile on his face. His smile was like the sunshine in the sky, making people feel happy. It seemed that this dark and cold alley was also full of sunshine. So gentle, so dazzling. So comfortable. Shouta blushed all of a sudden. He quickly moved aside to make way for him to go in. He was a little red-faced and wanted to see Minato but didn't dare to look at him. Please come in, I'm just making soup stock. If you don't mind, you can have a taste. Yes, try it, it's free. Nawaki and Mirai looked at each other. This. Is Minato's lethality so strong? Even a little boy can't handle it. Kushina and Hyagarika also noticed something was wrong. Especially Kushina, she looked at Minato, then at Ichiroku. Then she looked at Minato again, and finally at Mirai. Could it be that Mirai is not a pervert, but Minato is the real pervert? Is it him who turned Mirai into a pervert? Sigma, A. No wonder I thought he was effeminate when I first saw him. It makes sense. Thinking of this, she quietly stepped in, blocking between Minato and the hand, and greeted with a smile on her face, "Don't you want to eat ramen? Come in." Hearing ramen, Rope Tree immediately threw the idea behind his head and walked in quickly. Yes, 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 in this world, only food and beauty are not to be missed. Minato simply without noticing, he had a sunny smile on his face, and when he passed by, he smiled at the other person. The latter was shocked and had goosebumps all over his body. Asterisk. Minato-kun is really gentle. After Mirai walked in, he looked at him with a strange expression. You. Could it be that you fell in love with Minato at first sight? Minato and the others had already walked into the house, and Mirai's voice was very low, so they didn't heard. Only Kushina heard this, and she stared at Shouta. After hearing what Mirai said, Shouta felt a chill. It was like carrying a horse and pulling a pine to run for 50 kilometers, and just when he reached the finish line, he was instantly transferred to the South Pole. It made him sober up all of a sudden. He shook his head hurriedly and firmly denied, "No, no, no, how could it be, I'm not. Kushina, why don't I believe it?" Iota_. Chapter 243. The noodles made by Ichiraku are indeed delicious. After Rope Tree finished 3 bowls in one gulp, he raised his hand again. "Empty bowl, Ichiraku, please give me another big bowl." "Me too." Mirai was not polite and also raised the bowl to ask for more. "Okay, please wait a moment." Ichiraku happily cooked the noodles and then served them to the 2 bowls one by one. "It seems that my secret recipe is definitely worth it." There were only 6 of them in the room. After Mirai took the bowl, he asked curiously, "Ichiraku, where are your parents?" The room was very cozy and did not match the environment in the alley at all. A door seemed to separate the 2 worlds. This kind of environment is not something that a boy can arrange and manage, and it is also something that Ichiraku, who is obsessed with ramen, can arrange and manage. That's why Mirai asked this question. "Oh, she went to clean up the store." The smile on Xiaoda's face could not help but be restrained a little, and there was a little disappointment in his tone. The 5 little ones who were eating noodles seemed to hear the low tone in his voice, and the movement of eating noodles was a little lighter. Kushina looked at him and asked, "Did you encounter any difficulties?" If he hadn't encountered difficulties, Xiaodao would not have this expression. Xiaodao smiled bitterly, and while scalding the noodles, he explained, "Not many people patronize the ramen shop opened by my mother, and now I can't afford the rent of the shop." Hearing this, the little ones were stunned for a moment, and they looked at each other, a little confused. "Such delicious noodles, why do you say no one patronizes? And what is the rent? Didn't the 3 generations make ramen?" As if he guessed their confusion, before they asked, Ichiraku continued, "My father passed away when I was very young, and later it was my mother who took over my father's ramen restaurant. My mother's cooking skills are not very good, and the dishes she cooks taste very ordinary." After hearing him say this, Mirai nodded with deep understanding, "Indeed, my mother's cooking is not delicious either. Except for tempura, it is tempura, and the only difference is the wrapped dishes. But the magical thing is that the tempura made by my mother, even if it is wrapped with sauerkraut, tastes very ordinary and does not go well with rice at all. To sum up in 7 words, clean, hygienic, and not delicious." Minato glanced at Mirai and was a little amused. He stretched out his chopsticks and picked up all the meat slices in Mirai's soup bowl into his own bowl. "Aren't you afraid that we will tell this to your mother?" Mirai's face froze. "Oh no, hearing Ichiraku's words just now resonated with me, and I couldn't help but say what was in my heart." He turned his head forcefully and looked at Minato, trying to change the topic, and didn't care about him grabbing his meat slices. Ahem, your soup noodles are so delicious, why doesn't your mother use your recipe?" Minato didn't say anything else, he was also curious about this topic. The other friends also looked at Xiaodao. The latter's face became even more bitter. "My mother doesn't want me to get involved in the catering industry. She hopes that I will be an excellent ninja." But he knew his talent. Although he had chakra in his body and could be recruited by the ninja school, there were differences between people. He was at most a little better than ordinary people. In school, he was not as good as anyone else and was the last one. He was not interested in learning ninja. He just liked to make ramen that made people feel happy. So, she would rather stick to my father's craftsmanship than use my improved recipe, and she doesn't want me to enter the kitchen in the store. At the end, Ichiraku Tito was visibly disappointed. After showing off his last bowl of ramen, Rope Tree finally burped with satisfaction. This is the most delicious ramen he has ever eaten in his life. Seeing that Tito was so disappointed, he asked curiously, "Didn't you let your mother taste the ramen you made?" If his mother knew that the ramen he made was so delicious, she might change her mind. Tito saw that the noodles were ready and served a bowl to Kushina. He smiled bitterly. Of course she has eaten it, but she is a stubborn housewife and doesn't want me to develop in the catering industry. Perhaps he had someone to talk to, so he talked more. He continued, "My mother always said that my father failed in the chef ninja battle and was angered to death. He was a chef all his life and could only cook for others. What's the use of cooking well? It's because he doesn't even have the ability to save his life, so she always wants me to develop into a ninja so that I won't die inexplicably like my father in the future." The so-called chef nin is in his hand. Chef nin. Minato was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Uchiha Encyclopedia Future. What is that? Minato's action made the other friends subconsciously look at Future, which made the latter curl his lips. Don't you read books? Minato scratched his head, but I haven't seen any book that introduces Chef Nin. I do have some impression, but I can't remember who told me about it. Kushina pointed at her forehead, trying to remember something. But people are like this, sometimes you try hard to remember, but it will be harder to remember. Kushina fell into this situation. Seeing this, the others did not hold out hope for her, but looked at the Future, hoping that he would give an explanation. Degree. Looking at their eyes, the Future was speechless. Why are they looking at him? This kitchen ninja was proposed by Ichiraku, why not look for him? But he looked at Minato's eager eyes and his expression of thirst for a solution, and he couldn't help but soften his heart. Forget it, I'm afraid of them. So he said, the so-called kitchen ninja refers to a special type of ninja among ninjas. They are not good at fighting, but specialize in providing food to ninjas on missions. Hey? Shenshu was stunned for a moment. This is the kitchen ninja. It feels so rubbish. It is to cook for people, but because of the chakra, it is called the kitchen ninja. Can I understand it this way? Hinata Reka frowned and asked blankly. Well, it's a good understanding. Mirai gave a fair affirmation. Now it's good, everyone is silent. Ninja missions are always thrilling. Even if they are hungry, they will only eat some dry food to replenish energy. Even if they have to make a fire to cook, they will at most make some simple fast food. Just fill their stomachs. How can there be other ninja professions such as kitchen ninjas? I can't understand it. Mirai tentatively licked the noodles in the bowl. Very good, it's not so hot, and I can eat it. He continued, maybe you don't know the role of this kind of ninja, or maybe you think they are redundant, which is understandable. After all, the mission mode of our Konoha Ninja Village is a team mode of 1 leading 3. If there is a large-scale mission, at most 10 teams will work together to carry it out. But think about it, if 10 teams work together to carry out the mission, then each team will have to send 1 person to cook, and 10 teams will have to send 10 people. These 10 people are somewhat wasted, and 1 team can cook for 40 people. But as for ninjas, you all know that if there is only 1 person, or 4 or 5 people, it is no problem to grill meat, cook soup, and eat dry food. If there are more people, the demand for food will be greater. Gradually, some large teams will have people who specialize in cooking. After hearing this, several people immediately understood. Oh. The ninja who specializes in cooking is called a kitchen ninja. Rope Tree nodded. Mirai swallowed the noodles back in one breath. He was a little helpless. Such a simple thing actually made him so wet. In short, kitchen ninjas are not common in our Konoha village, but in the ninja world, many mercenary organizations have such ninjas, and even our border strongholds have kitchen ninjas. So there are many kitchen ninjas. I learned a lot. It turns out that there is such a profession among ninjas. Minato sucked the noodles. For the first time, he felt that ninjas can develop in other ways besides killing and saving people. Well, Ninjas are not fixed. It is said that there is a special kind of ninja in the ninja world. They are called male ninjas, who are ninjas who specialize in delivering mail. If you join them, you need to have a high enough professional ethics, not to check the content of the letter in your hand, and you must be absolutely fast and persistent. Mirai said, looking at the shiny grease in the bowl. He stretched out his tongue and licked it all over. Delicious food should not be wasted. By the way, Ichiraku, please pack 4 servings of ramen for me, I want to bring them to my parents to try. Ichiraku looked at Mirai with envy in his eyes. He was worthy of being the second in the ninja school and a genius of Uchiha. He knew a lot. He hurriedly responded, okay, please wait. Since it was for his classmates' parents to eat, he couldn't be careless. However, considering the time problem, he did not cook the ramen together, but packed them separately. Mirai, the best time to cook ramen is within 5 minutes. Once it is cooked, if you eat it after 5 minutes, the ramen will have no taste, so when you take it back, just cook it again. Mirai nodded, okay, I got it. Nawaki and Kushina also raised their hands. Ichiraku-san, we want 4 servings too. Do you want so much too? Ichiraku was stunned. Well, your ramen is so delicious, I want my grandma to have a taste too. Kushina said with a smile on her face. Nawaki also nodded, me too. Oh, that's fine. Ichiraku stopped asking. Kushina took out a sealing scroll from her ninja tool bag. Ichiraku-san, please cook the noodles together, I have a sealing scroll, so I'm not afraid that the noodles will get mushy. Ichiraku, oh. Momo-sansen. Is this a sealing scroll? Using it to hold noodles, this is the most luxurious noodles I've ever seen. Chapter 244. After the future and the others left, they left a 10,000 tael silver note, which made him so excited. This was the highest amount of noodles he had ever seen. Originally, he didn't want it, because he said it was free, but how could he beat the 5 of them alone? So he waved goodbye to them and told them to come again next time. He must be free. After the future returned home, before he even entered the door, he smelled a familiar smell on the tip of his nose. As a ninja, it's normal to have sharp ears, eyes, and noses. Although the future's nose is not as good as Kakashi's, let alone a dog's nose. But it is more than 10 times more sensitive than that of an ordinary person. So you know why he thinks the food his mother cooks is unpalatable, it's just that he is too picky. His eyes were full of little stars, and he changed his shoes in a few seconds. He couldn't help but stop when he was about to rush into the house. He thought about it. If he pulled the ramen out of his mouth in front of them, not to mention whether they would eat it or not, his sister would feel disgusted. Thinking of this, he immediately turned to the blind spot, spit out the ramen from his mouth, and took a closer look. It seemed that part of it was stained with his saliva. He subconsciously stretched out his tongue and licked it. Well, it's gone now. Then he shouted happily, Sister, you're back. Uchiha Hong, who was changing clothes upstairs, heard his voice and smiled and responded. Well, you're back too. How is it? Did you cause trouble to the teacher these days at school? Uchiha Mirai put the ramen on the dining table, trotted to her, and replied with a smile, No, I'm very good. Asterisk please touch. Seeing his brother looking up at him with his head raised, with an expression asking for praise, Uchiha Hong was in a very happy mood. Is there anything that can make people feel happier than going home and stroking his brother's head after completing a task? Really? Then our future has finally grown up and won't worry the teachers anymore. Hee. Future was so comfortable being rubbed that he almost squinted his eyes. If he was a cat, he would have been purring by now. Downstairs. Dazwang and his wife looked at the intimate interaction between the siblings, especially the little guy Future, who was so attached to his sister, and they were amused. Zhuang, what kind of scenery would it be if they fought every day? The siblings next door fought to death every day. Every time these housewives met, as long as they talked about this topic, others looked at them with envy. I used to feel very proud, but now I feel something is missing. A life that has never been beaten by a sister or angered by a brother is not perfect. Dazwang poked her forehead with a smile, causing the latter to roll her eyes. If the siblings are like other children, you will have a headache. Mieko retracted her gaze, looked at the siblings in front of her, and then thought about the way other wives complained to her. If Hong Hong and Walai were really like she thought, fighting every 3 days and making a big fuss every 5 days. Hiss. What a terrible idea. I can't think about it. This is simply too scary. How did those housewives survive? Looking at his daughter-in-law who was daydreaming, Tessaigan smiled and ignored her, but looked at the table. Son, where did you buy this ramen? It looks good. He smelled the aroma of the soup from a distance. According to his experience of eating salt for so many years, this noodle is definitely delicious. Walai, who was immersed in his sister's touch, turned his head and found that it was his parents. He was stunned. Hey? Are you at home? Tessaigan. Mieko. She pouted, looking like she was about to cry, you are such a heartless little thing. Mom and Dad are always at home. When you come back, you just ignore us and act like a spoiled child to your sister. Future. In fact, when he said that, he felt that it was going to be bad. Sure enough, things developed just as he thought. Before his father got angry, Future hurriedly held the railing and jumped down. The living room on the first floor of his house went straight to the ceiling, and the second floor was only half of the area. In addition to the corridor, there was a small living room, and then the room they lived in. He walked quickly to his mother, hugged her, buried his head in front of her belly, and rubbed it back and forth. He shouted like a spoiled child, Mom! This is the spoiled child you want, I give it to you, but don't make my dad angry. After being treated like this by the Future, the little resentment in Mieko's heart suddenly disappeared. Time disappeared, and a smile appeared on her face. Mom is just joking with you. The smile on Walai's face became more obvious, but she was complaining in her heart, who dares to play with you? Didn't you see that Tessaigan was about to pull out the belt? Seeing that Walai was so sensible, Tessaigan took back the belt and looked at Walai with satisfaction. This is right, how can you make your mother angry? If he made Mieko angry, he would go to buy durian and kneel down without the other party saying anything. Uchiha Hong also came down. She came to the dining table, smelled the tempting aroma, and couldn't help asking, Brother, where did you buy ramen? It tastes so good, I haven't smelled such a fragrant soup. Hearing this, Tessaigan and the others also looked at Walai. They asked just now, but this little guy actually said such a thing, and almost let Tessaigan serve the family law. Hearing this, Walai let go of the hand that was holding his mother's buttocks, turned around and explained, this is cooked by one of my classmates. His family has been cooking ramen for 3 generations. 3 generations? Tessaigan nodded in understanding. He has been settled in Konoha almost since the village was built. No wonder he has such a good skill. Walai continued, it's a pity that his family is going to close. Hey! Tessaigan's expression was stunned, and he didn't react for a while. The expressions of Mieko and Hong were the same. Why is such delicious noodles closed? Why? Mieko asked, and then as if she thought of something, she said, is it because someone in the village saw that his family's business is so hot, so they want to forcibly seize his family's secret recipe? Tessaigan secretly rolled his eyes at his wife to see what she said. Who in Konoha dares to seize the property of civilians? They all think that the Uchiha police department is just eating dry rice. It can be said that Konoha is the happiest village in the world for civilians. In other villages, even in the Sand Village, the status of ninjas is much higher than that of civilians. When civilians meet ninjas, let alone being tough, they have to bow and nod when they meet, and they are extremely respectful. In the eyes of those villagers, ninjas are like gods. Of course, this idea also exists in Konoha village, such as the mother of Ichiraku. But it is not as serious as in other villages. Future was almost choked by his mother's words, and he glanced at his father speechlessly. Eyes closed, face, look, I told you not to show those little picture books to my mother, making my mother almost unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy at this moment. Tessaigan received his son's eyes and smiled awkwardly. Ahem. It doesn't matter, as long as your mother likes to read it. Future. Alas. Why are the people around me all licking dogs? It's fine if Dad licks him, Minato also licks him, maybe one day in the future, Noeki will also lick him. Who will he lick? But when Mirai thought of the other person who looked upright but was coquettish inside, he couldn't help but laugh. Noeki, this guy, has opened a new door for him since he used the transformation technique to turn into a girl. Let him go all the way on the road of being sultry. I really feel sympathy for the girls who are dating him. Hehe. */ Although he felt sympathy in his heart, the corners of his mouth rose wildly, completely betraying his true thoughts. But his mother was still waiting for his reply, so Mirai quickly restrained his thoughts and explained, his mother doesn't want him to be a chef, she wants her son to become a real ninja. Then, he told his father, mother, and sister about the situation at home. The mother and daughter sighed. On the contrary, Dezhuang was a little indifferent. What's wrong with the kitchen ninja? The kitchen ninja is also a ninja. Besides, the kitchen ninja usually doesn't need to go to the front line. They are responsible for logistics support. If there is danger, it won't be their turn. If it really is their turn, it proves that the ninjas on the front line are also in danger, or have been killed. Mieko shook her head and rejected it, that's not the case. If they are in a fast march, or being tracked or hunted by the enemy, the kitchen ninja who doesn't practice combat power will be a burden to others, and they may directly abandon the kitchen ninja. This made Dezhuang speechless. The feelings of ninjas are not actually important. What is important is the feelings towards relatives and friends. To other people, they are mostly selfish and indifferent. Chapter 245. Soon, the family finished 4 servings of noodles. Walai did not eat, but took his own portion and asked his parents symbolically. Both of them refused for a while, hoping that Walai would say it again, so that they could shamelessly push his noodles into their own bowls. But they did not expect that their son would not play by the rules. He only asked once, and the couple only wanted to refuse once. This guy did not ask again, and directly gave all his noodles to Hong Hong. Looking at the couple with bitter smiles. As a last resort, Mieko went to the kitchen and boiled a pack of noodles, which barely filled her stomach. In the courtyard, Uchiha Hong and Walai were doing a post-meal training exercise. Anyway, Mom and Dad already knew his hidden backhand, and Walai did not hide anything. After Dezhuang opened the barrier, the siblings opened the Sharingan together. And the mad knife in Walai's hand also turned into the fang blade form. This was an ability that Uchiha Hong had never seen before, and the latter's expression became unusually serious. What is this? She didn't remember that Kuang Dao had this ability. In response to her sister's question, Wei Lai smiled and said proudly, this is my cheat. Hug. Hong Hong was stunned for a moment, she knew what cheating meant. I had heard her brother say it many times before, it meant exceeding the standard, cheating, etc. Sister, you have to go all out. Wei Lai didn't say much, dragging Tessaigan, which was taller than him, and rushed towards Uchiha Hong. At the edge of the courtyard, Dezhuang hugged Mieko and let the latter snuggle in his arms. No matter how many times I see it, I think our son is really fucking awesome. Dezhuang was stunned for a moment. He never thought that his wife, who had always been gentle and virtuous, lovely and beautiful, generous and kind, and well-educated, would say such words one day. But don't say it, such a wife is so cool, I like it even more. Sweating face, of course, he is our son. The two stopped talking and looked at their fight. Hong Hong hurriedly drew out her kunao to resist. Although she also used a knife, she was completely beaten by her brother in terms of knife skills. To her, the knife was just a ninja tool. She could still use kunao to her full potential. Ever since her brother opened his eyes and took out the knife that changed its form, she dared not be careless. Mirai rushed forward, stepped hard, and jumped high. Tessaigan was also swung up and chopped down by his sword, which made Uchiha Hong's face change slightly. This knife was very heavy and he could not bear it. However, sometimes heaviness is also a weakness. He immediately turned his body to the side and avoided the blade. Tessaigan was like cutting tofu, and it easily sank into the ground for a long time without causing any explosion or other damage. Uchiha Hong quickly turned around, causing the kunao in his hand to spin in a circle, and stabbed straight into the neck of the future. After the future opened the Sharingan, the dynamic vision was greatly improved, and he could see the trajectory that he couldn't see clearly before. Naturally, this move of Uchiha Hong was perfectly captured by him. Seeing that the knife could stab him in almost a blink of an eye, the future immediately picked up the handle. The next moment, a clang sounded throughout the courtyard. Uchiha Hong was stunned for a moment. She thought that the blow that was bound to win would be resolved by her brother in this way. Looking at the kunao poking on the handle, Uchiha Hong quickly dodged and pulled away from the spot. Dodging after a blow is the fighting method of ninjas. It can greatly improve the ability of ninjas to save their lives. The future did not pursue, but waited for his sister to be ready. He wanted his sister to go all out, instead of taking advantage of the opponent's lack of reaction and sneaking to win. Hey! Brother, you are really cheating. Sharingan has a great bonus to my brother. The attack just now was captured by his eyes, allowing him to calculate the strength and angle in an instant. Only then can he block her kunao with the handle in an instant. If there is a miscalculation in this, her kunao can pass through other parts of the handle except the center line. It can still hurt him, then this training will end in failure in the future. It seems that I have been away from the village these days. In addition to the surprise attack of Konoha by the sand village, many other things have happened that I don't know. Especially my brother's strength has improved faster than the kunao he shot out. Hee. Sister. Don't be careless. As you wish. Hong Hong smiled slightly, and the two megatama in her eyes spun rapidly. Since my brother has used Sharingan, although it is only one megatama, he must have a great improvement in illusion's resistance, then use ninjutsu to resolve the battle. Fortunately, she is not a ninja who specializes in illusion, and ninjutsu is also her forte. On the sidelines. Chuang, who do you think will win between the two of them? Miyako asked curiously. Dazwang thought for a while, shook his head and said, if it was before, I would definitely say Hong Hong can win, but this time I can't be 100% sure. This made Miyako puzzled, how could it be? Even if we don't talk about age, the son's combat experience is 4 years less than Hong Hong, especially his eyes are 1 level lower. No matter from which aspect, the son may not be able to beat Hong Hong. Dazwang looked at his wife's unbelieving eyes, and his mouth twitched twice, of course not to Miyako, but to a certain brat in the field. You may not have noticed that this kid has already opened 2 megatama. What? Miyako was stunned. She was so shocked that her face was full of disbelief. Her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were almost open in shock. The red color was flashing, which really made people doubt whether it would still flash if it was picked out. No, this is impossible, he's only 7 years old. She shook her head and rejected it. This was really too far-fetched, even more unbelievable than the six-path sage jumping in front of her and calling her mother. Even the most intuitive point is that their Uchiha clan found the Senju clan for marriage, which was hundreds of times more exaggerated. Dazhuang smiled bitterly, he embraced the beauty in his arms, sighed and said, I don't believe it either, but I feel that his pupil power is definitely not as simple as a megatama. Miyako stopped talking. She was numb, and at this moment she relied on her husband's strong arms to hold her. He gave her support and didn't let herself kneel on the ground in shock. She looked at the little boy in the field. His back was so beautiful, his hair was so smooth, if he wore women's clothes. Wait, now is not the time to think about this. The problem is that he is only 7 years old. If he is 17, I can accept it. But what can a 7-year-old do? Even in a few days, it will be his 8th birthday. Oh my god, what happened to this world? Why is it different every day? And what did I do in my previous life? How come even the savior was reincarnated into my family? At this moment, Miyako had a lot of small question marks. Hiss. I can't think about it anymore, I feel like my brain is going to grow a tumor. In the field, Mirai looked at her sister's speed of making seals, her eyes slightly condensed, she really deserved to be the talented girl of their class, her strength is really not covered. This speed of making seals is at least 2/5 of Kakashi's speed. With his super eyesight, he quickly understood that his sister made the seal of the fire escape technique. But it shouldn't be a bullet-type ninjutsu like the Great Fireball. I can't let my sister release it. With his mind racing, Mirai raised his hand and slashed at his sister with a sword chi. The power of the unsealed ninjutsu lies in its ability to start quickly and interrupt the enemy's rhythm. There is also the pre-release of the ninjutsu. It's not that no one has thought about it before, but no one has ever developed it. To activate the jutsu, you need the help of the seal. Without the seal, chakra is just a ball of energy without attack power. Throughout the years of the ninja world, many people have fallen into this dead end, so the seal speed appeared. This is not bad, as long as your seal speed is much faster than the opponent, you can get the first move. Thus, you can drag the opponent into your own rhythm step by step. Then victory will be in an instant. Even later, Minato never thought about the unsealed ninjutsu of Rei's Nan. It was when he saw the tailed beast ball of the 4-tail and 5-tail on the battlefield that he had the idea. It took 3 years to gradually perfect the unsealed ninjutsu, Rei's Nan, from scratch. Later, Jiraiya saw it and learned his technique in 3 days through Minato's theory. At that time, he ran to Minato to show off. The seal requires the ninja to concentrate highly, so many ninjas can only release ninjutsu when their bodies are relatively still. The attack from the future made Uchiha Hong's face change. Wind blade. No, I didn't see him seal it. Now she couldn't think of anything else. Fortunately, her seal was only one step away. She took a deep breath, stabilized the flow of chakra in her body, and quickly dodged to the left, barely avoiding his attack. As her body flew sideways, she made the last seal. Fire style, Phoenix flower technique. The next moment, she put her hand in front of her mouth and spit out forcefully. Countless flames like sparks were instantly captured by her spit out, with a tendency to rush towards the future in all directions. Seeing this scene, the future's face changed slightly. Without thinking, he picked up the mad knife and chopped at the flames. Generally speaking, ordinary knives cannot extinguish these chakra fireballs, but the knife of the future is not an ordinary knife. It is the knife in Inuyasha's hand, the knife that controls the world of heaven, earth, and man. It is mainly used to kill and protect the people. But it has not been completely unsealed yet. Chapter 246. Even Uchiha Hong was somewhat surprised and doubtful. Her own fire escape technique was actually broken by her brother's sword. This is not scientific at all. Could it be that the wind generated by his sword could break up the flame balls she created using chakra as fuel? And what puzzled her most was that from the previous attack, she could clearly feel that her brother's sword was very heavy. But now seeing him swinging it, it seemed very easy. Could it be that her brother's strength has become so great? She subconsciously looked at her brother's thin arms and legs, and immediately threw the previous thought out of her mind. Although some people do look like they have no muscles on the outside, and are even as thin as bean sprouts, they are very strong. Such people are either born with supernatural powers or have special ninjutsu. That's why they look very strong. But as far as she knows, her brother has nothing to do with these 2 points. Watching her brother swinging his sword as if it were a kunai, he blew away all the flame balls she blew. Uchiha Hong also felt extremely difficult for a moment. Mirai raised Tessaigan in front of her eyes with one hand, and looked at her with a smile through the blade. Sister, what should you do? Your ninjutsu and illusion don't seem to work on me. I'm not bad at illusion either, and I knocked Minato down with one glance. Finally seeing the hope of defeating his sister, how could he not be excited? Number. Hee. My sister's future, let me protect it. Mehahaha. Uchiha Hong took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. That's not necessarily true. As she spoke, the Megatama in her eyes spun 6 times. It was almost the speed of a small motor. Her brother's hardware strength has indeed caught up with her, and even surpassed her. But he still has weaknesses, that is, his arrogance and his untrained perseverance. Although the younger brother was born very smart, the character is not only affected by time, but also by the environment. Especially the latter, which is very important. Although the future seems to have surpassed herself, from this point of view, he is still a younger brother. Thinking of this, she took out the kunai again, holding it in one hand and the other hand, and put on an old horse fighting posture. Seeing her sister like this, the future felt nervous. It seems that her sister is not going to admit defeat. Then I will beat her until she admits defeat automatically. Thinking of this, he rushed towards his sister again with the mad knife. This time Uchiha Hong did not dodge, she used the kunai held in both hands to block the future's iron teeth. Bang! Hong only felt that her arm was hit hard by a powerful force, as if someone was holding an 80 sledgehammer and smashing it down. The force was too heavy and too strong. She didn't even react before she was hit hard and fell to her knees. For a moment, she looked a little embarrassed. This made Uchiha Dazwang, who was watching the battle, feel distressed. As a daughter slave and a henpecked husband, he couldn't bear to see his wife and daughter being wronged. He shouted immediately. Little bastard, hold back. Without him saying anything, Wei Lai was also shocked. As a sister control, when he saw his dearest sister kneeling under him, he was also panicked. He immediately threw the Tessaigan away. He hurriedly ran to his sister and looked at her in panic. Sister, are you okay? I didn't mean it. As he said that, he reached out to help his sister, but he felt extremely guilty. For a moment, it was not right to reach out or not to reach out. He seemed at a loss. Uchiha Hong smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm fine, let's continue. After hearing this, Wei Li felt relieved. He looked down at his sister's knee and found that it was just a little skinned. It's not big, just the size of a fingernail. Put on a band-aid and some healing medicine, and it will be fine tomorrow. I just don't know if the cartilage and other tissues are injured. Thinking of this, he subconsciously wanted to use the Sharingan to see clearly. The bones must not be injured, otherwise he will have to chop off his own hand. Uchiha Hong's face changed slightly, and she interrupted, "Brother, you can finally beat me." Hearing this, Wei Li was stunned for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but look at his sister, and found that his sister was looking at him with a gratified look, which made him blush immediately. A little shy. "Sister, I only benefited from the power of Tessaigan. If I didn't use this power, it would be hard for me to defeat you." "Tessaigan? Isn't it called Crazy Blade?" Hearing her sister's curiosity, Wei Li hurriedly told her about the mad knife and the special power in her body. No, the mad knife is just a good knife. It has no special ability. It is the power in my body that makes it have its current appearance and form." Uchiha Hong nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Brother, you are really amazing." As she said that, she held Wei Li's face with both hands and said with emotion, "You were so young at that time. I raised you with my shit and my urine. In a blink of an eye, you have grown up so big. Oh. Sister, I will rely on you to protect me in the future." "No problem, don't worry, sister, I will never let anyone hurt you." Wei Li patted her chest and said very proudly. There was a touch of ecstasy on her face, and she wanted to eat someone from her hometown to cheer her up. Sister still looked at her with a smile. But soon Wei Li noticed something wrong. "Wait. Strange, sister usually won't say these words. It is undeniable that these words are what I want to hear the most, but my sister never says them. There is a problem, and when I think about it carefully, I always feel that something is strange. But I just can't think of it." At this time, Uchiha Hong spoke again, "Brother, do you have a girlfriend you like?" Wei Li was stunned for a moment, and the idea just now was thrown away by him again. Then he shook his head and smiled foolishly, "Girlfriends are not as good as knives." Although he said this, he couldn't help but think of the big white, cough, rabbit milk candy. Sweet, very pleasing to the eye, oh no. Very delicious. Dezhuang and his wife looked at each other. They saw Wei Li throw the knife away, then kneel on the ground, holding Hung Hong's feet, with a silly smile on his face. "It looks like the stupid son of the family at the east end of the village." Hung Hong's mouth twitched wildly. "I was wrong, really." She thought that her brother had activated the Sharingan and had 2 Megatama, so his resistance to illusions should be very high. But she didn't expect that her brother would be controlled by her own trick, the magical life. The magical life is a special illusion she developed based on the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan. It can hypnotize the opponent silently and make the opponent enter the illusion without noticing. Since everything that happens in the illusion happens according to the thoughts of the person being cast, ordinary ninjas will not easily notice any difference. Because people are too easy to believe in themselves. They rarely doubt themselves. She used this trick just now just to make her brother dazed and buy time for herself so that she could rush to her brother's body and fight with him closely, so as to find an opportunity to knock his sword away. Without the Tessaigan, her advantage will be back. I never expected that, with just one look, my brother would be completely trapped in an illusion and couldn't extricate himself. Look, he's holding his legs and licking them. Wait, he's licking them. Oh. Slurp. It smells so good. Future's expression. In an instant, Uchiha Hong's whole body was numb. An electric current came out from the place where he licked and spread to all parts of his body. An extreme feeling of shame spread from the bottom of her heart. Her hair stood up, and even her hair seemed to be electrocuted, all in the shape of lightning. Seeing this, Dezhuang and his wife rushed into the field, one holding Future and the other holding Hong Hong, trying to separate them. But Future was so strong that he would never let go after holding her. His eyes were dull, but he was shouting. "Let me go, I don't want to be separated from my sister. Damn it, you guys, believe it or not, I will chop you to death in a minute, all of you, let go. Let go, don't you understand what I'm saying? Damn it, don't you know who my father is? Be careful or I'll put you all in jail. My father is Uchiha Dezhuang. Dad, your son has been bullied. Uchiha Dezhuang's family, ___________. Instantly, the scene was silent. Good guy, a strong atmosphere of a dandy boy is blowing in the face. Mieko let go of Hong Hong, a little speechless. According to my experience of reading books, my son's personality, if put in a novel, will not survive more than 2 episodes. Hong Hong, however, recovered at this time. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at the future with anger and amusement. Without the support of his parents, the boy clung to her again, and this time he hugged her even tighter. I don't know what this boy saw in his illusion. Mieko looked at him, thought for a while, and guessed, he probably doesn't want to be separated from you. After all, you have been so close since you were young. After listening to this, Hong Hong thought about it and felt that what her mother said made sense. So she pointed at his forehead. Remove it. If the illusion is not resolved, God knows what weird things her brother will do. Chapter 247. Walai opened his eyes blankly, and he saw 3 faces with strange expressions. Sister, father, and mother, they stood in a circle, looking at him with their heads down, and there was a full moon in the center of their heads. Hey? Why am I here? Hearing this, Mieko couldn't help laughing. She poked Walai's forehead with her hand and joked, look at what you are holding first. Walai was stunned for a moment, and he turned his head subconsciously. Just now he realized that he was holding a soft, slippery, and cool pillar. Looking at it at this moment, he was stunned for a moment. Is this my sister's leg? The tip of his nose can smell the unique body fragrance of his sister, which is very light, but it is hard to forget. But why is there a strong smell mixed in it? Foot odor is not like this, it is sour, smelly, and a bit heady. These stinks are like the smell of saliva, and the two smell completely different. Wait, saliva. Oh. Good dong. What did I do? Uchiha Dazwang said with a dark face, what were you thinking just now, just like a perverted pervert, suddenly hugging your sister's legs and licking your sister. If his son can't explain it, he will think that Walai wants to stay in an orthopedic hospital. Then he will definitely fulfill his wish. Or the kind of thoughtful one. When Walai heard his father's words, his mind didn't turn around at all, and he subconsciously replied, it seems that I saw Suanwei ham. Dazwang's family, _ Suanwei ham. What is that? Is it a kind of ham? But since it's not what he thought, Dazwang also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not. Walai also came back to his senses at this moment, and he hurriedly stopped what he had not finished saying. In fact, he saw a variety of things. His sister first admitted that she lost, and then wanted to take him to eat delicious food. He subconsciously thought of ham, and the most famous ham is Suanwei ham. Authentic Suanwei ham is very fragrant. When they went to the store and ordered a stir-fried ham with green peppers, his sister suddenly refused to let him eat it. At that time, he was so greedy that he knelt down on the spot holding his sister's legs, begging while licking it subconsciously. It was probably licked at that time. Okay, let's go. Dazwang removed the barrier and walked towards the room with Mieko in his arms. He thought this kid could win, but in the end, he was still knocked down by Hong Hong's illusion. It was really bad. Okay. Wei stood up and responded with a blushing face. He didn't dare to look at his sister. Would she dislike him? Or maybe she could see her hallucinations and know that she was actually a pervert. A pervert of a ghost. How could I be a pervert when I was so upright? It was all because of Shenshu, that sultry man, who led me astray. Uchiha Hong also recovered at this time. In fact, it was nothing to be licked by her brother. I still remember that when she was taking care of the baby, Wei peed on her. She didn't feel anything at that time, just washed it off. This time, it was mainly because her parents were around, and she couldn't control her nature all of a sudden. And her brother said it was ham, and it was unreasonable to hold the ham and not lick it. Thinking about it, she was almost convinced by herself. Wei was a hand that was not a hand, a foot that was not a foot, and stayed in place, with her head lowered, and 2 words on her face, tangled. He called out cautiously and tentatively. Sister. Hong Hong laughed at her, okay, you're still young, I don't take it to heart. After hearing what his sister said, Future's heart was relieved. He raised his head hastily, looked at Uchiha Hong shyly, and promised, Sister, don't worry, I will be very vigilant against illusions next time. Illusions are too scary. He didn't think so before, but this time he almost exposed his true intentions. It's not my true intention. My true intention is not like this. It almost made me look ugly. My sister's technique definitely magnified the greed in a person's heart, so I followed my heart and rushed all the way. The brakes were broken and I couldn't stop. Speaking of this, Uchiha Hong's expression became serious. Your resistance to illusion is no different from before. Mirai was also puzzled when he heard this. No, I also used illusion on Minato, just like you, creating an illusion and telling him something in the illusion. I can knock him down. Why is my resistance to illusion so poor? In theory, a person who has learned illusion after the operation, he understood the principle of illusion, and he would also notice something unusual when others cast illusions on him. For example, 1x4 equals 4. Its principle is equivalent to multiplying 4 ones, which is also equal to adding 4 ones. For example, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 4. After learning this formula, the next time you see the formula 1x4 equals, you will know what it equals and why it equals 4. Similarly, since he could knock down other people with illusions, why did he fall for his sister's illusion? Even if he did, he should have noticed it. But my goodness, he didn't feel anything. He ran so wildly in his sister's illusion that he even took off his pants. That's not right. He remembered that he seemed to feel something was wrong at the time, but his sister's words made him forget this idea. His face gradually became strange, and he seemed to know why. Uchiha Hong didn't notice her brother's last expression. She touched her chin, paced, and her eyes flashed with thought. Illusion is a technique that acts on the enemy's nervous system. Most people are wary of strangers, so his body will subconsciously resist and be alert. The difficulty of the caster to use illusion will increase. But if it is a person who is completely unprepared, facing the illusion of loved ones and friends, the resistance will be infinitely close to zero. I guess you can let Minato enter the illusion, which means he never defends you, just like you never defend me. She said while thinking, and at the end, even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up a smile. My brother is really good to me wholeheartedly. Mirai-chan, this should be the reason why you can fall into my illusion without knowing it. Mirai understood, so that's it. No wonder I just glared at Minato and he entered his own illusion. It turns out that he never defends himself. As he said this, he looked relieved, worthy of feeding him for so many years. He agreed with his sister's words. But only he knew that he had noticed the abnormality, but he subconsciously didn't want to remove it. That's why the scene just now happened. Okay, you go and rest. I'll go to my sister's house. She put some things in my ninja bag. Hong Hong glanced at the sky and suddenly said. This made Mirai a little puzzled. He glanced at the moon and wondered, it's this time, can't we go tomorrow? Uchiha Hong's delicate face blushed slightly, a little shy. She hurriedly explained, oh, don't ask, these are girls' secrets. As she said that, she pushed Walai back to the house. After hearing this, Walai felt a little embarrassed to ask again. He followed his sister's strength and returned home. He asked again, Sister, do you want me to accompany you? No, your sister is also a ninja. Besides, it's not far. You should have a good rest. Walai did not doubt him, nodded, and went back to the bathroom to wash up. Seeing that her brother finally went back, Uchiha Hong breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her throbbing heart, looked at the moonlight, and walked out the door with a hint of happiness in her eyes. In the living room, Daz Wang and his wife looked at Walai after being pushed back, and then looked at Hung Hong's back as she left, and they were a little puzzled. Dazhuang shouted to the bathroom, Son, your sister is going out so late. She said she was going to give something to her teammates, I didn't ask what it was. Oh. The couple looked at each other, and their intuition told them that there was something fishy about this matter. Mieko winked. _ Go and have a look. Dazhuang hesitated for a moment, to be honest, he was quite curious. But soon he shook his head. Forget it, my daughter is grown up, she has her own little secrets, we should not explore too much. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then the two looked at the mad sword that Future had placed at the bathroom door. Just now they saw with their own eyes that Future had injected special chakra from his body, which changed the sword into a different appearance. Later, after the sword was thrown away by him, the mad sword returned to its original appearance. Now their curiosity was aroused again. Dazhuang stood up and came to the bathroom door, Son, can you lend us your mad sword to take a look? Wai Wei, who was taking a bath, heard this and said nonchalantly, "Take it and have a look." Uchiha Zhuang. His son was so straightforward that he was stunned for a moment. By the river. Uchiha Hong soon saw a familiar figure. His eyes suddenly lit up, filled with endless thoughts. Calculating the time, I haven't seen him for many years. Shenshu Jun, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Shenshu, who was reading a book, was suddenly startled by the voice. He hurriedly put away the book and turned around to look at the person awkwardly. Well, not long. I just arrived. In fact, he arrived earlier, but he was bored waiting, so he read a book to kill time. Uchiha Hong smiled embarrassedly, "Sorry, I just practiced with my brother at home for a while." As she said, she came to sit next to him. Shenshu smiled, "I understand, when my sister comes back, I will also pester her to guide me in my practice." As he said, he asked curiously, "By the way, I have known you for so long, but I still don't know your brother's name." Chapter 248. Uchiha Hong looked at the moonlight with a smile on her face. Speaking of her brother, she just wanted to tell Noeke to surprise him and ask him to protect her silly brother. But before she could speak, something unexpected happened. Bang! Noeke beside her suddenly disappeared, leaving only a puff of smoke to show that he was here just now. The sound scared her. She was like a kitten with its fur standing on end, and her big, bright eyes immediately showed the Sharingan. She jumped back even more swiftly. It was not until the smoke dissipated that Uchiha Hong realized it belatedly. This is the fluctuation of reverse summoning technique. Someone called Noeke to Ryokai Cave. She learned from her brother that Noeke was a contractor of Ryokai Cave. She was also surprised by this. The two people she liked and loved actually became disciples of Orochimaru. The most surprising thing was that they were all contracted by Ryokai Cave. Since Noeke was called away, it was probably the same for his brother. I just didn't know what happened, but when the time was up, they would naturally be sent back to their original place by the law of spiritual communication. So she planned to wait here for a while. At Uchiha Dazhuang's house, Miyako and the others were still studying the mad sword when they heard a bang from the bathroom. They were frightened. Dazhuang tried to shout a few words, but no one answered. They realized that something was wrong. So they rushed to the bathroom door. As soon as the door was opened, the white smoke in the bathroom immediately had a breakthrough, and all of them dispersed towards the door. Dazhuang and his wife quickly dodged and did not dare to touch the white smoke. But when they looked at the white smoke carefully, their faces suddenly became strange. Is this the smoke produced by the reverse spiritual technique? It seems so. There are many kinds of smoke, such as transfiguration technique, substitute technique, and spiritual technique. With their experience, they can naturally see the subtle differences. It's just that the couple's faces gradually became strange. It seems that the sun is still taking a bath. The fact is indeed as they thought. Wei Lai originally washed from head to toe with a towel. Before he could wash off the foam on his body, a call came from the bottom of his heart and he responded subconsciously. At that moment, he felt that he was going to be in trouble. Sure enough, when he came back to his senses again, there were two pairs of confused eyes in front of him. One was big and bright, but with a bit of snake coldness. The other was also big and bright, full of great wisdom. The three of them looked at each other face to face, and they didn't know how long it took until Wei Lai felt cold, which scared him. He hurriedly covered his important parts, shrank his body to the side, and tried to cover his important parts as much as possible. He looked at Tianxian Shenji with tears in his eyes. "My elder sister, next time you summon me, can you ask me first?" Tianxian Shenji also came back to her senses. She was not shy, but looked at Wei Lai with great curiosity, and she stepped forward and stretched her head to see more clearly. "I asked, and you agreed." Her rogue attitude scared Wei Lai and he hurriedly turned around and turned his back to her. "Sister, don't look at it, it's not good." He hurriedly dissuaded her. Tianxian Shenji was unmoved. She still stretched her head, and even her neck became a little longer, close to Wei Lai's belly. This made Wei Lai turn around again to avoid her sight. "I am a snake, I don't have the shame of you humans. Besides, facing a non-human like me, why are you shy?" Wei Lai was stunned. Yes, she is not a human, why should I be ashamed? After thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at her. After the two looked at each other, Wei Lai's expression froze instantly. A lock of beautiful black hair, delicately tied behind her head, curved eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes that were soul-stirring. A straight nose, slightly rosy cheeks, cherry-like lips, and, for more novels, 27282, join, https://discord.gg/xxtastk, a crystal-like face like a flower. The smooth snow-white skin was like ice and snow, with a beautiful figure, charming and affectionate, and she was happy and angry. Her temperament was even more beautiful than the world, and her whole body revealed her dignity and virtue. It's just that her neck is a little long. You look like this, how can I treat you as a non-human? He squatted on the ground again, with his back to her, and pleaded, Sister, please, there's nothing to see. What made Walai's scalp numb was that this snake queen didn't know what was wrong with her and was extremely curious about his naked body. Just let me take a look. Maybe I can understand why the white snake immortal values this so much. Boy. Or Rope Tree couldn't stand it anymore. He made seals with both hands. Water-style spitting technique. Hey Tui. Of course, this is water wave technique, but Rope Tree changed the name for fun. As he opened his mouth and spit, a ton of water poured down from the top of the future. The foam on his body was washed away instantly. In this way, the future can put on clothes. For this reason, he also specially adjusted the temperature of the water so that the future would not catch a cold. Who knew that Tian Xinchenji turned her head and looked at him with a teachable expression on her face. Before, there was still foam blocking her view, which made her look unfriendly, but after being washed by the water, she could see the capillaries, pores, and even various hairs swaying in the wind. For example, body hair, armpit hair, sweat hair, leg hair. Young man, you did a good job, so I can see it more clearly. As she said this, she lowered her head and planned to look from under the future's buttocks. Who told him to always cover there? It really made her very curious. Sheng Shu? Ah, why does it feel weird? Future glared at him instantly, gritting his teeth and said, wait for me to take revenge on you. Sheng Shu's face froze instantly, and his good intentions backfired. It's no different. Tian Xin Shenji's voice came from the future's crotch. In an instant, the future only felt an extremely cool chill coming from the chrysanthemum. Goosebumps all over the body fell to the ground. He instinctively kicked hard and jumped up instantly. He opened his mouth and spit, and immediately took out a hooded robe and put it on to cover his body. This made him feel much better. Then he glared at Sheng Shu and Tian Xinchenji. Look, what are you looking at? Sheng Shu was a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly explained, I just wanted to help you just now. Look, after the foam is washed away, you can put on your clothes. Future was stunned, and the anger in his heart froze. He looked at Sheng Shu and frowned, is that what you mean? Of course, otherwise, I can just stand aside and watch. Then you can also just throw a piece of clothing to me. Hearing what Future said, Sheng Shu was stunned, for a moment. I can't think of it. Future. Forget it, I shouldn't have expected his IQ. Then he looked at Tian Xin Shenji, his face full of shame and anger, Sister, if you are curious, just go outside and catch someone back, why do you have to stare at me? Tian Xin Shenji was still wondering about something, after hearing Walai's words, she shook her head and said, you are different. Otherwise, why didn't the white snake immortal treat others specially, but only you? So, this secret should be inside the body, maybe the soul. What's different? Walai asked. He swore that as long as Tian Xin Shenji told him, he would change it immediately. Tian Xin Shenji stretched out her finger, pointed at her chin and recalled, your balls are different. Future. Rope Tree. It's too explosive, quite explosive. At this time, a call sounded in their hearts. Walai didn't want to stay here for a long time, and he immediately responded to the call in his heart. The next moment, he turned into smoke and disappeared in the Longdi cave. Rope Tree nodded to the other party, sorry for bothering you, Lady Tian Xinchenji. Although this guy forgot about him once, he still bothered the other party to be a transit station every time, so he felt that he should be polite. It didn't cost anything to say it anyway. Tian Xinchenji waved her hand casually, still thinking about something. Seeing this, Rope Tree shrugged helplessly. Well, my status is not as high as that of my junior brother. In a wooden house somewhere in Yuyan village. Orochimaru looked at his little disciple who had been glaring at him resentfully since he appeared from the smoke with a puzzled look on his face. I didn't do anything to him, did I? What's wrong with you? In the wooden house, in addition to Orochimaru, there were Tsunade and Jiraiya, as well as 3 little strangers. If it were any other time, he would definitely be very happy to see these 3 people in the future. But after what happened this time, he really didn't have the mood to watch them. The next moment, a puff of smoke exploded beside him. It turned out to be Naoki. Jiraiya asked curiously, Naoki, what happened to him? Naoki replied, oh, when I was taking a shower, suddenly. In an instant, Mirai was so scared that he didn't care about staring at Orochimaru. He quickly covered Naoki's mouth and said angrily, if you dare to say it, we will die together. Naoki froze. Degree. Damn, how could I forget that I still have a hand? Lean his hand. Based on Rope Tree's words, Orochimaru and the other 3 understood immediately. They all looked at Mirai with tears and laughter. Jiraiya kindly reminded, you are exposed. Mirai was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously lowered his head and saw himself. Because he was covering Rope Tree's mouth, the front of his cloak was wide open. His whole body, especially the middle part, was exposed. He was so scared that he covered his face and screamed. He rushed out of the door of the wooden house. After a moment of silence in the room, a burst of laughter broke out instantly. Ha ha ha. This made Minato and Kushina, who had just arrived, a little confused. In the house, Konan's face was red, and she was too embarrassed to look. She spat inwardly, pervert. Her first impression of Mirai was extremely bad. Although this matter is excusable. Yahiko, however, held his chin up and commented, not bad. Nagato, who was standing by, nodded in approval, well, he should be more than 10 years old. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grown so big. As for Tsunade, she was even more of an old rogue, and her face didn't even blush. It's a bit out of line. Chapter 249. In front of the bonfire. Mirai seemed to have nothing happened, and was cooking a pot of mixed vegetable soup. Minato was sitting next to him. Just now, he saw Mirai rushing out with a strange cry, and no one told him what happened, which really made him curious. So he leaned in and asked, Mirai, what happened to you just now? Mirai paused while stirring the soup pot, he looked up at Minato, and replied expressionlessly, nothing happened. But... Minato was speechless, he was not blind, he clearly heard it all. Mirai didn't give Minato time to continue, he turned his head and looked at everyone. I didn't do anything, you didn't see anything, right? Jiraiya was on the other side of him, and when he heard what he said, he was immediately amused. He looked at Mirai jokingly, with the corners of his mouth raised. He looked like a cunning fox. I planted a picture, looking forward to harvesting more pictures. But we just... Mirai. Mirai looked at him straight and blurted out a sentence. Tsunade-sama, you're little, woo. Jiraiya, degree. He immediately heard what the brat wanted to say and immediately covered his mouth. You are so cruel. Damn, how could I forget that I have a shady pie deal with him? Tsunade was confused. I always feel that Rope Tree, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Mirai have a secret that cannot be told. And the person who cannot let others know this secret is herself. Her expression sank slightly, and then she looked at the 3 of them. Don't you have anything to say? Rope Tree shuddered, his scalp felt numb, and his whole body was shaking. The pressure from his sister in his blood made him want to tell the truth. But Mirai and Jiraiya interrupted him with their eyes. If you don't want to die, just say it. Anyway, one of us is an accomplice and the other is a buyer, and you are the mastermind. What is the chance that your sister will beat you to death? In the past, Rope Tree couldn't understand such complex expressions such as eyes. But tonight he understood it, and it was because he understood it that he was even more miserable. Obviously the benefits are the same, why should he take such a heavy risk himself? Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. As smart as he was, he could roughly guess the transaction between them after accidentally seeing Jiraiya's collection one day. Okay, let's not talk about that. The main reason I called you here this time is to test your recent progress. By the way, let's get to know each other. Speaking of this, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya. He didn't understand a little. Why did he suddenly want to take these 3 orphans as his disciples when he originally just wanted to take care of them? Could it be that he had made a mistake? Are these 3 children also different from others? Jiraiya also became serious after hearing what Orochimaru said, but he still didn't dare to look at Tsunade's expression. Let me tell you something, Minato, you have junior brothers and sisters now. He heard the words junior brothers and sisters from Orochimaru, and they were pretty good titles. Minato was stunned, and he looked at the three strangers in the house, a little surprised. Teacher, are they the three? As soon as he arrived here, he noticed that these three children were intentionally or unintentionally getting close to teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled and nodded, yes, they are all orphans from the land of rain, and they have good abilities and talents, so they will be your junior brothers and sisters in the future, and you must take good care of them in the future. On the side, Mirai looked at them with a strange expression. At this moment, he didn't care about pretending to be cool. These three little guys destroyed Konoha with their own hands in the future. Later, under Naruto's Kodoten mouth, all the ninjas who went to the Pure Land to chat with their families and brag were brought back. But that was all for the future. At this moment, they were still three simple-minded, shy children. They looked only 1 or 2 years younger than me. Minato smiled and greeted them, hello, I became Jiraiya's disciple a month earlier than you. I am your senior brother. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to Konoha to find me. He smiled, and the sunny aura of his whole body was fully open. For Nagato and the other two who rarely saw the sun, they were stunned. It was so warm and comfortable. This is a good senior brother. Although they heard the words senior brother and junior brother for the first time, they also knew what they meant when combined with the facts. Konan blushed even more. It was like seeing an idol. The little fangirl of Minato hurriedly stood up and bent down 90 degrees. Her tone was a little stuttering, Master. Senior brother. Hello, my name is Zionin. The other two also hurriedly stood up and saluted in the same way, hello senior brother, my name is Nagato. My name is Yahiko, and I will bring peace to the land of rain in the future. Compared to Zionin's nervousness, the two of them seemed much calmer, especially Yahiko, who not only introduced himself, but also talked about his dreams. Minato hurriedly stood up and straightened their bodies. He smiled and shook his head and said, we are all of the same generation, there is no need to be so polite. As soon as these words came out, Yahiko was relieved. He didn't like constraints. Just now, he just thought that he had to leave a good impression on the other party when they met for the first time. These four boys, they have all heard of them from teacher Jiraiya, they are all geniuses of this generation of Konohagakure village. What is Konohagakure village? That was the village built by the god of ninja and the Shura of ninja world. They faced the siege of the three great countries, but they were not in trouble at all, and even beat the second Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village into autism. Although the second Hokage died later. But the two shadows of Mizutsu and Du also died at the gate of Konoha village. These are common sense in the ninja world. Although they are still young, they have heard adults talk about it. Being born in the first village of the ninja world and being the best among their peers, how can people born in a small country like them not envy and respect them? But now it seems. One is a pervert. They just met for the first time, and the other party was frank and honest. The three of them really can't bear it. One of them doesn't seem to be very smart. Look at the wise little eyes in his eyes, rolling around. But the remaining two are much more normal. Although it was the first time they met senior brother Minato, they could feel that this senior brother was so warm and wanted to get close to him and stick to him. And that girl. Hey? Why is she staring at me and the others? As Konan and Yahiko followed her line of sight, they were confused. Was she looking at Nagato? At this time, Minato also noticed Kushina's line of sight. He only realized now that Kushina seemed to have been silent all this time. What's wrong, Kushina? Kushina looked at Nagato, especially at his red hair, with an inexplicable look. She did not answer Minato's words, but stood up and walked around the campfire to Nagato. As the distance got closer, Nagato also felt something strange. Somehow, he felt that this girl seemed very familiar, just like a relative. As the distance got closer, the expression on Kushina's face became more and more complicated. After looking at Nagato for a long time, she forced a smile. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Nagato's pupils shrank instantly. His breathing stopped, and the purple circles hidden under his hair looked at the girl in front of him in astonishment. Uzumaki. My mother's last name. When he was a child, his mother Fuzu once told him that her last name was Uzumaki. She came from the Uzumaki clan that had been exterminated. However, People in the ninja world coveted the people of the Uzumaki clan, so they asked him not to reveal his last name. His father Ise was a doctor in the Hidden Rain village. Because he had no last name, his mother gave up her last name and just called herself Fuzu. And his mother also said that it was okay to go to any ninja village, but not to Konoha. I don't want to die. He wanted to ask why, but his mother didn't say it, and when talking about Konoha, he could see the deep hatred and powerlessness in his mother's eyes. He looked at the girl in front of him, her eyes full of complex meaning. But Kushina looked at him and suddenly smiled with relief. She had wandered in the ninja world, so she naturally knew what the people in the clan thought. They all hated the 5 great nations, especially Konoha. The first 4 destroyed the village, and the last one did not lend a helping hand, even though they were not far from each other. She thought it was fine this way, and Nagato did not have to enter Konoha for survival like her. We will be friends in the future, and work together to survive in this cruel world. This made Nagato stunned for a moment. He looked at the pier in front of him, and for the first time, there was a different silence in his eyes. You, why? He didn't finish his words, but Kushina knew what he wanted to say. She turned her head and looked at Tsunade, Minato, Nawaki. And that dead pervert. No reason, and I have the most important people in Konoha. Chapter 250. Kushina's words made Nagato speechless for a while. His mother told him not to go to Konoha, so why was this clan member in Konoha? At this time, Minato turned to Mirai and asked in a low voice, "Is that Nagato also a member of the Uzumaki clan?" His voice was very low, so low that Nagato and the other 3 who were close at hand could not hear it, but Mirai and the 3 ninjas heard it. The 3 ninjas naturally knew this. They knew this after seeing Nagato's bright red hair, as well as his abundant vitality and chakra. That's why Tsunade wanted to pull Kushina and the others over. Let their relatives reunite. Mirai nodded. Well, the Uzumaki clan has a distinctive feature, that is, a bright red hair, which symbolizes a long life. Although there are many red-haired people in the ninja world, such as Karura, Scorpion of the Red Sand, and Songming of the Red Sand in the Sand Village. It can be said that those with red hair are not necessarily from the Uzumaki clan, but all members of the Uzumaki clan must have red hair. However, if chakra is overused or if one gets old, then red hair will fade and eventually turn white. Hearing this, Minato understood. He looked at Kushina, and for the first time, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. He was happy for Kushina from the bottom of his heart. This way, after the death of Mito's nanny, Kushina will not be alone. Although their relatives and friends can stay with Kushina, it would be best if they knew that someone with the same blood was alive in the world. Mirai saw that the soup in the pot was ready, and immediately took out a large steamer from his mouth. This steamer was 1 meter high and as thick as an adult's waist. The magical thing was that there was still hot steam coming out of it, as if it had just been taken off the fire. As the steamer fell to the ground, it made a loud noise. It immediately brought everyone back to reality. Okay, stop looking, the food is ready and you can eat. Nagato and the other 3, Sigma. Tsunade and the other 3, _. Minato and the other 3. Their expressions were extremely strange. Nagato and the other 3 had never seen it before, so they looked a little shocked. Jiraiya and the other 3 were speechless. How could this kid always take food out of his mouth? And this pot of rice, is he serious? It's a pot of cooked rice. As for Minato and the others, Nosuke took out a stack of bowls and chopsticks from his mouth and looked at the future in surprise. Oh my god, how did you swallow such a hot steamer into your body? Kushina and Minato were confused like this. Kushina had tried it. Although the use of the sealing scroll can indeed seal the cooked food and stop the passage of time. But because the heat reaches a certain level, it is difficult to activate the technique. Could it be that the snake swallowing technique developed by Orochimaru is not afraid of burning the mouth? No. Is it because the technique is not afraid of heat? Seeing Minato's curious eyes, Mirai thought for a while. He didn't say anything, but picked up the steamer and threw it hard. In an instant, this steamer weighing at least 50 kilograms was thrown away by him. Then he aimed at the place where the steamer fell and opened his mouth. Both hands formed a seal to condense chakra at the same time. The next moment, a faint light appeared in his mouth, and when the steamer touched the light, it was immediately covered by the power of the technique. In an instant, the steamer shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye until it sank into the mouth. Finally disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Rope Tree's eyes lit up. Good idea, heat will rise. Such a large amount of heat can easily destroy the sealing technique, but if the seal falls from above, the heat it generates will be retained in the air, that is, the lower part is relatively cold, so it will not destroy the sealing technique. Nagato and the other two were numb when they heard Rope Tree's explanation. Let's not talk about how they carried a large pot of rice with them. Just taking this out of your mouth, isn't it a bit disgusting? They seemed to smell a foul smell at this moment. A wave of nausea and vomiting surged in their hearts. Although they were orphans before, they had rarely eaten dirty things with their superb abilities. The cave was full of food, and they raised Xionin to be white and fat, which was proof. Even Nagato had never been hungry. In the original novel, he wandered for several days before being picked up by Konan. Later, he lived with Yahiko and his friends for a long time before deciding to go find Jiraiya and his friends. Madara completely left him alone. Perhaps they were the explosive who now fell into the cave and met Jiraiya and the others. It was Madara's intention. But in this life, White Zetsu intervened too many places, too early. Naturally, Jiraiya had an idea. Jiraiya chuckled and looked at Orochimaru. Your disciple is more playful than you. Orochimaru shrugged, took the bowl and chopsticks from Rope Tree, and then handed them to the future, indicating that he should serve him rice. Tsunade did the same thing. Looking at the bowl in front of her, the future was speechless. But Orochimaru smiled and joked, if we run out of ammunition and food in the future, I can summon the future, so we don't have to worry about having nothing to eat. After this, Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't help laughing. Don't mention it, this idea is good. Future. This idea is not good at all. But he knew that rebuttal was futile, so he took out the steamer from his mouth with a miserable face. He took over the bowls from Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, and filled them with a large bowl. Kushina pulled the seal position with the word bowl written on it from her own seal scroll, and after removing the seal, 2 bowls were revealed. She handed one to Minato. At this time, Noeke took 3 bowls and chopsticks and handed them to Nagato and the other 2. Here. My name is Noeke, I am the eldest disciple of Orochimaru, the younger brother of sister Tsunade, and the young patriarch of the Senju clan. If you have any problems in the future, come to me. I don't believe there is anything I can't handle. Looking at the bowl in front of them, Yahiko and the other 3 didn't care about Noeke's identity. They all felt numb and wanted to escape. The bowl looked very clean, but they could always smell a faint smell of saliva, whether it was a psychological effect or not. Although they saw Jiraiya and the others eating very happily, they were even more afraid to take it because it looked very similar to vomit. Konan stood up hurriedly and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, but we have our own bowls." As she said that, she ran to the kitchen and quickly took out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Rope Tree saw this scene and didn't think there was anything wrong. If it were him, he wouldn't like to eat with other people's bowls and chopsticks, just like he never took the bowls and chopsticks of the future, because he disliked the things of the future because they smelled of his saliva. The future was the same. If it was Kushina's seal scroll, it would be another matter. Yahiko and Nagato looked at the bowls and chopsticks they took back and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Konan was smart, otherwise I'm afraid I would really vomit. The 2 of them thought to themselves. At this time, Wei Lai stretched out his hand and said, "Come on, give me the bowl, I'll serve you rice." The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shook their heads and said, "No, no, no, how can I trouble you? We can do this ourselves." Konan and Yahiko said, and hurriedly stood up. Nagato followed them and turned around to the steamer. Seeing this, Wei Lai didn't say anything. He handed them the rice spoon and began to eat heartily. Yahiko took the rice spoon, but he couldn't do it. Every time I want to serve rice, I always think of Wei Lai's throat pulling out the steamer. Although the rice is wrapped in the pot, even if there is saliva, it should not flow into it, but I feel uncomfortable in my heart. And this spoon. It seems that he also pulled it out of his throat. Hey! For a moment, Yahiko felt that his hands were not clean. Fortunately, at this time, he had a flash of inspiration, put down the rice spoon, used chopsticks to open a space in the middle of the rice, and served the rice from the middle. Nagato and Konan's eyes lit up immediately. Not bad, you are really good. They followed suit and quickly served their own rice. Back to the original campfire, they ate happily. The dishes in the pot were all made by the 3 of them, so they didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, they ate very fragrantly, almost like wolfing down. These are all fresh vegetables, which are very expensive and difficult to eat in the rain country. Only mainstream cities such as the hidden rain village can see them. Most of the food stored in their cave is salted fish. In the future, they will pay attention to the actions of these three people, which makes them laugh in their hearts. If I'm not mistaken, this pot of ingredients should be what they brought last time. This is their import and export product. If these three knew this, would they spit it out on the spot? For a moment, Jiraiya was a little eager to make a move. By the river. Hinata Reka was still sitting there bored, looking at the moonlight, thinking in her heart. He should be back soon. I wonder if he has suffered? Why did Orochimaru teacher look for them? Could it be a war? Alas, Rope Tree-kun, you must not make yourself suffer. Snap! She thought in her heart, and her hand automatically slapped a bold mosquito to death with one palm. She didn't even know how many mosquitoes this was. It was her hand, very red. Red like blood.